video here in the time lapse. And let me unscrew this from here. I'm sorry if I'm going to be shaking this camera around, because I want to show you close up what's happening to the wood. So let's see if I can get in here. And if you can see how it's carving out that wood grain. Do you see the difference from the top and the bottom? The top is burned, and the bottom looks completely different. Can you see that? Let me try it from the other side. Maybe you get a clearer picture from over here. See how the top is burned, and the bottom is getting that wood grain look? There is the difference by doing the crosshatch. You only get to see it for a second, but the top is black and the bottom is a completely different wood grain look. So I'm going to let this finish out, and then I'm going to come back and show you how I finish this, how I finish it off. And of course, this is the line after cut, line after fill, excuse me. So you can see what it's doing now. It's going around and making a distinct line around everything, around all of the engravings. And you'll see it going around the letters. So it's really, if you look at this side, look at that. As compared to down here, it's putting a deep line around the letters, which when I run the sandpaper over this, which I will be doing in just a moment, you'll see how beautiful the letters stand out. Alright, now, after 2 cutting passes, it does not drop out, as you can see. Did a really poor job cutting. Focused, as they say. I'm going to force it out. But there is the almost final product. So, and the next thing that I do is I take my sander, okay? I don't turn it on. I put this on the sander, and I go and I move in a circular fashion, like that, because I'm very afraid of the small letters being broken by the sander. And this is an oscillating sander, so it sort of jumps up and down a little bit, and I'm afraid of it breaking those letters. And you can see how nicely sanded that came out. That looks pretty good, just like that. Just going to give it just a little bit more. And I use the 3-finger method here. I put pressure in 3 different places, and I just go around in a circle. Like that. And now I've got a really nice sand on that. Let me blow it up. I got my dirty finger on there, but there is the final product. And I could sand it a little bit more to get it a little whiter, to get the letters a little whiter. But you can see the depth. See how the letters are standing up proud like that? And I probably will give this just a little bit more of a sand. And then what I do on the edges, I don't sand the edges off. I just wet the edge. Let's see if I can get that to focus. So what I do is wet that edge, and that black will stain on there, and it'll give it a really nice look. But look at the relief cut, how absolutely beautiful that came out, looking like a completely different piece of wood. And, you know, that was the goal of this video, is to get that completely different look in the wood. And I think we achieved it.
For a limited time, save $8 on Powerball.
Alright, so we're done with the cleaning. Here's the final product. Came out just like the first one, except you can see this is the one that I just did. Nothing on the back. Edges are off. I sanded them down a little bit. So we got exactly what we were looking for there after a few mistakes. But I went a little bit further, and I went ahead and took another graphic, and I just did one pass, just a regular burn like everybody else would do, and this is it right here. Then I went ahead and repeated it. I actually did them both at the same time, and I did it with the fill-in line right there. So there you can see the two side by side. A big difference when you go to fill-in line from just regular fill. So I went one step further, just to, and these things are so grimy. I'm so, look how bad the edges are on these. This, I had to do 3 passes for 3mm wood with the X tool. Really is not my favorite laser, I can tell you that much. So I went one step further, and I brought in, and let me show you the graphic here real quick. I brought in this bird, and you can see these two birds are exactly the same, okay? Same exact graphic. I duplicated, put them on 2 different layers. Here are the layers, same speed, same power. When I come up in here, you'll see that I did 3070 on both of them, okay? Both of them were 254 DPI, all right? The only difference was I did one in a 90 degree, the blue one, which usually comes out better than the 0 degree. But still, they looked exactly the same until it came back and did the line after fill. And I didn't want to cut this one out. You can see how nasty everything is. I even had to wash off this board just to handle it. So I didn't want to cut this one out. I just left it on the board. But there's the result. So the one on your left is with the line after fill. The one on the right is just a regular burn. Now notice at the bottom, I did do the very bottom of the feathers on that one in the crosshatch, and I stopped it, just so that I could show you that it's not just the crosshatch that's doing anything there. So you'll see it darkened it up a little bit, and so would a second pass. But the thing to really look at here is that line after fill. And you can clearly see the definition that stands out head and shoulders over the graphic on your right. So big difference in getting really nice looking vector graphics. And for you people that are doing like cutting boards and things like that, you know, experiment with this technique, because you're going to start using it every day. You're going to start using that line after fill on most of your work, which I already do, and I have been for a long time. It just, for some reason, I don't show it in the videos. But today, after getting that feedback from that coin from the show the other day, it just dawned on me that, you know, I've never done a video on this, and I've never explained it in a video before. So here's that video today. So let's just recap really quickly. So what you want to do is set up your graphic. Now, what I really like to do, what I always do on my coins, is I duplicate the layer, set it on a different layer, and then I duplicate the layer again and set that one on a different layer. And I always do the crosshatch last. It's sort of like on a fiber laser where you do a sweeping fill pass at the end to shine up the metal. It's very similar to that. On that first layer, I do a 0 degree, regular scan on the first layer. Then the second layer, I usually do a 90 degree scan. And on the third layer is where I do the crosshatch, which every single pass that it makes changes the color of the wood. And you might want to watch this. You might be happy with 1, 2, 3. If you're using a solid piece of wood and not layered plywood, because you don't want to go through that first layer of plywood. You might want to do 5 or 6 passes on on a nice piece if you really need to get some depth. And always put the cut on the last layer. But that's all I did. Was change all I did was change the layers. Normally, like I said, I'll run 3 layers. The last layer will be the crosshatch, and will also have the line after fill. So those 2 things that are super important to making this come out like it does, like it's really a piece of exotic wood, is doing those things last. So I do that line after fill and crosshatch on the very last layer before the cut, and it comes out absolutely beautiful every time. That's really about it. I hope you stuck around for the whole video, because things changed all through it, and I made mistakes, and hey, that's part of watching my channel, is seeing all of the mistakes. So I hope you can appreciate that, but hopefully it helps you to avoid making those same mistakes. But anyway, I hope you enjoyed the video today as much as I enjoyed bringing it to you. And as always, I thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Your bathroom needs Febreze Small Spaces. The always-on odor-fighting air freshener you set and forget. No outlets used, no batteries needed, no effort required. So your bathroom stays continuously fresh for 45 days. That's the power of Febreze Small Spaces.
Hey, it's Rich, the Louisiana Hobby Guy. Today we're going to be getting into an advanced tutorial on Lightburn libraries, the cut and engrave library, the art library, where to get them, and how to use them. So, stay right there, because we're about to get started. Alright, so here we go. We're in Lightburn now. This is the latest version, as you can see up there. This is the library tab down here. Library, art library. Yours may be up here. Could be anywhere. Typically, I think when you first load it, it's going to be up in the top. I like to keep it at the bottom. You can pull these out, move them wherever you want, put them wherever you want. I like to keep them down here, so that's why I have them down here. So if you grab the title bar, this is the title bar, and you drag it any place you want. You can also make it larger, smaller, whatever you want to do. And then just drag it back to where you got it from. This screen over here will turn blue. Maybe not on all laptops. Laptops seem to have a problem with this, but once it turns blue, you can let it go. If you don't see the library, you can right-click on any title bar, and you'll see them in here. If it doesn't have a check mark, that means it's not out visible. Just click on it to give it the check mark. You can also come up to the top over here where it says window. And in the window, you'll see everything that you have in here visible on your work area. And you can check any of the things that you want. Now, while we're talking about the window, let's talk about something that a lot of people are confused about. When they see me do something like this and then put it into fill mode, it fills on the screen. Well, that's because in the window, in the view style right here, I have this set to preview mode, filled coarse or filled smooth. If I put it in wireframe, that goes away. And what wireframe is for is basically working on the objects so that you don't have to go from fill to line. Because when you're in fill mode and you're also in filled here, the preview mode, you can't work with the object the same way. So I like to keep my view in either filled coarse or filled smooth. Filled coarse will use less system resources than filled smooth, and there's really no visual difference. So pick the filled course if you want to see the preview as you work. And where that comes into play would be, for instance, if you're doing, let's put this into line mode for a minute, and quickly just do an offset on it, like that. And now if we put it into fill mode, you can see what that looks like. You see? But it may not be quite as simple to work with, you see? So that's why you might want to have it in the other mode. I prefer to have this in filled course so that I can see what I'm doing as I'm working. I don't mind just turning this into line mode to work with it. So that's just a quick answer to a question that I get a lot. How come my screen doesn't look like yours? Well, there's all types of customization you can do to this, but let's get into the libraries. So now if you don't have the library, right click on a title bar, any title bar, and choose Art Library and Regular Library. So Art Library is exactly what it says, where all your art libraries are. Library is your cut and engrave settings. So let me give you an example. Let's come to the art library. Let's grab something, put it on the workbed like that, okay? So there we go, U.S. Air Force. Now if we go to the library, we're going to decide here, what are we doing this on? And let's say we're doing this on Baltic Birch. Now you have choices in here, and this one says no thickness. Some of the other ones I've actually put names on. No thickness means engrave. So if I expand, now the arrows are expanders. They're tree expanders. If I click on this one, it expands it again, and there's engrave. Okay? So now if I come up here and I click on this in my cuts and layers and turn this blue, okay? And then click on it. Ready? 3, 2, 1, click. See what it just did? It assigned the appropriate speed and power to this graphic. It also put it into fill mode because that's what it remembers. But if we want it in line, we just put it back. It remembers all of the parameters. That's what a library does. So instead of having to run a test card, which, really is the best thing to do, but instead of having to run a test card, once you've dialed in your settings, you can always come in here. If that didn't work and you found a better setting, you lowered your speed, raised your speed, lowered your power, you can always come over here to edit and click on edit and change the numbers that you have here. If any of the libraries have a name associated with the layer, you can also change that and put a name in it that will appear right here. See where it says engrave? And all you have to do is say okay after you're done editing it. You have libraries for all different things. You also have libraries for different lasers. So I want you to notice that we are now on my 50-watt CO2. Let's choose, and I want you to watch right here. See where it says 50-watt CO2? Let's choose something different. Let's go to the P9 atom stack, which is...
Surfer Sweeper Dry Cloths grab dust and hair and lock it away. Better than a broom. Love it or your money back.
It's not on the market yet, but so now you see Atom Stack P9 and you see Atom Stack M50 right here. So it loaded the library automatically for me when I changed layers. So now, if we were to do the same thing and we were to bring out the same kind of graphic, let's bring this graphic back out. And now if we wanted to, we'll highlight the layer. And you'll see that that's definitely not right, is it? No, it's not. So let's come to the library tab. Let's go to, let's do basswood this time. And let's do engrave. And now this is highlighted. All we have to do is click assign to layer and watch the numbers here. 3, 2, 1, click. See what it did? That is my setting for basswood engraving in line or fill mode. Doesn't matter which one it is, line or fill, makes no difference. So it automatically set that. Now if I wanted to cut that, let's say I wanted to cut it, here's the 2.5 millimeter, one pass cut. Now I'm going to assign it to the layer. You see it went to 250 and 100 power. If I want two pass cut, watch again, it goes to 450 and 100. If I want three passes, I'll assign that to the layer, 650 and 100. Now you see how easy this is to use. So let's say that I was doing this on hardwood. Instead, if I come down here to engrave, click on engrave, assign it to the layer, you'll see that it changed, 3025. By the way, this is the M50 module. So for people that have been asking me, you know, the X7 Pro, all of the 10 watt modules that come from AtomStack, they all use the same M50 laser module. So the M50 is now available on the forum. So now the question is, where do you get all of these art libraries, and where do you get all of these cut libraries for your specific laser? Well, that's a good question, Rich. Let's answer that real quick. So, here we are on my hobby forum. And one of the things that I'm trying to do right now is reduce the amount of emails, instant messages, you know, that I get. Because I'm up to well over 200 a day now. Yesterday I went fishing and didn't get home, I guess, from 5 in the morning till about 11:30. So I hadn't looked at my emails since 9 o'clock the night before. I had 244 emails in my inbox, and I answer all of my email. So it took me half the day just to answer a whole bunch of easy questions that I'm going to answer in this video about libraries, the forum, you know, using them and everything else. So let's get back to this and focus a little better. So this is the forum, and you'll see here that there's all kinds of topics here, but one thing that's clearly missing is downloads. And I talk about you can download it from the download section of my forum all the time in my videos, but yet it's not here. There's no download section. Why is that? Well, it's because I am not logged in, and well, I am registered, but if you've never been here before, you have to click on this link that says register. And that will take you to this page right here, where you can agree to these terms or not. It's completely up to you. So if for some reason, after you finished your registration, okay, and I've changed this now so that you no longer have to worry about the pop-up blocker anymore, turning that off. So I've changed it to something that you have to fill out. And if for some reason you don't get your activation link, because you won't be able to use this until your account is activated, well, all you have to do is come back here to the main forums, go all the way down to the bottom where it says contact us, and send me a message, and I'll activate it for you. There's lots of reasons why you may not have gotten the email. So, you know, a lot of email servers will deny it because it's coming from a software script. But I can tell you that we have, this is a great resource center, by the way. We have 4,700 posts, 978 topics, 9,000 members. There's lots and lots of information here, lots of good people here, all types of hobby topics. It's a very valuable website. Once you've registered, you're going to log in, and I'll log in here. And now all of a sudden this appears. Members only files and downloads. So you won't see this if you're not a member. And membership is free, by the way. There's nothing for sale on this website unless you go to the flea market where you can post items that you have for sale. But you won't be charged for anything here. So now you see the members only files and downloads, and we'll click on that. And in the top is an announcement section, where there are announcements, and you might want to read through these because they're pretty important, okay? And then you'll see topics over here. And these are all the topics down below. And here you'll see light burn, cut and engrave settings for diodes, light burn art libraries, cut and engrave settings for CO2, and all types of templates and things that are in here. So let's start with the library downloads. Or actually, let's just start with the art library. How about that? We'll go right from the top. So we click on art library. The top notice here is for manufacturers. This notice here is just basically telling you all of the time that I've put into all of this, and you know, if you want to send me $1 or $2, I'd appreciate it. But this right here is the important thing. Folder organization is extremely important, and that's why I've got this highlighted in red. Everybody just blows right by this and wants to go straight for the libraries. But please, don't do that, because I've taken the time to write this. It's very, very important. You will be very confused after a month or 2 months if you don't follow these instructions. And it's very simple. You're just creating a folder on your desktop called Lightburn. We're going to do this together. Let's get this out of the way. So, here's the desktop. You create a folder like this. It says Lightburn. All you have to do is right-click, and, well, in Windows 11, you have to go to Show More Options and go to New Folder. That's simple. That's simple. On Windows 10, you just right-click and say New Folder. So, name that folder Lightburn. Inside this folder, Lightburn, which will always be right here on your desktop, inside this folder, you're going to create another new folder. And here we're going to call this one Art. Okay? Then we're going to create another new folder. We're going to call this one Cut. Well, I'll call it Cut and Engrave. You can call it whatever you want. Okay? It doesn't matter what you call it. I'll call it Cut and Engrave. And then we're going to create one more new one, and we're going to call this one Templates. Okay? And then actually, I do one more, and I called it Settings. Alright? So, and that's for when you change your machine settings, you want to save a copy of your settings before you change them. And we're not going to get into that one today. So now we have Art, Cut and Engrave, and Templates. So we're done here. We can close this. Now, let's come back to
Mr. Clean Magic Eraser powers through tough messes. He makes it look like I spent hours cleaning. No, I didn't.
the website. So now we've taken care of this. Now here's the instructions that we're going to go over for loading them. And I can't tell you how many emails a day I get from people that say, my files cannot be opened. And yeah, guess what? You're right. They cannot be opened. You do not open libraries. You must load the libraries. That's why this is highlighted right here. Installing libraries, please read. Every day, over and over and over again, I get the same emails. My computer's telling me there's no program associated with this. Well, that's because you didn't follow these clear instructions right here. So, now, let's figure out what laser do you have. Typically, you've got your 5-watt laser, which is called a 20-watt. So, let's run through a couple of these. So you'll see here 15-watt. Alright, that's the LU15. Now, that one I use for both the 7-watt and the 15-watt. But here's a 7-watt as well, if you have a 7-watt laser. 15-watt laser, 20-watt laser. You can use any of these. When you see the name in front of it, like this Ortur 20-watt, it doesn't mean anything. 20-watt is what matters. What this means is that Ortur gave me the white papers on their 5.5-watt laser, what they call a 20-watt. And I've created the actual CLB file for Lightburn so that Lightburn can create a library. And I've transferred all of those settings into the Lightburn CLB. So it's just means that a manufacturer sent me those settings. Now here you'll see official NAJ libraries. And this is what I got from NAJ. This is a white paper here. And I've transposed all of these settings into the CLB file. So here you've got the N4630, you've got the A4640, the A4630. So these are the model numbers of your lasers. You can just look on the laser module itself to find it. If you have a ComGrow, this is the official ComGrow library here. You have the 10 watt and the 5 watt. Those are the only two models. If you have the AtomStack A5 Pro, well, then you have this library here, A5 Pro. Read these notes up on top because you'll see that it is not compatible with the A10, the Pro 50, or the X7 Pro. But tonight, just today, last night, I did do the 50 series. And this is compatible with the A10, the Pro 50, and the X7 Pro. And also the new P9 that's coming soon. I do have that one here in the shop on the bench, and I'm doing some testing with that one. Here's an additional note here. And this goes with all of them. It can also be used with any other 10 watt optical output laser. So you can use this for anything. So let's go ahead and grab one. Now, you can do this and you'll get this pop-up window. Now, if you don't get this pop-up window where it just saves it directly to your downloads, you don't want to do that. Then just right-click on this and do Save Link As. Some computers might say Save Target As. Just look for the word As at the end. And if we do that, then let's get it out of the network. Let's go to all the way up here to desktop. And in desktop, we're going to go to Lightburn, and now you see here are the ones that I created. And we're in the cut and engrave settings here. So we're going to do that and say save. And there we go. And it starts flashing right away, which means the download's complete. And we have that file now on our computer. So let's jump back over into Lightburn. And now your library is going to be completely empty. Okay, if you're just loading it for the first time. So all you have to do is click on this button right here that says load. So let's do that. Let's click on load. Now the first time that you do this, you're going to have to come to your desktop, and then you're going to come down here to Lightburn, and you're going to come to cut and engrave. And there it is right there. That's the one that we've just downloaded. So I'll either double click on that one or I'll single click on it and say open. And now you see it loads the AtomStack M50. So let's go back again and let's load the ComGrow 10 watt. So I'm going to click on this. This time it's going to remember because we were just here where to put it. So all I have to do is say save. And you see it flashes right away. Means that it's finished. So we'll come back to Lightburn, and now I can click load again, and there's the ComGrow 10 watt right there. All I have to do is say open. Now I want you to also notice that these go with the laser. So if I were to switch to let's switch to the Ortur 715 watt. Take a look at what happens here. It automatically saves them with the laser. So if you have multiple lasers, you can do multiple downloads. Okay, let's go back and go back one step here. And let's go to the art libraries this time. So let's click on the art library downloads. And again, same instructions are here. We're going to do the same thing. So let's grab this animals art library. And we're going to either click on it or right click and say save as. Now we're in the wrong folder. We want to save it on the desktop, Lightburn, art. Okay? Click save. And let's do another one while we're in here. Let's do cartoons and just click save. And you can do this really quickly. Just keep saying save now because it remembers what folder we're in, and you'll see that they're all downloaded now. So back to Lightburn, we're going to come to the art library, and if I were to, let's just get rid of everything here and start with a clean slate, okay? This is what your library will look like. Nothing. If you've never loaded a library before. So we're not going to say new, we're going to say load at this point. And we're going to click load, and we're going to click on Lightburn, this PC, desktop, Lightburn. We're going to go to art, double click. Now at this point you can either select one or you can select all of them just by dragging across what you want. You can also click on the top one, hold down shift, and click on the bottom one. And that'll also select them all. And if you do that and say open, watch right here. It populates them right here in your art library. So now you have all three of these libraries installed and ready to use. So now, let's do it. Let's go from start to finish. So we're using the 7 and 15 watt. I keep these two together because they're very, very similar. There's not very much of a difference between the two. So let's bring out Alvin as an example. And I'm going to scale him down by the corner just by dragging him like that. Move him onto the work plane. Okay, so there we go. We have Alvin. Now all I'm going to do is come to my library. I'm going to figure out what I'm going to do this on. So I'm going to do this on cardboard, engrave, come to cuts and layers, make sure it's highlighted, watch it here, assign to layer, and you'll see speed 50, power 100. And that's it. Now if I come to cut, I can assign that to that layer, speed 3.3, power 100. And you see how that works? If I wanted to cut this out, in other words, which I wouldn't, absolutely. I wouldn't want to be doing the engraving here. So, now if I switch lasers, it will also switch the libraries. That really is all there is to it. One thing you really want to do is keep your desktop organized. And take, if you use Lightburn and you laser a lot every day, take and put it somewhere where it's in a spot where, it's obvious, easy to get to, and make sure that you keep yourself organized. Now, I've been around computers probably longer than most anybody. I started working for IBM back in the late 70s and worked for them for a few years on the PC. It's been a long time, so I've learned over the years, everything I've done over the years in computers has always been part of my career, and I've learned that file organization is paramount. Without it, you will go crazy, you'll lose a lot of time doing your work, you won't be productive unless you know where every file is. So try and organize things by folders and files, and your libraries are simple to use. Let's go back over to the discussion board one more time. And I just want to warn you that some of the libraries that you might get, very possible that they're going to be ungrouped. So be careful when you use them. You can always check it, and if it's ungrouped and you move something wrong, just hit the undo button. But when you start using libraries, and there are tons of, look how many pages of art libraries there are here. I've put thousands of hours into this, and this is a free resource that anybody can use, and it's very, very simple to use, and it's not like Facebook. So, don't think that you can create a post and put @RichF, and I'll see it, because I won't. If you really need to talk to me, you can click up here, or you can click on my name and send me a private message. You can do it right here too. So, this is not like Facebook. There's no drama here, and if there is any drama, it goes away very quickly. So it's all information that you're going to use with your laser. And it's all good information. If you have problems, there are lots of people here that will help you resolve those problems. If you need an idea for something, there are lots of people that are going to give you ideas. It's just a great focused group that's unlike any of the others. And yeah, I've got the Facebook group, and I've got the Facebook page and the Instagram page, you know, all that kind of stuff. But this is a real resource, unlike the others. And, you know, the purpose of this is what my motto says right here: to inspire, create, learn, and teach. And that's why I do this, is inspiring, creating, learning, and teaching. And, you know, I teach a lot of stuff. I learn a lot of stuff from other people. I get feedback in the comments on the videos that cause me to rethink things and do things differently. And, you know, this is my hobby, and I'm enjoying my retirement hobby, and this is how I'm doing it. And I spend a lot of time doing this, so I hope you all appreciate this. I know you do. I mean, I get tons of emails every day from people telling me how much they appreciate it. So there is a Start Here section if you want to jump over into here. And there are a lot of topics here. This is like where you would put general things: how to ask for help, changes to the forum, settings. You know, these are general questions that you can put in here. But if you have a general question for, let's say, diode lasers, then come over here to see where it says Hobby Diode Laser Engravers. Click on there. This is where all of the questions and answers are going to be for all different types of lasers. So if you can't find an answer here, you're not going to find it anywhere. And here's probably one of the best features of all. So let's say you wanted to search for an AJ. You had a question about an AJ. Well, just hit search. And you're going to get all kinds of results about the AJ in here. As you see, an AJ 840, 640, all types of different questions and answers, and which makes this so easy to use and such a great resource. My goal is to make this forum the #1 resource center on the internet for hobbyists, with a focus on, obviously, lasers. We have diode lasers, CO2 lasers, fiber lasers, you know, and as the shop grows here, the hobby shop, there'll be more types of lasers as well. And if you wanted to have your own separate hobby, just let me know. I mean, there's a flea market here, there's woodworking, you know, show off your creations if you want to show off your work. There's all types of different topics here that you can participate in, and I hope that you do. But the important thing in today's video was about learning how to set up, organize, and use LightBurn libraries. And I hope that we've achieved that today. And I hope this will eliminate a lot of questions that I get by email every single day, 7 days a week. Now, it's not that I you know, don't like getting emails from people, but the same exact questions I get every single day, and that, you know, my computer can't open the file I downloaded is probably the #1 email I get every single day, dozens and dozens of them. So I'm hoping that this video addresses that, not only teaches you how to find the libraries, but also teaches you how to organize your folders, how to download them, and how to load them, most importantly. Not open them, how to load them. So that was the purpose of today's video. So I hope you enjoyed today's video as much as I enjoyed bringing it to you and trying to help out the new users and people that just aren't familiar with LightBurn libraries. And I also hope that you'll take advantage of the discussion board and everything that there is to offer there. We have 9,000 members now. Hopefully we'll have 90,000 members by the end of this year. That's my hope. And we'll have other topics as well. Right now we've got, the lasers, diode lasers, CO2 lasers, 3D printers, woodworking. There might be all kinds of topics by the end of the year. So I hope you join in and have fun doing it, because that's what this is all about. Having fun, to being creative, making things, and making friends. And I believe that you all are my friends from the comments that I see on all my videos. So I hope you enjoyed today's video, and I thank you for watching. As always, I'll see you in the next one. Hey, it's Rich, the Louisiana Hobby Guy. If you're a follower of my channel, you know that I usually don't do videos on products. Most of my videos are light burn tutorials, either the software tutorial or project tutorials. But today we're going to do something just a little bit different. I'm calling this one the Origi 80-watt diode laser, which is a combination of two different names. That's Ortur and Neige. I am upgrading my laser, my diode laser. But before I get started, I just want to give a big shout out to Jeanette M. You know who you are. Thank you so much for that fantastic donation. That really helps the channel out a lot, helps me to make these videos, helps me to buy supplies to make videos and so on. Thank you so much for that donation. I really appreciate it. Let's get back to the video at hand. So the Origi 80-watt diode laser. What is it? Well, it's something new from Neige. It's a new laser. It is the A40640 laser module. And what this is two 7.5 watt diode lasers combined into one beam. Now, if you're familiar with laser cutters, they are typically up to about 20, 30, 40 watts of supply, up to 5.5 watts of output. And recently, Neige has come out with the 7.5 watt output. This particular module is the new dual 7.5 watt output. So what can it do is the question. Well, let's take a look. This is what comes in the box. So in here you've got your laser module, you've got your sliding fixture to attach it to your laser, you've got a 4-pin cable, you have a digital PWM wave pulse signal generator, which I have no use for. I'll find some use for that later on. There's a European adapter, which I definitely have no use for. A pair of goggles, red goggles, that, they're the cheap ones. I have a link to my goggles down in the description below. Those are the ones that you should be wearing. They're worth every penny, and protecting your eyesight is paramount when you're playing with lasers. There's also a 12-volt power adapter, and they claim it's up to 50 watts, but it's actually a 60-watt power supply that I got. There's a couple little Allen wrenches, and that's about it. And I'm not going to go through the whole build video with you. I'm just going to go through a couple of photos and a few videos and show you what I did. So this whole package comes in at $259. And here is the actual laser. It's smaller than the Ortur 20 watt, which was surprising. And this is how it's built. So in here here's your dual lasers, 1 and 2. I'm guessing that they hit a mirror right here and combine. And then there's, up here you've got a driver board for the fan. What they're calling air assist is not really air assist. It's an air assist for the laser. What it does is it keeps this area clear of smoke and debris. Well, which is a good thing. It's a good air assist, but it's not a real air assist that clears the cut path for you. So it doesn't give you any assistance in cutting. All it does is keep the laser diodes clear of any debris and smoke, which is great, because then you don't have to clean it. With a regular laser, you've got to clean it, every month or so? You got to get out the Q-tips, and that's a pain in the butt. Here are the actual a picture of the two lasers. And this is a close-up of the module. I wasn't really happy with the quality of everything's scratched, nothing is clean, and the installation is super simple. So with most lasers, you can disregard this is just 3 different ways to hook it up. And this is what you do with most lasers here. Most lasers have 3-pin connector. So if you have an Artura, this is the one that you'd use right here. And it's just plug and play. And you don't have to worry about anything else. You plug one wire in here, the one that comes from your control board, and then you plug one wire that an AJ supplies from here to the laser. And that's it. I mean, it's just that simple. Before I'm installing this laser, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get some graphite, dry graphite glue, and I'm going to put that on all of the moving wheels. I do this about once every 2 months or so, and it keeps everything rolling smoothly. And I was really quite surprised. And here, see these wheels in here with the eccentric nuts on them. And I put the lube all in on both sides of these. It really makes it run up and down smoothly. So all you have to do is disconnect the ground. Well, this was a aftermarket ground that I put on. But you just disconnect the ground, you unplug the laser, and interesting enough, adapter that comes with the NAJ fits right onto the Artura adapter. So now, and this is actually quite neat, because I can either adjust it with the thumb screw over here, the Artura adapter up and down, or I can adjust it with the Allen wrench over here and move the NAJ up and down. It's actually a pretty nice feature. So here's an example of the two wires. This is the wire that comes from NAJ, and this is the wire from my Artura that goes back to the control board. And if you see, positive, negative data. So they're both exactly the same. All you do is plug this one in here, and that's it. It's simple. And here it is installed. It took me maybe 15 minutes at most, and actually about 30 minutes, because I did go ahead and vacuum out all the tracks, and I was surprised to find out that 2 of my drive belts were loose. So I wasn't getting any problem with any of my work, but I was surely surprised when I found one of them was actually laying deep in the channel. So I'm glad I caught that. And I just adjusted them a month ago, so I can't imagine how that happened. This is the important part right here. This is the actual beam from that laser. Now, on an Artura and on a typical diode laser, you have a rectangular beam that's twice the size. So when you're cutting in this direction, it's twice as wide, the kerf, as when you're cutting in a vertical direction. And I'm sure a lot of you understand this, because you'll be trying to cut out a piece of wood or a puzzle part or something like that, and the left and the right side will cut out completely through, and the top and the bottom will still haven't burned through. So this is the beauty about the NAJ. Alright, my first cut was 2mm plywood. This was 200 speed, 35 power, and the focus was 22mm. Now on a 2mm piece, I guess I should have focused it at 23mm. 22 is the recommended, that's the top of the workpiece. But I focused it at 22 to see what would happen. And bam, I mean, it just melted right through that like butter. I mean, that was simple. Here's a second cut. This is also 2mm plywood at 200 speed and 30 power. This is also 22mm focus. Now you notice I just reduced the power by 5, from 35 to 30, and I kind of got a stuck corner up in the top left corner. Don't know why that happened. That shouldn't have happened, but it was stuck. It did go all the way through, most of the way around, but from about here to here, I was able to snap it out, but that's about it. So here's the next cut. This is 240 speed and 33% power, focused at 21mm, and that was just a failure right there. Here's another cut, and this was 240 and 35. Oh, that's the same one. That was 240 and 33, I'm sorry. So the next cut was 240 and 33. Yeah, the previous one was 250 and 35. This one is 240 speed, 33 power, focus 21mm, and it was dead on perfect. That was just perfect. It was a perfect cut. Alright, so moving on. This is 6mm. And this did not cut through at a 22mm focus. 130 speed, 75 power. And you can see underneath that some of it's getting through, but not all of it. Alright, so moving on to the next one. This is 6mm, again, 100 speed, 75, focus at 22. So I reduced the speed by 30. 100 speed, 75 power, focus 22. Focused on the surface, and I actually should have focused it a little bit lower. And that went clean through. And that's what it looks like right there. I mean, it was a really clean cut. And you just touch it with a little bit of 4-inch sandpaper, and you know, it's absolutely perfect. So let's take another look. This is another 6mm cut. It's 100 speed and 70 power. I reduced the power by 5%. I put the focus at 19mm this time. So I focused below the surface, halfway down. Which is where you're supposed to focus in the first place. It should be halfway down the substrate. And that's a perfect cut. So that was 100 speed, 70 power, with the focus at 19, 3mm lower than the surface. This is where we get into a little bit of a struggle. This is 8mm bamboo. And I don't know if you can tell or not, this is 70 speed and 80 power. So I've got this thing turned up pretty good here. And for some reason, this little bamboo cutting board is really tough. You can see virtually there's nothing happening there. Now this is the second pass, and I turned up the power to 85, and I turned down the speed to 30, and it just burned it up. So I couldn't get any deeper of a cut on this one. I even tried a third one after this, and this one I'm going to have to run a power scale on. I have no choice because I don't know what's up with this, but it is just not working.
Febreze. Hola, yo uso Febreze Paidify Plug. Y yo uso esto. El microchip de Febreze controla la fragancia para que disfrutes 50 días con la frescura del primer uso. 50 días y nunca te quedarás sin frescura gracias a su luz que te recuerda rellenarlo. Febreze Plug.
So now we come to one of my favorites, anodized aluminum. These little aluminum business cards. So I have this set on 100 speed, 85 power, and I have the focus at 21mm. And I was never able to do this with my Ortur 20 watt, my 5.5 watt Ortur. I mean, I could get something that looks similar to this, but when you peeled off the plastic coating, everything was gone. So this actually, now this is pretty good because this is just in line mode. I stopped it in the middle. This was the second one. I flipped it over and did the other side. And on the back side, I've got 3 different lines up on top, and then I've got the picture on the bottom. I'll explain the lines in a minute. The picture is 250 speed, or I should say the image, is 250 speed and 85 power, and the focus is 22 millimeters exactly on the surface. And you can see, I mean, it's burning through there and doing a heck of a job. There it is right there. Look how beautiful that came out. I mean, that came out just perfect. It looks like CO2. And I had these left over from when I had my CO2. I still had maybe 50 of these business card blanks left over. And I tried 15 or 20 of them with the Ortour. I even went 100 power on that and 50 speed, and just could not get them to even scratch the surface. So, I mean, this is very impressive, you know, at 100 speed and 85 power. And 1 pass, you know, and I did multiple passes with the Ortour. So now these lines are something interesting because I burned this way too hot. This top line I have set for 100 speed, 85 power, and all of these are going to be focused at 22 millimeters. The second line I have at 200 speed, 85 power. The third line I have at 250 speed, 85 power. So I'm going to have to also run a grid on this too, on these cards, because there's absolutely no difference between the 3. They're all engraved into the metal. So yeah, I'm going to be able to bring the power down a lot and still do these. All right, next up, acrylic. 3 millimeter acrylic. Now this is orange acrylic, painted black, and I want to tell you that on my Ortour, I had to do 100 speed, 100 power, and between 9 and 14 passes to get through this exact piece of acrylic. Now on this machine, at 100 speed, 85 power, I was able to get through it in 4 passes. At 200 speed, 95 power, 3 passes. The first one was sloppy and burnt. The second one was better. This one was completely sloppy. And then I lost the last one, which was 250 speed, 85 power, with the focus at halfway down, millimeter and a half down. I didn't actually write that one down. But you can see in the background here, this is the last one here, and somehow I didn't get that video on the Wi-Fi. The other 2 came out sloppy like this. So the 100, 200 speed are out. It's got to be at least 250 speed, and you know that's the only way to cut through this. But still, at 250 speed, 85 power, I was able to cut through this in 2 passes, where on the Ortour, over a dozen passes. So then I decided to do a picture, and I did the picture at 250 speed, 85 as well, and with the focus at 22 right on the surface. And I stopped it right in the middle of the burn because it was etching too far into the acrylic itself. So at 250, I would guess that maybe 75 would be good. So this one here, this was the second one that I burned, and I did this one at 300 speed and 85 power, and it came out perfect. Am I impressed? Yeah, I'm pretty impressed with this. I'm gonna have to run a lot more tests, but this is just my first observations, and my first observations are this is worlds above the Ortour 20 watt. There's no question about it. And if you're interested in getting one of these, they're $259. I'll put a link down below to AliExpress where I got mine from. It's $259 ship. It took about 6 days for it to get here. Everything went really well with the sale, and I highly recommend it. At this point, I highly recommend it. Now, I still have a lot of testing to do with this laser before I can wholeheartedly endorse it, but yeah, if you're just looking to do things like, you know, cut 3, 4, 5 millimeter plywood, make puzzles and things like that. For cutting and engraving, there's probably nothing better on the market. I guess at this point I would highly recommend it. But like I said, this is like starting all over for me. I've got to run all my test grids on all my different materials to get a good idea of what I'm doing. But so far I'm happy. I hope this gave you a good overview on the new so-called 80-watt laser. Really, it's 15 watts. Two 7.5-watt lasers comes out to 15 watts of optical output. So that's what you got here. 15 watts, and maybe it's 12, maybe it's 13, maybe it's 14, maybe it's 15. I don't know. I like it so far. And you probably will too. If you're looking to upgrade, I would suggest that you upgrade to this one. I hope you enjoyed the video. Thank you for watching. But M16, so I got some blueprints online at Google, whatever blueprints, and started this engraving. And now you see those big magnets, those are there to hold it in place because I'm about to do another burn on it with the powder coat. Yeah, I'm going to tell you, I've been playing with this since, I don't know, last October, September probably. And what you're seeing online, all these people that are telling you that, these exact procedures that you have to do, I'm paying attention to that. There's no exact procedure. You don't need a paintbrush. You don't need a metal business card. You don't need any of that. And a little bit of this goes a long way, by the way. So, forget about, the other guys and their tutorials. Because they are just over the top. Yeah, way over the top, if you ask me. All you gotta do is just spread this out. Very lightly. Don't get into any of the grooves. Just spread it out. And move it around. And this is just how easy it is. Now, I'm not putting any pressure on this, okay? I'm just moving the powder around in the area. Now, something like this has got a lot of lines, so it's kind of hard to see what I need to fill in and what I don't. But I'm going to do my best. I've done a couple dozen of these already, and not this particular model, but similar to this. And every one of them has come out really nice. So this one has a lot of little fine detail in it that the other ones that I've done hasn't. So this will be a good experiment for me to see how well this one comes out with these tiny little lines. And I'm hoping it comes out as good as the rest. So, and like I said, it doesn't take much powder here to do this. So use it sparingly. Sometimes you gotta rub just a little off the edge, but don't worry about that because I reclaim everything that I rub off the edge, so I'll scrape it off the cardboard when I'm finished, put it back into the thing. So I think we've got what we need. And again, like I said, there's no particular formula to doing this. Try and get an even coat, as even as you can, without, going crazy and trying to get it done. So I'm just pulling these little piles off the edge so I can reclaim them later. But when I'm done, I'll also do some reclamation as well from the project. Because the laser is only going to activate the powder that's in the grooves. So there'll be some left over when I'm done. I just want to make sure that I've got everything covered here. And it looks like I do. So I'm pretty sure that we're good to go here. So again, no using a brush and brushing it into all the grooves. We're gonna melt this stuff, folks. So it doesn't matter how you put it on; it's all gonna melt the same way. So let's get this off the laser now. And all of that's going to get reclaimed along with the rest when I'm finished. Alright, we'll put this back on. Do this part gently, and there it is right there, perfect fit. So, we're ready. I'm going to put the camera back inside, and I'll show you the burn from a bird's eye view at a much slower speed now. So we'll talk about speed and power in a minute.
For a limited time, save $8 on Powerbomb.
Alright, so I've put this back onto the CO2. You can see that I've got those really strong magnets right there. So all I did was line up those magnets with the edges, and it holds it in place. I can take it in and out. If you don't have a setup like this, you just have to make sure that you put the powder coat on while it's on the laser bed and it's secured in place and you don't move it, and you'll be good. But I use these magnets. They were awesome. I'll put a link in the description to them. If you pick them up, you're going to love them too. So here I'm running the powder coat burn, and you'll see that the results in just a minute. I've got my speed now set at 200 millimeters a second on the CO2, and I've reduced my power down to 8%. So whatever your minimum firing power is going to be on your CO2 is the number that you're going to want to use. You'll probably have to do some testing on some small pieces to get the right number, but for me it was 8%. So 200 millimeters per second, 8%. This is an 80-watt Monport CO2 laser, and you can see that it's doing the job perfectly. Those magnets really help where I can take it in and out. CO2. Well, there it is. And you can't see it real well in this light. Let me see if I can move down to a better lighting. There we go. But it did come out nice and blue. Let me see if I can get this to focus better. Look at that. No black at all. Everything is blue. I know it's hard to see with this camera, but in person, this is pretty impressive. Look at that. You can probably see it best right there with the signature. Now keep in mind that this is all very, very small. This is only 12 inches, the whole board. And I forgot to cut it out. I'm going to have to cut it out now too. But came out really nice color blue. think we'll do something that you can see the color better.
Alright, so here is the final product. Well, not the final product. I still have to clean this up a little more and, put a coat of lacquer or something on it. But this is the M16 burn. And I want you to see here just how beautiful this came out. Look at this. I mean, that is absolutely gorgeous. I wanted to get and show you this close up because you didn't really see it in the video. Now, there are some spots, like right here, where it missed for some reason. And I guess maybe that's because I didn't take my time applying it. But for the most part, you can see that almost everything is covered here. And the good part is, it's engraved in those spots. So you don't have to worry about it, looking off. You really can't see this when you look at it from a distance. But look how nice this came out. I mean, this is absolutely beautiful. Did a beautiful job here. And up at the top here, you can see, all of the text came out perfectly. I did burn the corners, because I didn't have my minimum speed set properly, so that's my mistake though. You can see where the deeper it is, the darker it is. That's one anomaly that I'm still trying to work out. The lighter engravings, like this text here and these parts here, that all looks a bright blue, but the blue gets very dark if you get a wide letter or the sides over here. And again, it on this picture, it doesn't look blue, but this is all blue. All of this is all blue. It's just a darker shade in some places. But I really think that this came out fantastic. All right, so let's get into the results. Now you've seen the etching, you've seen the application of the powder coat, and you've seen the powder coat burn. So now what happens afterward? Is this a great product? Or a lot of you are probably saying, hey, why don't I just put some transfer tape over my item and spray it with spray paint like everybody else does color fill? And you can do things that way, but you're talking about paint, and you're gonna get a color that is just. I do color fill. I've done color fill projects, but the thing is that it just doesn't come out looking right, and you have to put coat after coat after coat after coat to get it on properly. And on some things it's okay. That's how they do tombstones and other things. They go out and they put some oil-based paint and they wipe it all over it and then wipe off the excess. And that's okay. But this actually fills the groove and it makes it look so much nicer. Let me show you a couple of examples. The first one, now this is, and look at that, you can actually see the blue better in this picture on that than you could on the other one that I showed you earlier. But look at this now. Here's some durability aspects here. Now this part over here of the engraving I didn't touch. Okay, this part up in here I got my putty knife out and I started scraping at it. You can see some of the scrapes there, and this does scrape off. Now the engraving part is equal to the wood. It's raised up, so it's not indented anymore. This is all a flat surface all the way across. But you can see that it does scrape off. And over here I used the edge of the scraper, and you can see that I was able to cut right through it with the scraper. And up here I did some more scraping, and so is it permanent? It is, if you don't scratch it off. What I like about it, and another thing too, is that you have to do side-to-side scanning on this. So you have to be at 0 degrees to scan this properly. And you'll see the lines here as they scan side to side gives it the texture, the texturized look. Like what you would get from a CO2 engraving acrylic, for example. That's the exact texture that you'll get right there. And this is 3mm plywood, and it just did a fantastic job. Look how sharp all the edges are. The edges are perfectly sharp. And I think that if you just coated this with a coat of lacquer or polyurethane or whatever after you're done, it would make a really fine project.
Surfer Sweeper dry cloths grab dust and hair and lock it away. Better than a broom. Love it or your money back.
All right, so we're done with the CO2 version. Let's flip over to the diode version, and I'll show you some things that just didn't work out. With the diode laser, I used a 5.5 watt diode laser, the LC40 by Famitsu, and it did all of the same coloring, did a great job with all of the dark colors. However, when it came to the light colors, like white, you cannot get a good burn with this. The white is more of a powder.
Christ.
And
I'm not.
it's super powdery, whereas the dark colors are much denser. So it just kind of blows the white off. But you can see by this. Now this was 2,000 speed, 80 power that I ran the engraving at. And then 2,000 speed, 40 power that I ran the fill, the powder coat fill at. So I've tried all different speeds, and 38 to about 42 was where I needed to be to get a good burn on this. But you can see, I mean, it came out absolutely gorgeous, stunning. It's beautiful. You probably can't see it in the video, but it sparkles as you move it, the darker color. And I'm sure that you're not going to be able to pick this up in the video, but it's worth a shot anyway. So that's the problem that I had, was the real light colors, the real light blue, the white. The problem is that on the diode laser, what it does is it blows the powder right off. So only a tiny bit is left, and I've done everything that you can possibly imagine. And it does the same thing with the paint, interesting enough, the powdered paint. I've done everything. I've sprayed it with glue and let it dry a little bit to a tack, and then applied the powder. That didn't work. I've mixed it with just a little bit of water and filled it in.
That's cool.
That wound up staining the outside. That did work, by the way. But it wound up staining the outside of the wood, so that's no good. So if you're going to do light colors like white, for instance, or any of the powder coats that are real fine, you're better off just using transfer tape, running your design with the transfer tape on and spray painting it for the lighter colors. I have not been able to find a solution to that, and that's why I was holding off on the video. The solution was no solution at this point. Further testing is needed, and actually I was planning on launching this video sometime this summer once I've gone through all my different testing. And I've done a lot of testing over the last 5 or 6 months since I started with this project, and I've tried all different types of material on top of the engraving to see how it would come out, and the only ones that actually worked was the powder paint, the mica, and the powder coat. So that's, which really powder coat is powder paint. They do have two different names for it, but it's basically the same thing. So let's talk about the mica next. All right, so some of you are probably wondering, what about the mica? The mica, okay, I'm going to say that it works and it doesn't work. You don't get the color, you don't get the sparkle, you don't get any of that. But what you do get is you get a much, much darker burn. So no matter what color you use, and I'm looking at one now that I did in purple, and there it is. Now, when I did this first engraving, it was a very light, looked just like the wood. It was the same color as the wood, had no darkness to it. So then what I decided to do was I did another one side by side, right next to it, the same exact numbers. And on this one, I used 2,000 speed and 80% power to do the engraving. Then I went back and redid this one with the mica a second time, and then I did a second pass on the other one, and the other one still looked like the color of the wood. But this one, it was a really good blackening agent. So while you don't see the purple, okay, it looks like it's black, there is a hint of purple. You don't get any of the sparkle from the mica or anything like that, but there is a hint of purple in this burn. And it really is a really good agent to use if you want to get a dark burn on something. And it doesn't come off. So, I mean, it's a permanent process. This does not come off once you've done it. Now, I've also done this with the mica in red, green, yellow. Similar results. You don't see the real color. You see a little bit of blue. You'll see a little bit of green. You know, the different colors. But and none of this shows up on camera. So that's why I'm not pulling out the other samples. But you do get a really good darkening agent. So mica is cheap. You know, you can buy that stuff. Really, it's nothing like powder coat. Powder coat is, you know, 500 times the cost per ounce. So you can use the mica, and you can get a really superb burn. You know, with a hint of color, just a hint of color. So if that's what you're looking for, if you're just looking to darken up your burns, that would be a good solution for you. So that's it for the mica. Let's move on. All right. The moment I know that some of you have been waiting for is the reveal on the compass, and talking about the layering and how I achieved the different colors. So, of course, this is the final product. And this is 4 layers. And let's start with the bottom layer. So, bottom layer is where I did the powder coat around the outside. And you'll see down at the bottom where I screwed up the alignment. That doesn't make a difference because I wound up getting it aligned. And I just moved it around until the 2 lines on either side matched up and ran the burn again. So that doesn't matter because that's covered up. So I wasn't too worried about that. But you can see that this is the powder coat, and I used a coffee stain for the middle part to black out the middle part. So that's layer number 1. Layer number 2 goes on top of that, and here you can see where I used a pecan stain, and all I did was stain the inside part here. None of that out there has to be stained, so I just stained the inside part of layer number 2, and basically what I wanted to do was give it multicolors so that it would you could see the different layers. So then layer number 3, I took some red paint, and the powder coat and mixed them together because I wanted it to be a different color from the actual powder coat itself to sort of stand out. So again, I only had to do the middle part because the rest of it's being covered up by the last and final layer. And the last and final layer is the pecan stain all by itself and the powder coating. And now let me tell you something, a step that I missed in this, and I'm making this one as a gift, and hopefully he's not going to notice the error that I made. But before you work with wood, any wood, it doesn't matter what it is, that you're staining or finishing in any way, you always have to seal the wood before you stain it. And you use either a pre-stain or a sanding sealer. And I recommend sanding sealer because it goes on very quickly. You wipe it off, it dries very quickly, and you're ready to stain. And you won't get the different blotches like you see here. So that was the step that I missed on this, and I regret it now. But, you know, I don't think it's going to make that big of a difference. I'm about to either lacquer this or powder coat it maybe. I'm not sure if I want the lacquer showing or if I want the powder coat flat. But when you do these things right now, it's laying flat on the table with a weight on the top to keep it from melting, keep all of the layers from melting. When you do something like this, you want to make sure that your sealant looks out. So when you get your finished coat, your top coat on, you want to make sure that your top coat, the front and the back of it is out. That will seal the wood all the way around. And you got to make sure that you're getting all these grooves and everything. And that's what's going to keep it from absorbing moisture in the air. You know, if it's absorbing in moisture, drying out, absorbing moisture, drying out, eventually it's going to crack and work and everything else. So make sure that you do the final finish on both sides. You don't do it really well. And once you glue it up, you know that it's not going to warp, crack, stain, or anything like that. So that's about it. That's the whole video. Now there's going to be more to come. I'm going to take some more time. I'm going to do more testing because I want to get the diode version down. I don't want to just be able to do dark colors with the diode. I want to be able to do the light colors as well in some future projects. So I'm going to keep testing, and I probably have another month or two to go on that testing. I'm going to try everything I can imagine, and I will come up with a solution because I'm determined on this. I want to be able to get the same amount of colors on the diode laser as I can get on the CO2. And the only difference between the two is that on the CO2 I can turn off the air. On the diode, the air is integrated into the cooling fins. You know, if you turn off the air on the diode, well, then the diode's going to overheat because it needs that aluminum heat dissipator on the outside cooled by the air. So there's no way to turn off the air. If you did, you're going to ruin your diode. So that's out of the question. Definitely can't turn off the air. But I need to find some solution to this, and I will. But it's just going to take some time. So anyway, what do you think of this video? What do you think of the final compass? I hope you like it, and I hope you'll give this a try. And I'm even thinking about possibly, I bought, 15 pounds of this powder coat. I think I might put some of it up for sale on my graphics website, engravedandcutfiles.com. And I think what I'll do is one of the other guys did, a heaping teaspoon of each color for $20 delivered. So I might do something like that. I'll let you all know if I do that, because I'm not gonna. I've had this for 5 months now, 5 or 6 months. I've probably run 150 different projects on it, small projects, and I haven't even made a dent in it because when I get done I reclaim it. So I scrape it all off, put it back in the bag, and move on to the next product. And you'll be shocked at how little of this you actually use, because there's not a whole lot, unless you're doing a really deep engraving, then you might use it up. But I'm pretty sure that I'm probably going to sell some of this off because, you know, I don't think I need more than 4 or 5 ounces to last me for
Right.
the next 2 years. So look for that. That'll probably be coming soon. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed the video today as much as I enjoyed making it. So thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Hey, it's Rich, the Louisiana Hobby Guy, back with another episode today. Probably one of the most controversial things in owning a desktop laser is getting your speed and power dialed in. In this video today, I'm going to show you how to do that with 100% accuracy and not burn up all of your materials like I did when I first started. Now, there are a lot of videos out there on creating a grid and how to create a grid. However, they don't get into the details about how you should burn it and what parts of the grid you should use for what materials. So that's what we're going to cover today. Now, you have to have some experience testing different materials to get an idea of how to use a grid, which I've got. So I'm going to share that experience with you today, and hopefully it'll help you get a more consistent power scale burn so you'll know what powers and what speeds to use on your diode laser. Now, this applies just to diode lasers, so let's get started. The very first thing that we're going to do is create a grid, and after we create the grid, you're going to see how to use what we've just created. So anybody can show you how to create a grid, but I'm going to show you how to actually use it. So we're going to start by coming up here to the rectangle tool. Going to grab a rectangle. I'm going to hold shift and drag out a square, and there we have our first square, and we're going to put that on layer 1. The next thing we're going to do is create a grid. So we're going to come down here to create an array of objects. We're going to click on that, and we're going to, with the diode laser, you really 10 and 20% you'll hardly use, but let's say sometimes you will use 20%, so we'll start with this one at 20, and we'll do one for 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. So now we have 9 different ones here, and we're going to use several different powers, and you can edit this any way that you like. You can follow this tutorial and create your own, or you can download a copy of this one when I'm finished, and I'll put a link down below in the description to my website where you can download it for free. So on the rows, we're going to start, most commonly, this first row is going to be about 1,000, and we're talking about creating a grid for a vector graphic. So we're going to start off at about 1,000 speed, and then we're going to go 1,200, 1,400, 1,600, 1,800, 2,000, 25, and 3,000 speed. And we're going to say, okay. Now that we've got our grid, we're going to come over here to the text tool, select it, and start at 1,000. And then we'll go 1,200, and 1,400, 1,600, 1,800, 2,000, 2,500, and 3,000. And your speeds may vary. So now I'm going to press the escape key twice, and I'm at my selector tool. And I'm just going to move into approximately the right area. I'm just pretty much centering these on, or getting close to it. This doesn't really matter where they are. You just want them to be sort of in the right general area. Okay, so now that we've got that, we're going to select all of these, and we're going to come up here and align these along their vertical centers. And when I did that, now they're all straight up and down. So now we've got our power scale. Another thing too we're going to do is we're going to put these on the 0, 0 layer. And now at the top here, we're going to put our power scale. So we're going to come back to the selector tool, and we're going to put 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, and 100. And again, we'll just grab it, move it about to the middle. And you can speed this part up if you want. Just press the right arrow key and it'll speed up the video. And then again, what we're going to do now is drag over these, and we're going to line these along there horizontal. Alright, so here we go. We've got our grid. Now, at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to come up here. We'll move the labels up to the top. So we have 0, 0, 0, 1. Now, on the 0, 0, we're going to leave 1250 is good, and I'll show you why in a minute when we customize this. On the 0, 1 layer, we're going to make our speed 1000, this entire layer. So we're going to do 1000, and we're going to do 100%, and I'm going to explain that in a minute. For the next layer, we're going to select it. We're going to put it on the 0, 2 layer. And let's just go down and move all these to the right layer. 0, 3, 0, 4, 0, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And there we go. We've got all of our layers. We've got the first two done. We're going to come into the third one, make our speed. Now if we just move this off to the side, you'll see that our speed is going to be 1200. And we'll come to the green layer, and that is 1400. Then we'll come to the whatever color that is, and that one is 1600. And then we'll come to the orange, and that one is 1800. And then we'll come to the blue is 2000, which it already is. And number 7 is 2500, and that one's good. And number 8 is 3000, and there we go. So I'll just come back here just to check them. 12, 14, 18, 2000, 2500, and 3000. And that's good. And every one of these has to be at 100% power. Okay? Now we're good to go. However, if I preview this, you'll see everything burns the same. So that's not what we're looking to do. So now what we're going to do is separate out the powers. We're going to come across here, select this entire row, this 20% row, and we're going to come over here on the right to shape properties. And the shape, in the shape properties, we're going to power scale this to 20% of the 100. So this entire row will burn at 20%. Okay? Now we're going to do the same thing for the second row, and we're going to change it to 30%. And we're going to go across the entire graphic, going one by one, changing them to the appropriate numbers. So 40% and 50%. 60%. 70%. 80%. And this is one of the nice things about Lightburn, is this power scaling. And this one's 100%. Now, if we take a look, we'll burn left to right from 20% power, 30, 40, all the way across to 100 at this speed. And the same thing here at this speed. So now, this is good to go, or is it? Here's the thing that all newbies get stuck on. They'll take this power grid and they'll burn it onto a piece of material, whether it be wood or leather or paper or whatever it may be.
And let me tell you what, you're going to ignite paper at anything over 20 on this power scale. So you don't want to do that. So what you have to understand about creating a power scale is that you have to optimize it. So if we come over here to cuts and layers, and we're going to, let's say we're going to make some black slate coasters, okay? This is where you have to have like a little experience. So I'm going to put a list of my settings in here for the Ortur 20 watt laser in the notes section of this file. So it will open automatically when you open the file, but if you just go File, Show Notes, there's the notes section, and that's embedded in the file. I'm going to include my settings in here for you to use as a baseline for testing yours. As I said, the example is black slate. Now I know that black slate burns absolutely beautiful on my 20 watt laser at 1200 speed and 90 power. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to this 1200 speed, and that's the only one that I'm going to turn on, because that's the, or you could turn on 1200, 1400, you could even do 1000. So I'll come up here to cuts and layers, and I will activate only the outline. In fact, we could do 1000, 1200, 1400, right? But I will turn off the output on the rest of these, and you see how they grade out. So now the only thing that's going to burn is going to be these first three, because we know on slate, or I know on slate, that from about 1600 on up, you're not going to get very, very much. So it's a waste of time to have the laser go back and forth and do all of this when it's not going to come out right. But I have a baseline of 1290. I'm going to use this entire area right here, these first three, to run my test burn on the slate. And if we come up here and preview it now, you'll see this is exactly what's going to burn. We've eliminated all of that wasted time here. You're good to go for your test on slate. Now, if we were to turn these back on, and let's say that we were doing a bamboo piece of wood or a cutting board, bamboo cutting board. So I know that what's worked well for me in the past is 700 speed, 80 power per line, and 1000 speed, 80 power per fill. So what I'm going to do if I were doing bamboo, and again, you can reference the notes that I put up in here for you. For bamboo cutting board, I'm going to go from 1000 to 1400, and these are the three that I'm going to use. So again, it's going to be the same thing. I'm going to turn off everything except for the first three rows, or the first four rows in this case. And you'll get a good idea when this burns of how well it's going to come out on your project. Now, I found that for all softwoods, I'm just going to burn these first three rows. And actually, I might even turn this first row down to 700. So you can change these just by coming up in here. And, put 700 in there, and you can put 900 here, and 1000 here, and 1200 there, and just burn the first four rows. So this is completely customizable, and this will give you a good head start. Now, another product that I burn quite a bit is cork. I make a lot of cork coasters, and I sell these online in the Facebook Marketplace. And I found that my best speed is 1000 speed and about 20 to 30. So what I'm going to do is I'm only going to turn on the very first line, turn everything else off over here. The only thing that's going to burn is this very first line, because I know that cork, I'm going to scorch it when I start getting up past here. So while it's burning, I'll actually keep an eye on it, and I'll throw away one coaster on this power test. So when you burn this power scale, it's going to work somewhere in between 20, 30, 40, and that's really all you need. You can stop your laser when you see it starting to burn. And this is the thing that nobody tells you, because they tell you, here, create a power scale, have all of these turned on, and you're going to burn up a lot of material and waste a lot of time and consume a lot of the energy from your laser which isn't disposable, and it will degrade over time. So if you keep burning this 80, 90, 100% on every test burn that you do, your laser is not going to last very long. And I can tell you, if you don't have a power rating on your laser, if you look at it and it doesn't tell you what the lifetime of the laser is, it's probably going to be 20 to 30 hours. So you really don't want to waste all of that energy and kill the life of your laser. And if you're working with an Auteur, their lifetime is 10,000 hours. So, but that's at a 50% rating. So you don't want to waste the life of the laser by burning things that are totally unnecessary. Now with acrylic, for example, and I'm going to use a black or orange acrylic, they burn about the same. Well, what I'm going to do is change my power on line 1. I'm going to change my speed to 100 instead of 1000, and I'm going to put my power at 100 and say, okay, now I'll turn off everything else that's on here except for that first line. And now this first line will be 100, so it'll be 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, which probably won't do too much, but you'll start to engrave at about 60%, and 70 is, you'll get a good engraving, or somewhere in here. You're probably going to wind up somewhere in the 50 to 80% range for engraving, and I think on mine I'd be about 50 for etching, and I'd be somewhere around 90, 100 speed and 90 for cutting, and you have to be really focused to do that. So that is the secret of the power scale. And you're not going to find this anywhere else, and I don't quite understand why, because you're wasting so much material. If you were to run this power scale on leather, for example, your entire first row is going to burn all the way through. I mean, from 50% on up, it's going to burn all the way through. And you won't start getting the results that you want in this higher power range until you get up to about 2,500. Between 2,000 and 3,000 is where you're going to do your engraving on leather. If you wanted to cut it, you'd be somewhere in this range here, around 1,280, maybe 1,480 or 90, something like that. And cutting leather is a completely different thing, because all leathers are different, all diode lasers are different, and you want to definitely run a good power scale on that, because more power doesn't necessarily mean better cutting. It's the clean edges that you want. If ever you run the power scale on leather, or whenever you cut or engrave on leather, you should always use some painter's masking tape and cover the leather with that first, and then run your power scale. And this way you'll get clean cuts, no burning on the leather that you have to wash off. And then you just look for the actual sides of the cut to see which one is the cleanest. And sometimes lower power and higher speed is the cleanest cut. And there you have it. This is really a simple process. Anyone can do this.
Yo, what's up?
View the video again, and you'll see how to set this up for your test burns. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, please give it a like and subscribe, and leave a comment down below. Thank you for watching.
I don't fucking know. What do you mean camera won't focus? It's on autofocus.
Your bathroom needs Febreze small spaces. The always-on odor-fighting air freshener you set and forget. No outlets used, no batteries needed, no effort required. So your bathroom stays continuously fresh for 45 days. That's the power of Febreze small spaces.
3,200. 127,000, 4.8 million. In conclusion, thy revenue will groweth by 23%.
Hey, it's Rich, the Louisiana Hobby Guy. In today's Lightburn Workshop 201, we're going to be talking about image manipulation. And I see on a lot of other platforms that there are so many negative comments about what Lightburn can't do that it actually can. And I'm trying to do these workshops so that I can reply to those comments, because it's just people that aren't understanding how to use the software, and it really is so simple to learn. One of the biggest misconceptions is that Lightburn can't crop an image. And that's just not true. Lightburn can crop an image just like any other piece of software that's out there. With that said, let's just go ahead and get started and jump right into it. You know, I don't do the whole intro thing and all that wasted time. And we're just going to put an image here on the screen. I'm going to select it, lock it, make it larger so that we can work with it and you can see exactly what's happening. And this is just something an image that I grabbed off of Google. It's supposed to be a camera screen taking a picture, and I think it's the perfect image to work with, to do the crop with. So I'm going to show you two things as far as image cropping in this video, and I think you're going to really like the second one, so don't go anywhere. First one is just a regular crop. Second one, we're going to do something really cool. So let's go ahead and get started. We're going to grab an ellipse, hold down the shift key so that we can draw a perfect circle. We'll start from here. We'll come over to here. Then we're going to select it. You can press the escape key if you like. And we're going to move it right up to the exact circle. And if you start from one side and drag all the way over to the other side, you're going to get a perfect circle that's going to fit the item that you're looking for here. There we have it. And can I say that it's just that simple? What I'm going to do now is I'm going to select that circle right there, and I'm going to put that on a tool path. Let me make this window larger. So if we come down here to the bottom, I'm going to put it on T1, and you see that it lit up in orange, just like T1. Then I'm going to select them all, and watch this. I'm right-clicking on the image, and I'm going to say Apply Mask to Image. And there you go. It's just that easy. And there's so many people out there that say this can't be done in Lightburn. It can be done with any object. The great thing about it is, if you don't get your circle perfectly lined up, you can still manipulate it. You can click on it, you can drag it down like so, you can move it around until you've got it in the right spot. Additionally, if your image is not in the right spot, this Lightburn is non-destructive. So if we click on this, you'll see the border all the way around. That's the image. It's still there. All we have to do is drag it around, and we can manipulate it to the exact spot that we want. And I'll hit undo there. Now, once you're happy with it, all you have to do is select everything again, right-click, and come down here to Flatten Image Mask. When you do this, it does destroy the image. And what you're left
Oh
with
my God.
is just the crop. So now if I move this, I can put it anywhere I want, and it's good. I mean, we've got it. I can resize it. Everything resizes perfectly. And there we go. I mean, that's just how easy it is to do. Let's go ahead and get rid of that and start over again. Now we're going to grab this image. I'm going to drag it out. And now I'm going to show you something very cool. We have our image. And something that I like to do personally, when I do text, I like to have the text with a background to it. I don't want just solid text. I want it to be different. I want it to look different. So let's grab some text over here. Just click right in here and just type text. And there we go. We have the word. So I'm going to grab this text. I'm going to resize it. And now again, I want to emphasize that your text must be on a toolpath to do this, okay? So you can't have it on one of the other colored layers, 01, 02, whatever. It has to be on a toolpath to do this. So now we have our text. We're going to do the same exact thing that we did before. We're going to drag over it all. And I want you to notice that if I drag from the right side, I have the green drag. See this green? This will select everything just by going over it slightly. If I drag from the left side, see it's red, it will only select nothing at all unless you get the complete image in it. So the right side is for selecting. The left side selects everything. So let's go ahead and select it, right click on it. Now watch this, and this is really cool. Check that out. Now we've got the image as a background. And I know this is not a great image to use. You want something with a lot of black and whites, but we can take and grab that image. Oop, we got to select off of it. And then grab that image and move it around to exactly where we want. And
wherever you want it. I could put it like something like that, get this in here, get that in there. And of course you're going to want to use a better image. But you can see now I have this texturized background that's really awesome when you go to burn something. And again, if we come up here and select it all, right click on it and come down here to flatten image mask, it will destroy the background, and this image is now attached to your text permanently. Whatever you do here, it will be responsive. So you see how it doesn't move. Now, this is going to burn really cool. You're going to have all these different colors in here, and I really don't see anyone else doing this, which is why I wanted to do this video. Number one, I wanted to get rid of the misnomer that Lightburn can't whatever. Lightburn can't whatever. Lightburn can do everything. It's just a matter of learning the software. There's no need to have 5 different types of software. And if we grab this now and right click on it and come down here to adjust image, we can make this even better. So watch what happens if I lower the gamma some, if I lower the contrast a little bit, raise the brightness. Let's go ahead and sharpen it up. We'll drag the radius up to about 14 or 15, somewhere in there, and enhance the sharpness. And look at how cool that looks. So now if we come up here and preview it, we have some really cool looking text. And I think you're really going to enjoy playing with this feature and make some really nice stuff. So there you go. It's just that simple. And again, Lightburn can do everything if you're willing to take the time to learn it. And I plan on doing a bunch more of these workshops and just doing them quickly. So it's a quick video. It's not something you have to sit here and listen to me for 20 minutes going on and on about all these different features. These workshop tutorials are just going to be focused on one particular thing, and on this one it's image cropping and using images in background. So I hope you enjoyed this video, and I hope it helps you. Thank you for watching.
Is that any better? I took the focus off when I seen what you said.
Hey, it's Rich, the Louisiana Hobby Guy. Today's tutorial is going to be on
It resets every time I start the camera.
Y-axis rotary
Or
roller.
start
I'd like to see you
OBS.
say that 3 times.
It resets the camera.
There's
So I gotta
dozens
go
and
back
dozens
and
of
change
videos
all
on
the
YouTube
settings.
about this particular product, but not a single one takes you from start to finish and includes calibrating.
I
so
got
that
my
you get
signature
a good
finally.
feeling on your workpiece. And it was really frustrating to me when I first got
Wanna
mine,
see
and
my
I know it's frustrating
signature?
to a lot of you out there. So without further ado, we're going to just jump right into it, and I will give you all of the steps that you need to set up, calibrate, and test your wire.
See, now it won't
using Lightburn
autofocus.
software. And like I said, as of this date, July 2021, there is no other resource that has a complete step-by-step guide. So let's get started. The very first thing you're going to do, and you can find tons of videos on
I
this,
don't
is
know
go
if
ahead
I
and
can.
assemble your YRR. We're not going to get into that. It's very simple,
Flip
very straightforward.
horizontal.
I used the instructions that came
Flip
with it, and I
vertical.
had no problem whatsoever. Now that we're assuming that you have it assembled, we're going to position it on our
Figure.
bed. And what we want to do is position it directly underneath the X rail where the laser is, right below it, dead center with the laser
Nope,
itself.
nope.
You're going to need to raise
Can't
the
flip
frame of your
horizontal.
laser to accommodate for the size of the YRR, the roller accessory. In my case,
let me
I
see
just
if I can do
grabbed
it
4
here.
boxes of coffee, which raised it 140 millimeters, and I put one on each end, on each corner of the laser. Now that we have
Flip
the
vertical.
roller accessory
Nope,
centered
wrong way.
underneath our laser and straight, what we're going to do is
Flip
go ahead
horizontal.
and plug in the extension cord that came with your accessory. Now you're going to make sure that your roller accessory has the stepper motor on the left side. This is the
There.
stepper motor right here. And you're going to plug
Now
in
we
this
got it.
4-prong extension cord to that stepper motor. And at this point, you need to make sure that your laser is powered off, but do not unplug it from the wall. We want to leave that ground where it's plugged into the wall in effect. So
Yeah.
just press and
You
hold
get
the
the
power
idea.
button for 5 seconds until all the LED lights go out. Now at this point, we're going to take that accessory cable
and bring it around. We're going to come over here to the stepper motor, the Y stepper motor. It should have a label on it that says
Sorry,
Y.
I've been
And we're going to unplug it. So now this is
focusing.
unplugged. Now you're going to bring your accessory cable around that you just plugged into your rotary, and you're going to
I've been
plug it into that
fine-tuning
Y
all
cable.
morning.
So these are two separate pictures. You can see here's the
A
stepper
lot.
motor. We've unplugged it from the stepper motor and plugged it into the extension cord. And we're ready to move on to working in Lightburn. The very first thing we're
fine-tuning
going
the
to do
cuts.
is we're going to come up to the top here, edit, and we're going to come down to settings. In the settings, we're going to come up here to show rotary enable on main window, and we're going to tick that on. And we can say, okay, we're going to go into
Okay.
edit again, up at the top, and come down here to machine settings. Now this computer doesn't have it hooked up, but I did go ahead and take a picture of it that I can bring in here. That'll bring up this window. These are your machine settings. The first thing you want to do is save your settings. Before we change any settings in here, we're going to click the save button right here, because we want to save the default settings of the machine so that we can go back to using it as a regular laser later on. So we're going to click save, and we're going to call that file default laser.lbset. Just need to type in default laser and say OK. Now once we've saved,
So that's
your
going to be my
settings
signature
in
on
the machine,
everything now.
you should have a folder on your desktop where you save these settings called Lightburn. What we're going to do then is come here and turn off the soft limit. Then we're going to move to the homing cycle and also turn that off. Once these two are turned off, we're going to come down here. Now your laser needs to be on at this point. You won't get this window unless your laser
I
is
hope
on.
this
I forgot
works.
to mention that. So make sure your laser is on after you've plugged it up. At this point, we're going to click the button that says write. And you'll get a little confirmation message. You might even miss it. It says settings saved to laser. Now at this point, we're going to click save again. And this time we're going to name the file rotary settings. This way we have two different profiles. We have our default settings for using our laser normally, and we have our rotary settings. And we can easily switch back and forth between the two. This way, when you're done with the rotary tool, you simply load the default settings to revert to the standard laser functions. Once that's done, click OK. The next thing we're going to do is come back up to the edit toolbar. We're going to click edit, and we're going to go to device settings. In the device
I
settings,
learned how to
we're going to turn off, we're going to tick off auto home so that
add
this doesn't get passed through as a command.
certain fonts.
And we're going to say OK. Now we're going to come back up to the edit toolbar, and we're going to click settings this time. And this would probably
I
be
learned
off
how to add
if you've
stuff
never used
to
your rotary before.
library.
So we're going to tick on show rotary enable on the main window and click OK. Now we're going to come up to the tools menu, click tools, and come down here to rotary setup. In the rotary setup, we don't have the chuck type, we have the roller.
I
So
learned
we're
how
going to tick off enable rotary.
make
with
sure
the
you
green.
focus before you
We're
start
going to make sure the radio button for Y-axis
engraving or
is checked.
cutting.
And we're going to measure the diameter of one of the rollers. And here in roller diameter is what we need to set. If you don't have a caliper, and I suggest you get one because it's going to make all of your roller work much easier.
I learned I
Walmart's
gotta
got 'em
build
for
a
about
shelf for
$50,
my
so
coffee
does,
maker.
Lowe's, Home Depot, Harbor Freight, you can get them for, $8 or $10. You can get them just about anywhere. You can get them on Amazon. I'll put some links down in the description. For those of you who want to do this the right way, you really need to put the diameter in here. On my particular roller, it is 20.47 millimeters. Now, they do, apparently, Ortur does use different suppliers, and there
I
are
made it
different
myself
measurements
a
that people
keychain.
get here. So yours might be, 20.4, yours might be 20.6. Whatever your diameter is what you put in here. And you're only going to set this once, forever. So as long as you have this roller, you're only going to set it one time. Now we're also going to have on hand and ready an item that we're going to use to test once we have this all set up. I have an Igloo tumbler, which has about a 3-inch diameter, and I think it's 8 inches long. So I went ahead and checked the diameter with my caliper, and it's almost 3 inches. It's at 78.200. Now this particular number you will always change for whatever workpiece that you're using. So this time I'm using a tumbler, next time it might be a shot glass. The diameter is going to be different for every project that you put on here. Then this is the only number you're going to change in the future. Right now in the setup, we're changing 2 numbers, but in the future you'll only change this one. When you change this number, it will automatically fill in the circumference. Now you want to note down the circumference at this point because this is what we're going to use to make a template
Yeah.
in Lightroom. So once you've got your object diameter set, click OK. The next step that we're going to do in Lightroom is we're going to draw a rectangle. And any rectangle. I'm going to set it on the 0, 0 layer, down in the bottom left corner of the color palette. I'm going to make sure that the lock is unlocked, and in the height is where I'm going to paste my circumference. I just copied it from the last screen. And I'm going to press enter at this point. The height is my circumference. This is a template that goes all the way around the item that you're about to engrave. Think of it as a label on a bottle, for instance, and the bottle is laying down on its side. This would go all the way around the bottle and touch on both sides. Now what we're going to do is set the width of this. Now the width is the actual engraving area. So now saying that the bottle is laying on its side, this is the wrapper that goes all the way around, and this is how wide we want to make it. So if you have a tumbler that's, say, 180 millimeters tall, like mine, and you just want to engrave the top 70 millimeters, you'd set the width to 70. So we'll come up here for this example, and we'll just put in 70 and press enter. We have our circumference, and we have our engraving area. All of the artwork that we do has to be within this rectangle here. The next thing we're going to do is create an accuracy test, which some people call dialing in the machine. So we're going to come up here to our selector tool and select it, make sure all the handles are visible. We're going to press the Control and D button. You notice it turned black. It created a duplicate copy of it. Now what I'm going to do now, and I'm going to make the width of the duplicate copy 4 millimeters and press enter. So we now
Cool.
have a 4 millimeter stripe rectangle in here inside our work area. The work area is the label. This is something we're going to be using for testing purposes. Now I'm going to make sure my selector is enabled.
You need to build a
I'm going
shelf
to
up here.
select the outside circle. I'm going to come down to the bottom right, and I'm going to put this on the color palette T1. The T1 palette is a toolpath. It will not burn, but it will still frame. And I'm going to leave this one on the 0, 0, which will output, and it will burn. That's going to allow us to
Where
dial in the rotary. Now what I'm going to do is position this on our workbench. Now we know that our YRR is somewhere over here. It's in the middle of the workbench, correct? So I'm going to press Control and the letter A, which will select all of these. Now I'm going to come up here to X pose and Y pose. X position, Y position. Now we know the X position of this workbed is 400 millimeters. So to get to the center, we're going to type in 200 millimeters, half of the 400. We also know that the Y position is 430. We have a 400 by 430 work plane. So I'm going to type in 215 in this box and press enter. And now this is located directly in the center of our workbed. Our rotary is positioned right here. And the next thing we're going to do is prepare the item. And like I said, I have an Igloo. This is an Igloo tumbler. It's about 3 inches wide. And I'm going to put painter's tape all the way around it to protect it so that I don't ruin it by marking the first engraving to dial in the laser. So now we've already raised the frame on our laser. It's all set to go. I'm going to hit the fire button and just position it direct, make sure that it's perfectly centered on the tumbler, right in the middle of the tumbler. I'm going to drop my tumbler on top of here. I'm going to position my laser so that it's perfectly centered. And I'm going to adjust my focus, obviously. Then I'm going to click frame. It's going to spin the tumbler 360 degrees, and then it's going to come back to the starting point. At this point, we're ready to set our cuts and layers, and I'm going to come up here. If I right-click on this, you'll see it flash right here. This is what's going to burn. So I'm going to double-click this, I'm going to set my speed, but this is good just the way it is, at 850% power. And I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to come over to the laser, frame it one more time, and then I'm going to hit start. This little 4mm rectangle should burn all the way around the tumbler until it comes to the other side. And this is what it looks like here. So this is the beginning, both the beginning and the end of my burn. If for some reason yours doesn't come out this way, then you need to measure the distance between the two ends. If they're short, and let's say one landed here and one landed here, then we need to go back into the roller setup and fix that. We're going to click Tools, Rotary Setup, and what we're going to change in here is millimeters per rotation. Coming back to the cup, and let me move this out of the way so we get a better
Is
idea.
that better?
So we come back to the cup, and let's say your line winds up here, and the other line winds up here, and there's nothing in between. What you're going to do is measure from this line to this line, and we're going to add that measurement. Let's say it's 10 millimeters. We're going to come here to millimeters per rotation,
How's
and
that?
we're going
Now
to
you can
increase
see
this
what I'm
number
doing.
by 10 millimeters. If your
Forgot it was
lines
open.
overlap, so let's say that you have a line here like I have and a line here, and you see the lines in between, that means it went too far. We're going to measure between this line and this line again, and we're going to decrease this number millimeters per rotation, and then run the burn again in another spot. It should only take one try, maybe two. Mine was perfect on the first try, but not everybody has that luck. You'll see in some of the other videos that you've probably watched already. So this is the only time that you're going to set millimeters per rotation, just in the setup. If you get a clean burn like I did where the two lines met, then you wouldn't change this number at all. This number was set at 20 in the Lightburn software. My actual measurement was 20.04, just a half a millimeter off. It was just a fraction off, and I reset it to 20.04. So that's it for the settings. How do you draw a graphic? At this point, we can take and delete this rectangle because it's of no use to us anymore. We've already calibrated our roller. So now it's time to create a design. You know, you can create any design that you make, it doesn't matter what it is. I'm going to bring in a fish, I guess, and what I'm going to do here is come up to rotate. I'm going to type in here minus 90 degrees. I'm going to shrink it down so that it fits within this box, because this is our working area, so it has to fit inside here. I'm going to hold down Shift and click the box around it so that everything's selected, or you could do Control A. I'm going to come up here to the bullseye, and I'm going to bullseye that, put it right in the middle, like so. And again, imagine this as a bottle laying on its side, and this is the label. Now, any text that you put in here, so let's say I did gone, you'd have to do the same thing to it. You'd have to come up to rotate, put in minus 90, and go ahead and put that in your graphic. And again, we did fishing, we select it,
Library.
Here, 90, turn it, select both of those, and put it on an actual burn laser. So now it's
Library.
ready to burn. And this is exactly how it's going to burn
No, Violet.
on the laser. I know it looks kind of strange, you know, why don't we just keep it the other way?
Say library.
This is the y-axis. So when the rollers move, they're going to move,
Hey!
you know,
Let 'em
in
eat.
this direction, and it's going to spin your cup in the opposite direction. So it takes a little getting used to doing
Violet
something like
one.
this, but
Stole.
this is it. This is all you have to do. And you can just go ahead and save this as a
Pour me
template, a
some
Lightburn
coffee
template.
and then
And then
shut
all
it
you
off.
do the next time you come in is click on the rectangle, adjust, get your circumference, you know, from your item. You measure your item, you go into
Careful
your
with
tools,
that piece of
rotary
wood.
setup,
It's not.
you put in your
attached.
diameter. So let's say this next item that I'm doing is 24 millimeters. You see how the
Right.
circumference changes? Watch, I'll type the 4. It now changed to 75. That's all you have to do. And then we just go ahead and
Copy that. Say OK. Click the rectangle. Change the height by pasting in the new circumference. And then, of course, you have to change the width and make sure that this is unlocked. And let's say the new width is 35, something like that. Maybe we have a shot glass or whatever.
The boys
That's
up.
all you have to do is change those two.
Yeah.
Tools. Once you've done setting
house
up,
was a mess when I
tools,
came home.
rotary setup, change the object diameter.
Because
Copy the circumference, say OK,
They
paste the
didn't watch
circumference
the
into
dog.
the height.
of
and
course
you're done.
not.
There's one more
There
thing
was
that I
toilet
want
paper
to
Of
mention.
course, the fucking
And
bathroom
that
was left
is
open.
not all control boards are compatible
That's fucking sassy.
with the rotary, and you would think that O'Toole would have this
Is it all cleaned up?
addressed, but
'Cause
they
your
don't.
mother's about to
Now,
come home.
The testing that I did was on a 7 watt, a 15 watt, and a 20
So you better
watt.
make sure the house is clean.
20 watt machine would not work under these settings. So go to Tools.
Tell
and
Joshua
Rotary
I
Setup,
told him to
and in
clean his
here,
fucking
all you
room
have to
or I'm
do
taking
is
everything
disable,
apart.
Enable rotary.
Go
If
ahead,
these
take
settings
one
don't
for the
work
road.
for you, and just go ahead and set your millimeters per rotation at 20. That's all you have to do, and say OK. And this is only if these instructions that I've just given you don't work. So if you do this, and then you come back and you try and set the millimeters per rotation and nothing happens, then just go ahead and turn off
What
enable
the
rotary.
fuck is that?
At this point, your laser will just use the rotary tool as the y-axis. And we've already gone up in here and set the measurements in here with the height as the circumference. And actually, you know, any machine you could do this. You could turn off the rotary and just use the height measurement. And Lightburn will pass it through to your control board. It'll work just fine. But there are some machines it works on and some it doesn't. Again, it's another quality control issue from these machines that are built in China. I hope this helped you out. I really had a hard time finding this information. I couldn't find the information anywhere, and I had to spend a couple of hours just going step by step, changing things myself until I finally figured it out. And it's really not hard to do if you know the steps. It would be really great if O'Toole would actually include a step-by-step tutorial with their hardware to show you how to set it up in the software, but they don't. So I hope you liked this video. If you did, give it a thumbs up and subscribe. Thank you for watching.
I got this
Hey,
board
it's Rich, the
to
Louisiana
cut
Hobby
in
Guy.
2 passes.
Today we're going to be talking about
That's what I've
probably
been working
one
on
of
all
the first
morning.
videos I should have ever made.
Uh-oh. Yes, I'm still watching it. Fuck.
Talking about Lightburn training, because all of a sudden I've gotten a rash of questions on this particular topic, positioning your work on the workbed, and how do you, absolute positions and use origin and all this kind of stuff. So we're going to address that today, and I'm going to make it simple. I'm going to make it real simple in a way that you can understand, so that you'll never have a question as to how to set up your
Hello,
your
I'm
work
talking
on
to
the
you.
workbed again. And like I said, this probably should have been one of the very first videos that I ever made for Lightburn training. But before we get into that, I want to ask you guys a favor, and here it is. This is my new Instagram account, and I'm feeling kind of lonely over there. Now, somebody told me that, you can get a lot of followers and you can help out your subscribers by posting, behind the scenes pictures and videos on Instagram. And you got to be on the IG in order to do well on YouTube. So I finally broke down. I don't really like to be on here because, with my lowly little 6 posts, 8 followers, and few people that I'm following so far, I've made a couple of comments, and you get some really nasty comments in return. But, you guys are not going to make nasty comments. So I'm going to ask you a favor today. I do all of these video trainings for you, and I just want, if you have an Instagram account, come keep me company over here. Take a minute after the video and jump on your phone, go to find Louisiana Hobby Guy on Instagram, and follow me there. Make a couple of comments, and keep me from feeling so lonely with no subscribers. So yeah, there's my pitch for today. Now let's get into the video, and I'm going to apologize in advance. I'm like on, I don't know what, the 9th day of COVIDmas or something like that. So my voice kind of is coming and going, and I still have a little bit
What
of
the
a
fuck are you
a
talking
fever,
about?
going on, but nothing's going to keep me from the shop and from making videos, what I love to do. So I'm out here today, and I wanted to, now I've got, let me preface this, and I know a lot of you probably hate all these long-winded things, but I think it's important, and I want to share
You might as
it
well
with you.
eat that one too.
I had an elderly gentleman about 2 months ago that messaged me on Facebook and asked me if I could help him get his laser set up. Now, he's been in the laser business for 15 years, and he makes some really outstanding artwork on lasers. But his $25,000 laser broke down, and a CO2, and he bought a diode laser, and he couldn't get it to work. So I said, no problem, I helped him out, and then I got everything working for him via remote control. And last 2 weeks ago, he messaged me again, and he said, everything's working great, I'm doing my artwork, I'm burning he burns his artwork onto slate coasters, one by one. Takes about 90 minutes or more to design one coaster, and I taught him how to do that with the node editing, and he was very grateful for that. And so he takes anywhere from 60 to 90 or even more time designing one coaster, and then he burns the one coaster, and then he goes back to designing the next one. Well, his problem was he could never get the coaster to burn in the same place twice. So, the same exact place twice. And, the very first thing that I do when I buy anything, doesn't matter what it is, whether it's Lightburn software or a microwave or a new car, the very first thing that I do is I take out the owner's manual and I read through it, and I study it, and I learn what it is that I bought. And that is the very first thing that you should do with Lightburn, because Lightburn has this great documentation. And I've even thought about changing the name of this channel to F1. And the reason why? Well, if you pass your mouse over any of these icons or anything that you see on the screen here and hit that F1 button, you get the most fabulous documentation you could ever possibly imagine that pops up, and you can read step by step how to use that particular function. And I know everybody says, I'm a Lightburn guru and all this kind of stuff, and none of that is true. What I do is, every new thing that I do, I read the manual, so it all comes from Jason, the person that designed this software. And everything that I teach you, I'm just teaching you a fraction of what you probably should know. Just teaching you how I use the software, that's all. So getting back to the elderly gentleman, 2 weeks ago he said, I'd like to get everything, so I could just drop the tile on it and start after I design it. And I said, well, sure, that's no problem. Run down to the hardware store, get yourself a little square, a framing square, maybe a foot by a foot, and some double-sided tape, and I'll call you in 2 hours. So 2 hours later, I called him, I took control of his computer, and I burned a 1 foot by 1 foot L-shaped line on his workbed, on his wasteboard. And I said, now take the double-sided tape, put it on the back of that framing square, and go ahead and lay that down on the board and get it exactly on that line, which he did. And then I went ahead and I set up his computer to use Origin and showed him what I was doing, how I was doing it, and it'll probably never have to change. So a couple of days later, he wrote me an email and he said, "Oh, this is just so absolutely fantastic. You know, I wish I would have known this before. I would have saved hours and hours of time." Well, I just assume that people know this stuff. The things that I don't teach in these videos are things that I just assume that everybody knows. And wouldn't you know, have you heard the old saying, you know, when it rains it pours? Well, that was the case here too. Because in this last 2 weeks, I've probably gotten maybe 10 messages on Messenger and just a whole bunch, 15, 20 or more emails from people asking me about positioning their work and why it's not working for them. So, after all that long diatribe, let's just get into it and let me show you how I do it and how you can do it too and be precise every single time. So, people ask me about coordinates and why if you look over here, why I am always in absolute coordinates. And there's a reason for it, is because I like to, maybe it's an OCD thing, I don't know, but when I put this right here in the middle of this square, this particular piece right here, I want it to burn in the middle of that square. So it's just a thing for me, you know, absolute coordinates. And this is the way that I use it. Absolute coordinates means that these numbers across the top, from 0 to 400 on my laser, and on the side, from 0 to 400, wherever you put it, and you tell the laser to go, if I say go to 200, 200, I know it's going to be exactly right there in the middle. And that's what absolute coordinates are. So, now we know what absolute coordinates are. And let me show you. And it's easier, I think, show and tell is easier than anything else. So, I've disconnected the laser camera, and I've put on my webcam instead. So I'm going to bring the webcam out over here and make it a little bigger so that you can see what I'm talking about. Now, the very first thing you should always do is home your machine, you know, when you start. And I know it homes by itself when you first start it up. But after you're working for a while, and usually before every job that I do, I'm going to rehome the machine just so that I know. Or at the very least, I'm going to come over here to the move cam. I'm going to click get position and make sure that these numbers, X and Y, are 0 and 0. That way I know that it's perfectly home and that it's going to match up with my grid that's on my workbed here. So, let me show you on laser. I'm in absolute coordinates right here. What that means, I am at 200 on the Y, and I'm at 200 on the X. So if I follow this across, let me select this so that you can see it. See that dot is dead smack center in the 200, 200. So if I were to come and say, frame this job right now with my framing button, my laser will come over and frame a perfect job exactly at 200 and 200. And if I were to take this and move it off over to the center of this square over here and hit frame, it will frame exactly in the middle of that square over there. That's absolute coordinates. It's really exactly what it says, absolute coordinates. Okay, so that's number one. Now, the reason I like that is because I know that everything is perfectly set up, and I always use a grid on my screen, and that way I can make sure I can just drop, like if these were coasters, I could drop these in here, I could duplicate this and put it in all 6 of these squares and know that it's going to happen perfectly. Okay? So let's move on to the next one. Let's go to user origin. And there's not much of a difference between, let me say one other thing. Now, you notice in absolute coordinates, there is no job origin. Okay? It's grayed out. You can't use it. And let's come down here and just, I see people talking on discussion boards and other platforms, and they talk about this red dot down here. The red dot, let me move this over just a little bit. The red dot down there is your machine origin, okay? Has nothing to do with anything that you're going to do, okay? So you may have a CO2, you may have the top right, top left. This is just how Lightburn communicates with your device. Forget about that red dot. Red dot is meaningless. The green dot is your job origin, and that's really what we're talking about today, is job origin. So as long as you've set up your machine when you first got it with the proper origin for that red dot, and Lightburn is pretty much going to set up those machines automatically. You never have to think about that. Okay? So let's forget about that red dot. And let's concentrate on the green one instead. So now if I go to user origin, I want you to notice that that green dot has disappeared from the bottom left corner. It has moved directly to the center of my user piece here. And let me just put it in the bottom left corner so you can see it. Now you can see the green dot? Okay, so that's the user origin. I'm going to put it back in the middle for a second. And well, I may as well move this over to the middle here, because you'll have a better view on the camera here what's happening. So now I've got user origin set, and I've got it set to the middle. All right. What I'm going to do is come to the Move tab, and actually I'm going to come over here to the Get Laser Position, and I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to move the laser directly to this dot. I'm going to click on this dot in the middle, and that's going to move my laser directly to the middle, to exactly 200 and 200, okay? And this is my job origin here. So on the Move tab, I'm going to say Get Position. It says 200, 200, and I'm going to click Set Origin, and that's done, okay? So now we have our origin, our user origin is now set to the middle. And Lightburn knows it because we've verified it here, 200 and 200, and we've set the origin. So if I were to frame now, you'll see that it'll make a perfect frame in that 200 and 200 position, directly center of the workbench. Now, here's where I think people get confused, is there are 9 different user origin positions that you can set independently without going back to the Move tab. So if I were to click the bottom left, user origin, down here, keep in mind that what we're looking at here, the top is the bottom, so it's reversed. So it's going to frame out from the middle up this way if I hit frame. You see how that works? So it's framing from the middle out. If I were to hit bottom right over here in user origin and hit frame, it's going to do top left like that. So if we had, let's say we had a 12-inch square piece here, we wanted to do this 4 times. Well, we would first start here, and we would hit the start button. I'm just doing frame right now, just as an example. And that would do the top left corner of that 12-inch piece. Then I'd come over here and click this corner and hit frame, and it would do that corner of that 12-inch piece, and so on. And then if I click this one, it will do the bottom right side. And then just because we've done all 3 of them, we may as well do all 4. It'll do the bottom left side. And that's what all of these dots are here. So, and it also works from out to the left, to the side. So if we were to do the side, it would do center side. But typically you're going to be using this center right here. So using the center, it's always going to frame exactly in the center. And now that we have the origin set, the user origin set, none of these coordinates
and none of these little squares that you see all over the screen matter anymore. So they're all just there for decoration. If I were to take this and move it anywhere, it doesn't matter where it is, and hit frame, it's still going to frame in that same exact spot every single time. So now getting back to the elderly gentleman, so that's the way I set his up, was something like this, and this way it would frame right on that L-shaped burn that I made in his workbed every single time. And no matter where he designed, and he designs off the workbed, this way he could zoom in, and he has a nice clean, palette to work on. And then he puts his coaster in the spot where the framing square is, and he just hits start, and it goes to work, and it burns the perfect coaster for him. So there's not much of a difference, or at least I don't know what the difference is between user origin and current position. They both do about the same thing. So, and I never really took the time to find out exactly what the difference is between the two. But I don't think that you'll ever be using, if you use one or you use the other, they both work exactly the same way, user origin and current position. So the only two that I use are user origin and absolute coordinates. So if I were to take this and bring it over to, let's say some odd position like right there, and hit frame, you'll see that it'll frame in that odd position. And this is just the way that I like to do it. I mean, I like to work off of this grid right here using absolute coordinates. You can use whatever you want. But like I said, so now the elderly gentleman, you're probably wondering, well, what happens now that you shut down the computer and you shut down the machine and so on? Well, it's pretty simple. When you come back online, so let's just say that this corner right here is where the corner of his framing square is. Well, all he has to do is take and grab the move, come over to the corner like so, come to the move tab, fire the laser, and dial this in right exactly to the corner of where he's got that framing square. And then he just clicks get position and set origin while he's in user origin right here. And that's it, he's done. So he picks the corner again, and he knows to do all this because I showed it to him. So he comes to user origin, he picks that corner the way we had set it up, comes to the move tab, moves the laser head, jogs the laser head using the arrow keys here, fires the laser, makes sure that he gets it to exactly in that corner and clicks set origin, and that's it. So, none of this is a mystery. It's all in the documentation. Everything is. The F1 key is your friend. If you have a question about something, pass your mouse over the icon or the function and hit that F1 key, and that'll bring up in a internet browser tab all of the information for that particular function. So what I teach you is just the things that I've learned by hitting that F1 key and how I use my lasers. And I had a guy on one of the other forums that wrote a post, and he said, boy, I'm glad I bought this piece of junk off of Amazon. I'm going to be sending it back because it doesn't work. Well, you know what? I don't think I've ever seen one that just doesn't work. So I answered him and I said, well, what doesn't work? And he said, well, it's going off into these negative hundreds and thousands of coordinates and all of this crazy stuff. And I said, well, did you read the documentation? And I sent him a link to
to fix the problem that he was having right then and there. And then he answered me the next day and said, "Oh, well, that fixed the problem." I said, "Yeah, it's all user error. So all you have to do is, all I did was go to the function and click the F1 key, and I copied that URL and pasted it in this reply for you to go and read. You could have done this yourself just by hitting that F1 key, reading the documentation." I'm sure Jason, the developer, the owner of Lightburn, gets a kick out of watching my videos because, just because everything that I do works doesn't mean that it's the right way to do it. It's the right way that I do it. It's the way that I get results. But it may not necessarily be doing it by the book, which I guess I don't do everything by the book, but I know how the functions work, and I know how they work for me. And that's what I pass on to you, is pretty much how all of the functions work and how I get Lightburn to work with my lasers and do exactly what I need it to do. So with that said, I'm going to end this longer than it should have been video. And I thank you for watching, and I want everybody to have a great, fabulous new year. I'll be so glad to get out of 2021 and into 2022, but I guess I said that about 2019, getting into 2020 and getting into 2021, and well, I hope soon all of this craziness ends. And hey, if you're going out drinking, take a cab home or do it at home. But have yourself a great new year. I'll see you on the other side.
The Salvation Army Thrift Store. We're not for profit. We're for making big moves. Every time you donate, you help the people in your community.
Different ones, sometimes 4 or 5, so I can find out which works the best on this particular material. And yeah, you're going to burn up a whole piece, a whole piece of 8 by 12, for instance, what I'm using here, basswood. I'll burn up the whole piece doing this. But, what is that? 50 cents? It's not a big deal. It's just the time that it takes to do it and the effort. And if you want to stop being that person on Facebook that says, "What's your speed and power?" I mean, come on. Nobody can tell you what your speed and power is going to be. That's something that you have to invest into the hobby. You have to invest your time into the hobby and a little bit of material. And if you do this, I promise you that you can get superb results on whatever it is that you decide to do. Any piece that you want to do, whether it's engraving the back of a mirror, whether it's the Norton white tile method, whether it's engraving wood or acrylic or any other material, leather, cardboard, doesn't matter what it is. You can get the best engravings and cuts if you just take a little bit of time and learn how to use this universal test card. And I know my tutorials get a little lengthy, and as always, but I guess you're all used to that by now. And the reason that it's lengthy is because I want to try and explain all of these things the best that I can, and I could never verbalize that in just one go. It takes me 2 or 3 goes to do it. So that's the reason why this always takes so long. But I hope the summary helped you out here, because the one thing that we all want to do is we want to create works of art. And we don't just want to create something that just because, hey, look, I burned this on a piece of wood and it looks like crap, to be honest. And a lot of them do look that way. You don't want yours looking that way. So don't do it. Download my universal test card, run all of these tests on all the different materials, come over onto my forum and get it. And then after you've gotten it, and after you've run your tests, and after you've made your first masterpiece, come over to the section of the forum that says show off your work and show it to me, because I'd love to see it. And I'd love to know that you went from just basic engraving to artwork because you watched this video. So, as always, I thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Hey, it's Rich, the Louisiana Hobby Guy. Do you want to become a vector graphics artist? And I mean, become an artist with no talent like me. I've literally created thousands of vector graphics, high quality graphics for all types of projects on my laser and my print and cut. And I got to tell you that I used to rely on programs like Corel Draw and Corel Zara and things like that until I discovered Lightburn. Lightburn is a powerful, powerful graphics design tool. And today I'm going to show you how you can become a graphics designer with no talent whatsoever. So let's get started. And you see here, these are some of my Christmas decorations, my tree hangings. I do a lot of these at Christmas time. I batch these 8 at a time on 200 by 300 millimeter birch, and they come out really superb actually. And if you look in here, these are all drawings, and I didn't draw them. I mean, they're mine. I made them, but I didn't draw them. So let me show you how I did that. So I'm going to get rid of these for a minute, and we're just going to bring in one. Now, let's say you went on the internet and you saw something like this, and you said, oh, I want to make that. Well, you can make it in Lightburn. All you have to do, and I'm not saying that you copy anyone's work, okay? And we're not going to copy someone else's work. Now, this is my work, and I'm going to show you how I did it, but it was originally someone else's, and it was very similar to this, but not the same. And that's the key. Make something similar, but not exactly the same. This is how we do it. I took a picture or a screenshot, brought it into Lightburn, and I copied it. Now, we're going to pretend this is an actual picture, although it's not. But this is a graphic, so you can bring someone else's graphic in, for example. Now, what we want to do is duplicate this. And how do we go about doing that? It's very simple. We're going to start out with the basic shapes, and the basic shapes are the circle and the rectangle. So let's go ahead and grab the circle. And if we start at this side of the shape and end at this side of the shape, we'll get something about the same size or so. And I'm going to hold down Shift, I'm going to left click, and I'm going to drag this out to the opposite side. I'm going to come up here to my selector tool, or press the escape key. I'm going to grab this, and you see it's about approximately the same size. So I'm going to bring this over to here, and there's our circle. So now what we do next is we want to have the inner circle as well. So we're going to select it. We're going to come over here to offset shapes.
What are you doing?
Going to click the offset, and we're going to move the arrow key over here up or down until we get, and actually what we want to do is make sure we're going inward so that we maintain the same size. We're going to click the arrow key until we get to the point where I'm going to keep clicking until it looks about the same, and that's pretty close. I'm going to say OK. So now we have our two circles. So next what we want to do is get this piece right here with the curved sides. We want the rectangle with the curved sides. And yeah, you can take the line tool and you can trace it out, and that's actually pretty easy to do. That's one of the ways you can do it. You can start here, click there, click here, click there, click there, click there, click there, come back across to here, click, 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 and click. And then once you're done, to get rid of the line, you right click, select it, and drag it off. And there we have it. And that, that's an easy way to do it, is by using the line tool. Now notice with the line tool, it's not
Why do you gotta go to
perfectly
Hoover?
straight. And you could always come in here, and you can go to Tools, and you can come down here to Edit Nodes, pass your mouse over here and press the S key, and just smooth it out a little bit.
one way or the other. But we're not going to do that today. What we're going to do is we're just going to take a rectangle. We're going to put it about the same level as this one. Drag down to about this level here. Come straight across like so. Come over here to the selector key or press escape.
Ha 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 ha.
Drag it out so that it just covers that line.
Why do you
Drag it
gotta
out
drive
this way
me
so that it
over?
covers that line. And now it looks to be about the same size. And one thing we can do is we can check it like that, and yeah, it is. So that's good. We'll actually put it right there and then use our arrow key to get it back over to here. And now it's overlapping the inner shape. So we'll go ahead and click on the inner shape, and we'll hold the shift key. We'll click on the rectangle, and you can tell that they're selected because you see all the little marching ants running around in a circle. And at this point, we're going to come up here and we're going to use the Boolean Assistant. Right here, Tools, Boolean Assistant. Now this will give you a preview of what you want. That's not what we want. That is right there. That's exactly what we want. So we're going to go ahead and click that. Say OK. And then we're going to drag this off. So now we have our piece. It's an exact match to that one. We're going to come back
What
over
the
here and
fuck?
recreate our inner circle
You're making no
by
sense.
coming back over here to the offset shapes.
I have to drive you
Clicking on
Hoover. I
that,
have no
and it's already
motivation
set from the
for
last
this.
time. So all we have to
today.
do is say OK. So now the
TF,
next question is,
are you
how do we
looking for
get this
LOL?
shape up here and
Dying
this shape down
LOL
here?
need
Well, we're
caffeine.
just going to draw another rectangle.
make no
so I'm going to
fucking
take the
sense.
rectangle, and I'm going to start from here because this is the level that we want to cut. I'm going to come across like that all the way to there, and that's approximately what we need. And then I'm just going to slide this over here with using my right arrow key, and I'm going to press down the control key, and I'm going to shrink it a little bit until I have the exact size. Now I'm going to hold control and move this very slowly, and that is about the exact size that I need right there. So now, again, we're going to do the same thing that we did earlier. We're going to click on the rectangle, click on the circle while holding the shift key, and we're going to come back to the Boolean Assistant one more time. Tools, Boolean Assistant. We'll move it out of the way, and we'll find what we need. It's not that one. It's not that one. It's not that one, so it's got to be that one. So we're going to click on that and say OK. Now we have our cutouts. And at this point, we can click on the cutouts and ungroup them so that we have two separate cutouts. And this is going to be important for later. We can also take this and move this back into place so that we have the same thing that we have there. So now I'll just press control and just move it just a hair up so that it's perfect, and there it's perfect. So now you see we have an exact copy of what we have over here, but this is our own design. It's not really an exact copy. It's close, but it's not an exact copy. The next thing we're going to do, we're going to grab a window from Google. I'm going to bring this in here. And what I did here was I searched for pine tree. Then I searched for clip art. And then when I scrolled down in here, I found the one that I wanted, which is the one that you see on the right. Sometimes it takes a little bit of scrolling, but eventually you're going to find the one that you want. And I clicked on it, and I'm just going to go copy image. And I can close that. Now, in Lightburn, I'm going to right click, and I'm going to say paste. So there's our image. So now we have our tree. So now with the image selected, I'm going to right click on it again, and I'm going to come down here to trace image. And I'm just going to say, okay, Lightburn does a good job of tracing images. I'm going to drag that trace off. I'm going to click on the original image and hit the delete key. Now, this is not exactly what I was looking for because it's got this piece down here. So I'm going to come up here, and I'm going to ungroup this selection. I'm going to click off of it, and then click on this piece right here and delete it. Now I have exactly what I want. At this point, I can click on this, shrink it down to about the size that I want. Now, I'm going to think that that's pretty close. Right there is about what I'm looking for. So we have our first tree. Now we're going to hit Control plus D, and that duplicates what I just did, graphic I just made. I'm going to bring this one over to here, and I'm going to shrink this one down to about what I need for the other tree. And that's going to be my right side tree. Then I'm going to hit Control and D one more time to duplicate it, bring it over to this tree, and I'm going to shrink this one down to the size that I need over here, approximately. So there's my 3 trees. Do you see how easy this is? This is really simple once you know how. So at this point, I'm going to put these in place. I'm going to drag this one over to here, like that. I'm going to drag this one over to here, and now I'm going to use my control key and my arrow key just to move it very slightly, like that, just so that they touch. I'm going to bring my 3rd one in and use my control key again and my arrow keys, and I'm going to bring this one in until it touches like so. So now I've got my 3 trees and I've got my semicircle. So I'm going to click on the semicircle. I'm going to press shift, click on this first tree, and then I'm going to click on the semicircle. And I'm going to come up here again, come to the Boolean Assistant. We can't do these all 3 at one time. And we're going to look and see what it is that we're looking for. And there it is right there. So we're going to say that. It's easier to use the Boolean Assistant. So now with this selected, we're going to select the second tree. So we're going to select the second tree, select the semicircle.
There's a
do the same
delay.
exact thing again. Come to the Boolean Assistant
Oh my god.
and click on the Be My
I
Assistant
say something
say
and then
okay. So now with these two
fucking
selected,
40 seconds later,
I'm going
you
to press
type
shift
the
again.
answer.
Select my 3rd tree.
It works
and this
both
time
ways,
I'm
you
going to
know.
do A minus B and say OK. And you get a preview so you know which one it is. So now we've got our 3 trees. I messed that up just a little bit.
I wonder if
Normally I
there's
would
a
back up
setting.
and redo that, but I'm not going to worry about it. This is just for demonstration purposes. So now you see we've got our 3 trees. So now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to bring in
delay
Google
setting.
again, and we're going to search for a bow tie. And I searched
Stream.
bow tie,
Ignore
clip art, and
streaming.
vector graphics, and I found one that I liked right here. So I'm going to copy that image. I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to come in here and paste it. And there's our bow tie.
Output.
And it looks pretty similar to what we have there.
Replay
So again, I'm going
buffer.
to right click on it, come down to trace image. I'm going to say OK, drag it
Streaming.
off, click on the original and delete it. And now I'll bring this up and bring it down to about the same size or so. Bring it over here. And what I'm going to do is snap it into the middle like that. And then with my control key held and pressing my arrow key, I'm going to move it up to what I think is the right spot, which is right about there. So now it's still selected.
Stream
I'm going to
delay,
click the ungroup
enable.
up here at the top, and we've ungrouped it, and now I'm going to click off of it. At this point,
Should
I
I
can
put
click on the
0?
inner circle, press the control key
1
to
second.
restrain it, bring the inner circle down to about the size that I want. And then what
Apply.
I'm going to do is click on this inner one, just the inner one. I'm going to delete it, and then I'll click on this one and delete that
Let's see
one.
what that
and look
does.
what we've got. Something very,
I
very
might have to
similar.
restart
now, I
the
think what
stream,
I'll
though.
do is I'll have the center attached by moving it down just a hair, like so. And now the center is attached. With this one selected,
Okay.
I'm going to press Shift,
Stop.
select the outer circle only, come back to the Boolean Assistant one more time until we see the desired effect, which is union. And we're going to click on that and say OK. Here we can go ahead and group these. So now, you see how it's looking very, very similar? Now, I can do one of 2 things here to get these circles. I can use the line tool, and I can just click my way all the way around this one. Or I can just select this one. I'll ungroup that. I'll just select this one. I'm going to press Ctrl D to duplicate it. And my zoom is scrolling in and out. To move the work plane, I'm holding the center mouse button down and dragging it around. So now that I've duplicated that, I'll use my right arrow key and bring it over to here. I'm going to hold Control for really small spacing, get it right about where I want it. And now I'm going to hit Control D one more time to duplicate that one and come up here to the top to mirror it. So I'm going to mirror and hold my left arrow key this time. Now I'm holding Control again until I get it right about where I want it, which is right there. And you see how easy this is, folks? You can copy anything.
Oh, fuck
so now
off.
the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to bring Google back again. Google is our friend sometimes. And I'm going to put in here Snowflake.
Group.
And we're going to search Snowflake. I'm going to do clip art. And I'm going to I'm just going to scoot this over a little bit and find something similar to that. And I think this one looks pretty good right here. So we're just going to right click on the image, copy, get rid of Google, right click on the screen here, paste it,
Group.
and what we're going to do here is right click on this image and trace, and say OK. So now we have our trace. Drag it off, click on the image and delete it, and let's just take a look and see what we want, what we don't want. See, I don't want these in the middle. So I'm going to come up here to the top, and I'm going to ungroup, and I'm going to get rid of these little guys right here. If I drag from the bottom right to the top left, it'll select all of those just by touching them. So we're going to get rid of those. Now there is a little small circle in the middle, so if we really wanted to duplicate this, we could come here, hold shift, draw out our little circle,
God damn it.
press escape, and
Here?
just take and put the circle right in the middle. It snapped right into the middle there. So now at this point, we can select the image, we can come over to the circle, or actually we can just do it this way. We'll drag from the bottom like that, come up here to the top, and group. So now it's a group. So now I'm going to take and make it a little bit smaller. I'm going to find about the right size, which is right about there. And I'm going to put just a little bit of tilt by grabbing the arrows here. I'm going to put a little tilt on it, like so. I'm going to bring this over to here, and we want to make it fit this one, so we have to bring it down a little bit more, and then just move it to right about there. I think maybe just a little bit more, so I'm going to hold control and very slowly move it, and then maybe just shrink it just a little bit like that. Move it maybe just a little further down, and I think that looks pretty good. We're just going to come up a little more, get the snowflakes right on the line right here so that the line goes through them and it all connects. So there we have our snowflake. Now before we do anything else, I'm going to highlight it, press Ctrl and D, come up to the very top here, flip it vertically, and with the left arrow, we're going to move it off to the same exact position on the other side, which seems to be right about there. Now, one at a time, we're going to select the snowflake. We're going to hold down Shift, select the outer circle, not all three of them, just the two. Come back to the tools and the Boolean Assistant one more time. And we're going to look for the right one just by passing our mouse
Fuck
over
off.
it. And there it is right there. So it's B minus A. We're going to click that one, say OK, and there we have it welded. Now we're going to do the same thing again. We're going to click the snowflake, hold down Shift, click the circle. I'm going to come back to the Boolean Assistant. So we're going to do A minus B this time.
70%
And say OK.
two
Now
times.
you'll see this is all welded together. And that's basically what we have here. Now there are slight differences here, and this is what you want if you're copying, someone else's work. You want to have the slight differences. And look what we've got, folks. We've got almost an exact copy of the original piece that we started with. And how easy was that? It really wasn't hard. And maybe you'll have to watch this video a couple of times. I would suggest that you actually follow it step by step. Do it, twice. Do it 3 times. And you'll get the hang of it. And it's really easy to do. And guess what? I'm not going back to those graphics programs unless I absolutely have to. And you can do this with anything. It doesn't matter what the graphic is. So now, these are the Christmas decorations that I make. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to upload this file to my forums. So, Christmas ornaments, art library, I'm going to upload it to my forums. And I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, I have 20 of these, all different designs. You can bring them out all at once or you can bring them out individually. And I think you'll like these because these are cutouts. So now in order to cut it out, there's 2 things that you have to do. And we'll just cover that really quickly. So let's go ahead and select this and get rid of it. Let's get rid of all of this. Now we just have this left. We're going to select it, bring it over onto the work plane. I'm going to size it. I'm going to put this in inches because the widest point should be about 3 inches, something like that. That's how I do mine. And now I'm going to zoom in a little bit, and we're going to talk about cuts and layers. So now, this is a square piece of wood that we're going to cut this out of. So what we want to do
is we want cuts to be made here. We want this to be cut, we want this to be cut out, and we want this to be cut out. We also want these to be cut out. So what are we going to do? The very first layer is going to be the blue. So over here in cuts and layers, we're going to move this up by coming to these arrow keys over here. Move it up in the priority list to the top. And now if I right click on this, the blue will be the first cut. Now the outside one we're going to put on the black layer. These little ears inside of here, I'm going to hold shift and select both of them. We want them on the blue layer. And the reason that we're doing this is so that when we come up here to preview, you're going to see that it's going to cut all of the insides out first. And then it's going to cut the outside. And the reason why we do it this way is because all of these pieces, we want to make sure all the little pieces that fall out that create the 3D or pass-through effect, we want to make sure that the workpiece stays stable on our workbench and that it doesn't fall out and that it can't get all the little pieces. So doing it this way, we make sure that the very last cut is the actual piece itself. So all of the inside cuts are made first, the outside cuts are made second. Now if you didn't want it to have the pass-through over here, the pass-through look over here, you could ungroup this and you could get rid of some of the parts of it so that you just have the snowflake look. But I happen to like it this way, and I just run my laser a little slower, and that's all you need to do. So there you have it. We've gone ahead and made ourselves a Christmas hanging, and all of this will get cut out, and these are actually really, really nice. You can either stain them or you can paint them red, blue, and green, and like I said, there are quite a few styles here. There's this one with the moose, you have this one with the star. There's just all different types of graphics
So
here.
nice,
And
fucking
I think you'll really enjoy these. There's a left-sided
dialed
version, there's
it in.
right-sided version, and like I said, I cut these 8 at a time on a 200 by 300 millimeter piece of birch, and it goes rather quickly. With my 5 watt, it took about maybe 90 minutes. With my 15 watt or 14 watt that I have now, it takes somewhere in the area of about 48 minutes. Was the last one that I just did, was 48 minutes, and that was 8 of these. So there you have it. You can become an artist. You can trace anything, and you can add and remove objects and pretty much do anything you want in Lightburn without using graphics software in just a couple minutes. So I hope you learned something today, and I hope you enjoyed the video. I thank you for watching.
One more.
Centrum Silver is now clinically shown to support cognitive health in older adults.
Hey, it's Rich, the Louisiana Hobby Guy. Today we're going to be talking about how to frame with 100% accuracy. And as I look around on the different forums, like for instance the Facebook groups, I see a lot of people that are posting their work and nothing is completely square. You have a tile and it's just off by a little bit and it makes the whole thing look terrible. So I have a trick that I want to share with you on how
got
to
it
get
dialed in.
perfect framing in Lightburn. Normally what I do is I create templates. So you can check my other videos and you'll find, I'll put a link down below to creating a template for your workbed so that you can batch things off. But this is for people that don't use templates and they're just burning one tile or they're just burning one canvas and so on. So let's take a look at what we got here. We have got an ornament that I made, and I just created this really quickly from my line art, and I'll put a download if you want to download this States library, which is all vector-based that I created from an official US map. And I traced each state individually, so they're also in their right proportion. But right now we're talking about framing. You see I have my workpiece here, and this is going to be cut out of wood. And if I come up here, you'll see that I have this in inches right now, over here. But if I come up here and I look at the width and the height, I find the largest number.
So 3.854 is the largest number because I want this to be 3.5 inches wide. That's what my standard is for these hangers. So what I did was I created this outer circle over here at 3.9. Just slightly larger than my actual workpiece. And then over here, what I did was, let me double click and bring this up. I set this for 2000, and what I'm gonna set this for, max power, is 0.05. And leave it in line so that barely turns on the laser. 0.05 won't cut anything, but it'll output the laser so that we can see how it moves. And then I say, okay. So now this green circle, oh, what I forgot to say was, and we're going to put this on 3 passes. And that's going to give us plenty of time to get this perfectly framed. And that's just how simple it is. Just creating something slightly larger than your workpiece and setting it to frame 3 times at a slow speed. And let's take this down. Let's take the speed down to, say, 600 as an example. So it goes nice and slow. So now I have it at 600, 0.05 power. I'm going to turn off the air assist. And I'm going to turn off the air assist over here because I'm using a diode laser that does not have air assist connected to the pinout on the control board. By turning these off, it just sends less G-code commands to the control board. So if you're using a diode laser and you don't have air assist plugged into the pinout on the control board, just always turn these off. There's one other thing that I wanted to mention that one of my viewers commented on, and it's a setting, and it's over here on the laser tab, and this is under optimization settings right here. If we click on that, tick this box off right here, cut inner shapes first, then you don't have to worry about the priority because it'll cut this first, cut this one second, and then come around and finish the outside. Go into your optimization settings and check this box that says cut inner shapes first, and then you don't have to worry about the cutouts. Now another thing that you want to do, you see this green line right here, if I right click you'll see it flash, is going to be the 3rd layer to be cut. We don't want that. We want that to be the 1st layer. So we're going to come over here and we're going to go to the up arrow. We're going to move it up to the very top. And by moving it to the very top, that's the first priority. First thing that happens is this green line. The second thing that happens, we're going to take the fill, that fill right there, and move it up 1. So it's going to do the line to frame it with, it's going to do the fill, and we want to set this to fill, and then it's going to do the cutout. So green first, blue second, red third. Okay, and it will cut the inner shapes first. And if we come to the preview real quick, we can scrub this back to, that's the first line, and we'll hit play, and you'll see it goes around 3 times. Now it's going to do the engraving, and now it's going to do the inner cutout. And if we skip forward a little bit, you'll see that it's cutting out this interior piece, and once it finishes the interior, it's going to come back and cut out the outside part so that nothing falls out while we're doing this. And there's the outside. It cut the hole in the top. Now it's going to come back around. It's going to cut around the hole like so and make its final pass. And now we're ready to send this job to the laser. So in an effort to save time, sent this a little while ago. Here's the actual video that I took, and it's actually better because I used a regular camera instead of using my Lightburn camera. So I'll just go ahead and run this, and we'll watch it as it works. Now here's the beauty of this, is see me moving the workpiece? I can move it to exactly where I want, and this is going to frame 3 times now. And I'll just keep moving it as it gets to the bottom. I'll move it to exactly where I want, and this is just 0.05 output on the laser, so it's not going to mark anything, and I just keep moving it until I have it aligned exactly where I want. But just remember, you do have to wear your glasses to do this because it is a laser, it is outputting. And some of you might notice that I finally got my board printed for the new NAJ laser, and I actually designed a little holder for the circuit board as well.
So, is this one?
So let's skip forward a little bit, and you'll see it's going around and around. Now I've got it exactly where I want on the workpiece, and
So
now it's going to come back and start the actual engraving. And we'll move it forward a little bit more until we get past the engraving, and now it's going to start the cutouts.
a limited time, save $8 on Powerball.
It's going to cut the inside first and all of the inside pieces before it cuts the outside. And let's just skip forward a little bit here. Skip forward a little more. It's cutting all the inside parts out. And now it's cutting the outside part. And you can see the little hole was cut out in the middle first. And now it's finished. And it's exactly where I wanted it on this workpiece. And now all I have to do is just pop it out and take out the inner parts. The little hole in the top, these two pieces here. And then what I've got is this. This is the outer part. I still have to clean up this one little spot right here. I'll just take my X-Acto. That one didn't quite come through all the way. And this is the final product. And all I have to do is sand off some of this burn up here because it spent a lot of time in the area. And I don't have my air assist on. I leave it off because I know a lot of you don't have air assist. If you had air assist, this would come out a lot cleaner. But a couple of swipes with some 240 grit sandpaper will take this all right off, and it's going to be a beautiful piece. Now, another thing I do is I order these gold hangers off of Amazon. I think it's $7.50 for 200 of them. They're really nice for any type of hanging ornament, and I'll put a link to them below in the description. And this is how it looks. They just plug in. So you just slip it through the hole, plug it in, and you got yourself a nice little hanging ornament. So now, how do you do the framing on a large job? What you can do is take this and delete it. And then let's just take this and move it up. Pressing down on my center mouse wheel to move the bed and just dragging. I'm just going to move it up here, and let's say that you wanted to do 9 of these. So what I would do is I would come down here to the array tool, click on array, and I would make 3 of these. Now, I'm not going to put this in a virtual array. I'm just going to leave it in a regular array. So I'll put 3 across, and I'll put 3 down. And now I have 9 of them. So now if I press Control A to select everything, it will tell me what the height and the width is. And the only thing I really need is the height. I don't even really need that. So I can just take and draw out a rectangle, put it on the green layer, select it, and take and bring this over to here, and then just drag it out until I get to the size that I need. Move it over like so, move it to here like so, and now we can maximize this workspace. So we get it exactly where we want it, and then again we're going to take, and every time you do this it's going to move. We're going to move the priority up to the top so that it's going to do the framing first, 600.05 inline mode, and here we can do, well, we can leave it at, we'll leave it at 3 passes, and we'll set it to 1800 instead, because it's such a large area. So we'll do 1800 speed, 0.05 power, inline mode, 3 passes, and we'll say OK. Then the second thing it's going to do is come back and do all of the engraving, and then the third thing it'll do is come back and cut out all of the shapes here. So this is how you would do a group of these. But again, I suggest that you watch my video on creating a template, because it's much easier to do this with a template. If you're going to batch a job like this where you're doing a bunch of them, well, then you want to have a template. And I make them out of cardboard. You can make them out of anything that you want, but I prefer cardboard. And I have a square on my workbed that I just line the cardboard up to, and I tack it down with a couple of thumbtacks, and I just drop all of my pieces in to the cutouts, and I don't have to do anything at all. But this is for the people that want to do the framing. There you have it. Now, if you want to get these states over here, I have these on my forums. You can download the art library for free on the forums. And let me just show you a little bit of where, and here it is in my forum. I'll just show you a little bit of how to get here. So if I were to come back to the home, the best thing to do up here is quick links. And once you're a member and you've signed in, you'll be able to see the downloads. And what you want to do is come to quick links and go to new posts. And then when you do this, you'll see that I just posted these in my Lightburn Art Library downloads. And to get to it quickly, just go to
page 2, because that's where the newest posts are going to be. So if we go to page 2, you'll see there are different downloads here. Scroll all the way to the end, and you'll see there's my line art for the U.S. states. And this has all 50 states in it. You just download and install it to Lightburn, and you're good to go. So that's it. I think I've covered everything today. I hope this video has helped you out. It'll help you learn to frame like a pro. And you'll never have anything that's off in the future when you're burning a tile or you're burning a canvas or something like that. You'll be able to frame it up perfectly, and the burn is always going to come out with 100% precision. So you know that it's going to look really, really well. So I hope this video has helped you out. And as always, I thank you for watching.
Surface Sweeper dry cloths grab dust and hair and lock it away. Better than a broom. Love it or your money back.
Hey, it's Rich, the Louisiana Hobby Guy. I just want to start this video by saying thank you so much for all the well-wishing comments that I got on last week's video. It was truly overwhelming. I really appreciate it. But today's video, and I'm feeling much better, by the way, thank you so much. Today's video is going to be a third step in videos. I did one a while back on how to create graphics on an odd shape. I did another one on how to do it with a Lightburn camera. Today, I'm going to show you how to position your graphics, no matter how small, and we're going to go really small today, no matter how small the graphics are, how to position them with precision to make sure that your projects come out absolutely perfect on any shape, any type of shape that you can possibly imagine. We're going to do a tiny little dog bone, and we're going to do a long can opener today. And I'm going to show you just how to get all of that done like an expert. So let's jump over into Lightburn and get started right away. I'm going to say that in the Lightburn video, I'm going to say that this is going to be a short one, but it's not. I'm not famous for those, but I can promise you that if you watch the whole video today, there's going to be lots of little things along the way that are going to be important to getting this right. So, it's a long video, but I think it's going to be really worth your while. So, let's go ahead and jump over into Lightburn and get started. Alright, so let's get started in Lightburn. The first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to come up here and I'm going to import an image. So I'm going to click on that, and I will bring in the dog tag. Now, it's important that you get this perfectly straight, perfectly level. Let me show you what I did. Let me bring in this picture here. I got these little levels on Amazon, and they're cheap. You get a whole bunch of them. I used them in quite a few different places, and surprisingly enough, they're really accurate. I compared it to my $30 line level, and it was just spot on. So, and they're very cheap. I'll put a link down below in the description. But what I did was, it's important that you get a perfectly square, level picture of the item that you're going to be photographing. Now, this one's not perfectly in the center, but I just dropped this little level on here on my camera, and I waited until it got right to the very center, and then I snapped the picture. Now, this one I couldn't get it to the center because I was holding two cameras at the same time. But this is how I get a straight and level photograph to work with to begin with. And that's probably the most important thing, is getting a straight and level photograph. This is the photograph that I got, and you can see that it is pretty darn straight and pretty level. And all I did in Windows Explorer was edit it and crop it. That's all. So I'm going to select it, and I'm going to come over here and trace it. And you see we get a pretty good trace out of it. Not perfect, but pretty good. So maybe we need to
I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
By moving the slider. And I think that, oh, I didn't mean to do that. I think that looks perfect right there.
So keep in mind that Lightburn's default setting up here is not always
It's
correct.
only got
So
one
you do
tab.
have to play with this slider sometimes. And that looks like it's pretty darn perfect. Maybe just a hair more like that. And then if you use your center mouse wheel,
Does this
you can move
fit?
around on the plane like this and get it just exactly where
Yes.
you want it. And that is exactly where I want it. I want it to
That
be
fits.
exact. So we're going to say okay. We're going to put this layer into line mode. And actually, let me put it on
You
the
have
black
to
because it's
extend
easier for me to
these.
see. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to press the comma key. Well, first I have to reselect it and then press the comma key to get it to flip over like that. So there is our final product. The only thing we have left to do is get rid of the anomalies. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to come to the top here and I'm going to click on the single man to ungroup it. And the first thing I can do is get rid of that little guy right there. The second thing I'm going to do is I'm going to draw a circle to get rid of this one. You don't have to do this because it's just giving you a basic work area. If I put my mouse pointer right here on the center of this and right on the line and I hold down shift and drag just straight across to the other side right there, I'll get the same exact size circle. Now I can let go of shift and I'll put this right here and you'll see that it is the same size but a little cleaner, and you don't have to do that. So now on over here what I'll do is delete that one, and now I have a much better circle, and I do have a little anomaly down here that I can get rid of, but you see the point. You don't have to fix all of these. I just wanted to fix that one to show you. And then down here we have a few more anomalies. This doesn't really matter, okay, having these in here for your design, because basically all we're doing, oops, I didn't mean to do that. Basically all we're looking to do here, and I can just come across like that, is just clean up some of this. We're just going to use this as a template. We're not going to actually use this. It's going to be on a toolpath. So I'm not really worried about all of these anomalies in here, but we'll clean them up just for the fun of it, just to get rid of what we have there. Now, what we can do is, let's clean up some more of these. We'll just go across the whole thing. If we drag left to right, it'll select everything that's inside this red box. So now we don't want to select that one. So I'm going to hold shift and control and deselect that one. And you see how it didn't select anything but that? So that's okay. So, and there's nothing else left on here. So we've got our perfect template at this point. So I'll just go ahead and group these back together. And now I've gone ahead and gotten my digital micrometer, I think is the actual word for it. I don't really know. But anyway, I've gotten out my measuring tool, let's put it that way. And I took measurements here from dead top center of the widest point, which is right here, to dead top center of the widest point down here. And that's going to be the widest point. And if you look up in here, let me put this into millimeters, you're going to see this is way too big. The measurement I came up with was 25.25 high. So in theory, let's see if this works, 25.25 high. So in theory, this should now be the right size wide as well. So on the width we have 37.652, and on the width down here I've got 37.75. Okay, so I'm going to say that that's accurate just the way it is. It's possible maybe I got the width off just a hair, but I'm going to trust this calculation because we took a good square photograph. And now I've got my template for my dog tag, which is a really small one. You see, it's only 1.5 inches wide, and it's not even an inch high. So what I'm going to do now is come to my art library. Now that I've got my template, I'm going to say new, and I'm going to put odd shapes. I'm going to say odd shapes. I'm going to come up here to my drive that I put it on normally,
come down to Lightburn and Lightburn Art. So this is my art directory. So it's Lightburn, Lightburn Art, Odd Shapes is the name of the folder I'm creating, and I'm going to say save. And here it is right here, over here in my art library on the right hand side. What I'm going to do now is select this guy right here, and I'm going to click import, and I'm going to call this one Dog Bone, and that's it, and just say OK. So now I've got my Dog Bone template in there. So that's one template that's down. And the reason why I'm doing this is because I'm not going to do it in this video because I'm going to try and keep this one short, but the reason why I'm doing this is because I'm going to be putting some circular graphics in these dog bones, some accents around the circles here. And, you know, the name, like I might put flowers. I mean, everyone is probably going to be different for different customers. And trust me, people pay for this. If you go to the store and just get the dog bone with the dog's name imprinted on it and your phone number, it's $19.95 at PetSmart. $19.95 is the basic price for this. You can sell these all day long at $40 a piece. I am absolutely sure. You can go $25 to $40, whatever you feel comfortable at. Don't underprice your work. If I'm going to do this, I'm going to do a custom design. There's going to be a setup fee for the customer. I'm going to charge them $40 easily. It may only take me 10 minutes to do it, but I'm still going to charge them $40 because that's the market price for something like this. Make sure that you don't underprice. The biggest mistake that laserists make when they try and get into this and do it as a business is underpricing their products, undervaluing their time. If the customer comes back 6 months later and says, you know, I need another dog tag for Bella, well, I've already got that one saved in their folder. So, yeah, okay, so I'll do it for $20, just like PetSmart would do. You
Whatever.
Know, $19.95. I'll do that one for $20 because it's a repeat customer. Or if they have another dog, I'll do that one for $20. But you want to get your first one, you want to price it to the market price. And I think $40 is a fair price for a custom-made dog tag, especially when I'm going to add all types of little graphics and things in here. And I'm even going to put some things around here. This very tiny little spot right here. I'm going to run this one on the fiber laser. You can do this on the diode as well. It makes no difference. The fiber just will do it in a couple of seconds, so that's why I'm going to do that. All right, so that one's out of the way. Now I'm going to bring in another one. So I'm going to import one more, which is going to be a big one. Now, these are very high resolution photos, by the way. I want you to understand that you should do this in very high resolution. It doesn't matter if you shrink down the photo here in Lightburn to make it a manageable size because the resolution stays the same. So I'm going to do the same process again on this one. I'm going to trace this image, and you see that the trace doesn't come out perfect. So I'm going to start to move this over, and let's see if we can get this to trace right. It's going to be a problem. Let's fade the image so that we can see it better by clicking fade image right here. And let's see what happens if we change the cutoff. So let's bring the cutoff up. And that's really not helping much. So there's another thing that we can try now. We'll try and sketch it. And that is much better, the sketch trace. So let's go ahead and move this up again and start playing with the slider.
Right.
We're going to come back this way. And what I'm looking for in this one is this line right here to be nice and solid, okay? So this is the line that I'm concerned with. This line right here and this line around the outside. So I'm going to move this around until I get to where I think those two lines are good. And that looks pretty good to me. I don't want the outer box sketched, so I'll just drag over the area that I want, which is just that right there. And now I'll say OK. And there is my template right there. And that's a pretty good template, okay? So again, what we're going to do is come up here and ungroup it. And then we're going to delete that outer line. Now, the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to press the period or the comma key.
to flip it, and I forgot that I had it ungrouped. So I'll do Control A to select everything and group it back together. Now I can press the comma or the period key, whichever one. Now on this one, you'll see that this is not lined up perfectly, so we're going to fix that real quick before we go any further. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring one line down so that it's right on the line over there, and then I'm going to adjust this side by moving the axis just a little bit like that.
I don't know.
And now let's see what we get. And
If I
that
would make
looks
today.
pretty darn close. So I'm going to say that that is good right there. All right, we're going to zoom back out, and we're going to go back and do our dimensions that I did with the
No, you
caliper.
can't have
We'll
candy.
select this. And my dimensions on the caliper were 39.85 high. So let's do that.
Oh.
Let's do 39.85 and press enter. And now, if my theory is correct, I
What?
have 177 even on the width, and you'll see 177.7. So that should be perfect. As long as you have one good measurement in either direction, the other one's going to work. I take both measurements just to verify, and there is our template right there. So
Oh,
now
hi.
what we can do,
Hi.
again, we can clean this up a
Okay,
little
hi.
bit, but again, it's just going to be a toolpath. So
No, you can't
we'll
have
ungroup
these.
it, all right, and we'll clean up some of this just by deleting it like that. And I don't know if we can, maybe we can clean up some of this right here. And again, I'm dragging from the left to the right, like that. And then just deleting everything that's in there. And you see how this is cleaning up? And I really didn't want that to happen, so I'll undo that. And I'll just zoom in over here and do some of these a little more manually.
Shut up.
And like I said, you don't need to do this, okay? So this is just something that I'm doing because, just because I want to. But you're not going to need to do all of this because we're just going to use this
Don't have any
as
pockets.
a template, okay? And I really don't want to do that outer line there either, so I'll just leave that alone like that, and maybe take a few more of these dots out, you know. We'll undo that one, and let's see, I can get some of these out down here without worrying too much about it. But like I said earlier, you really don't need to worry too much about all of this because it's just going to be a template, okay? What we're going to do with this is we're going to select everything, regroup it, and put it onto a toolpath like that. So we're only going to use this as a toolpath. It's never going to burn, it's never going to output, but we now know every place where we can put our design and our graphic. And this is true to scale. So we're going to have a perfect burn. You know, it's really hard to do something like this and get a graphic. For instance, let's say you wanted to stipple this, okay? And you wanted to get everything that was metal. It would be really hard to get in as close to this as possible without having this toolpath over here. And with this, I mean, I can get into, you know, within 0.1 millimeters all the way around because I have a good idea where everything is.
Bubba
This
told me
is
your
this
mom
can be a
talked to
lifesaver
Tennessee
for you.
today.
Now I'm going to also import this one, and I'm going to call this one can opener. So now I've got my can opener and I've got my dog bone in here. And one thing I do want to do, let me delete that one. Let me bring the dog bone back out, put it on a toolpath as well. Now I'm going to come back in here and delete the dog bone and then select it over here and import it again. And now I have it on a toolpath every time I use it. So whenever I bring this out, it'll be on a toolpath already. It'll be ready to design and use. So all I'll do is zoom all the way in. I'll do all of my designing in here. I'll put maybe the pet's name, the owner's name, and phone
Shut
number,
up!
and do the rest in a floral pattern or do the rest And, you know, if it's a bulldog, do the rest in skulls, you know, whatever. But you can make some really beautiful projects like this, and it doesn't have to be metal. It can be any odd shape that you have. If you have an odd shaped piece of wood, for example, as long as you get a good level square photograph of it and take a measurement in one direction or the other at its widest point, when you set that measurement in Lightroom, so if you have a width of 177 millimeters, you took your measurement and you set that 177 in Lightburn, everything else is going to size proportionately. So I know for sure now that this is going to be perfect when I go to burn this on the laser. Alright, so let me now show you a practical, real-world use of this. I'm going to come and get my can opener, bring it out onto the work bed right there. I've got a pattern over here that I would like to put on this can opener, okay? So I'm going to leave that off on the side for a minute. I did have to come back and clean this up. The dog bone was just fine. I didn't have to do anything to that. But the can opener I did have to clean up because there was some spots where it was open, so I had to come in and close all of those shapes. I probably would have just taken another picture and gotten a good trace on it like I did with the dog bone, but you have to make sure that all of these lines are closed. There can't be any open paths in there. So I want to put the pattern onto the can opener, but I also may want to put someone's name in the middle, let's say, for instance. So I'm going to put a primitive right here, a rectangle in the center, and I think maybe I want to put a radius on it, and 5 down here is good. Down bottom left, I'm clicking and activating the radius for the corners, and 5 is good. So I'll zoom in over here, and I'll just put a radius on all 4 of these corners, like so. And then I'll come back to the selector tool, and with that selected, we'll go ahead and
let's
hold
see if
Shift
this works.
and select the outer part here.
Because I know this ain't.
Come up here to the top where the bullseye is. I'm going to click that to put it directly in the center. And then we have to group these back together. So I'm going to hit group. So now we have all one group.
Here,
You cannot apply masks to images unless it's all one group, the actual toolpath itself. So let's take our image and bring it over here. And now we can just drag over both of these, right click, and click apply mask to image. And you'll see that we now have the image right here that we can move around, put it wherever we want. I'm going to put it over here, and I'm going to look at some reference point. You can see these 2 octagon shapes and these 2 octagon shapes. So what I'm going to do is try and get those lined up where they look pretty good. You get the line coming across the middle here. That looks pretty good. All of this looks good. And this is exactly the way that I would like to burn it. So I will now right click on it, and I will flatten the image mask right here. And that will remove, this will destroy the image, and it will become part of the vector. So when I do that, we now have one graphic and nothing else. The last and final thing that I would like to do, I don't want to leave this blank. So I want to put something in here in the middle. So I'm going to put Billy Hobby Guy. we're gonna select it up here, put it on the black layer. I'm going to change that layer to fill, and I might even change the font to something that I like a little better. And now with that selected, I'll hold Shift again, select the outer, and click the bullseye one more time. And now I know that that's perfectly in the middle of the job. That is how it's going to come out. Maybe I want this a little bigger, so I'll select it. Now if I hold down the Control key and grab any corner, it will scale proportionately exactly in the center. And I think that would make for a good-looking bottle opener. What do you think? So that's just how easy it is to use all these different functions in Lightburn. These are really, really simple once you get used to them and once you know how to use them. And this is going to be an awesome can opener.
Should we buy a place together?
I think so.
Love that for you.
2 hours, 25
And I can walk you through
Holy
everything,
fuck.
from mortgage rates to closing costs.
Nobody move.
For every financial need, we'll meet you in the moment. KeyBank.
All right, so here we go. The final result, and I'll put some videos up as we go here. But this is the final result of the dog tag. And I did this dog tag, and I know it's hard to see, but I have a picture that I'll put up on the screen in a minute. But the picture doesn't show the finish, so I wanted to do this in a white finish, and you can see that it's pretty much readable from any direction, no matter what you do. It's in white. It's got the little skulls in the bottom, the dog bones up in the top, and I don't know if you can see it up close. It says woof in the middle with the dog prints on there. Came out really super awesome. I wanted this to be a white finish, so I did this one on the fiber laser, and I think this one came out really great. So I also did, for you guys with the diode laser, I did one on the diode, and you'll see that I didn't quite get the framing down on this, but it did come out pretty good. The edges are perfect, so if you see the edges, it didn't go over the edge whatsoever. It's just the shift when I was doing the framing. I didn't take enough time to get it framed perfectly, but the idea behind this is the proportion. So you can see that the proportion is exactly the size of this can opener. So now I did go ahead and do 2 passes on this one because I wanted it to be a light gold. I just wish that I had it shifted in the right spot because the actual graphic itself was perfectly fit onto the can opener. So those are the 2 that I did. Now I want to just take a minute to talk about the importance of measurements when it comes to this. So I got I used my caliper. I'll put a picture up on the screen. This is a pretty decent caliper that I've used for quite some time now. In fact, I bought another one so I can have one in the wood shop and one here in the laser shop. The first one I got, they gave me for free. The second one I got, I actually purchased. And in comparing this to the old Harbor Freight one that I had that was like, I don't know, $9 or $10, something like that, maybe $12. There's a huge difference between the 2. When I take a measurement with this new caliper and compare it to the measurement with the Harbor Freight caliper, it's off by 1 or 2 millimeters, and that's something that you don't want to have. And then I measured it with a hard ruler. So I know that, you know, the measurement with the new caliper is perfect because I verified that with a regular tape measure. And I know that the Harbor Freight was off by just a little bit. So that's a problem. Make sure that you get a good caliper. And, you know, everything I talk about, I'll put links down below. Just click show more, and you'll see the links to everything I talk about here in the video. And, you know, it's just really important that you use a good caliper. And I also use the 20-watt Monport fiber laser in the background to do the dog tag, and to do my little dog tag here, and in white. I could have done it in black. Black would look just as good. I could have done it in gold. You know, I could have done it in several different colors. I chose the white just because I like the way white looks on these metal tags. So I used the Monport 20-watt fiber on the dog tag, and I used the Comgro 10-watt diode laser on the can opener. And of course, there's a big difference in time there. The big can opener took, I think it was 28 minutes to do, as opposed to, well, of course, this one's much smaller too. And I did run a few passes on it, so maybe all in all, it took about 45 seconds to get the right effect. Yeah, so I've got both. I've done them on both of them now. You can do this on any laser. You can do it on diode laser. You can do it on CO2. You can do it on fiber. Anything, any type of laser that you use. It's not the laser that we were talking about today. It was the actual photographing and sizing of the template that we use to place our graphics.
project.
Now, on this one, the can opener, I did use a photograph to fill the entire workspace. And that's something that you can do. But typically, you're just going to use it as a framing tool. So you're not going to actually put a photograph on there. You're just going to put your graphics in the spot, leave it on a toolpath so nothing burns, and your odd shape now has graphics in the perfect spot. And that's what this video was all about today. Getting your odd shaped items and your graphics aligned perfectly exactly where you want them to be, so that you can produce a professional
For how long?
result. And the difference is
How long
really
has she been
clear.
out
I
there?
can go on to
I just bought her
Etsy or Facebook Marketplace or Amazon, and I can buy a $50 cutting board personalized, or I can buy a $300 cutting board personalized. You will see the difference when you look at the two prices. One of them will be professionally done, and the other one, well, it'll just be a personalized cutting board that nobody will give a second look at. So, you really want, if you really want professional work, this is the way to do it. And you can have, products that you run off. So you might have 50 or 100 of these dog tags. You only need to create one template, and that's it. And then you position your graphics, and then like with the fiber laser, I actually, once I had it on the workbed, I actually deleted the outside part so that I could light it and see exactly where the graphics were going to go. So that, that's another thing too. On the fiber, you want to actually delete the toolpath so that you only see the graphics themselves. Or, you could use the toolpath to align the edges. Completely up to you. It's all, everybody has their own style in doing this. And, I think learning how to position the graphics is the most important thing. And I hope that
They're not
we've
gonna
done
go
that
together
today. I
because-
hope you learn how to do that with absolute precision, where you can mark down to 1 millimeter
I don't
or
think
half a
it's gonna fit
millimeter
there.
and position it
Maybe.
exactly where you want on your work. So I hope you enjoyed this video today as much as I enjoyed making it for you. And as always, thank you for watching, and see you in the next one.
This shiny part outside.
Gotta get rid of this.
Shiny part
Because it
outside.
stinks.
Have you tried Downy Rinse and Refresh?
It helps remove odors 3 times better than detergent alone.
It worked, guys.
Yeah.
Downy Rinse and Refresh.
What is home?
Hey, it's Rich, the Louisiana Hobby Guy.
Should
Today
ask
we
for a
have
question.
a Q&A. In this question and answer session, I'm going to cover a lot of the questions that people ask me on other platforms. Some of the things we'll be discussing are the view style and why my view looks different
How
than
was your
yours,
day,
the
Jamie?
work plane grid, and how to move shapes in increment, Lightburn settings, Lightburn device settings, resetting your laser from within Lightburn, a quick overview on libraries, and probably one of the most asked questions that I get is how to cut letters to make signs. With that said, let's get started. The first thing we're going to talk about is the view. Why is my view different than yours? So if I take, for instance, let's just take this
Fuck
thing down
off.
to about 50
Fuck off.
text, and I go ahead and select that in my cuts and layers, and I put that to fill. So why does it fill for me and it doesn't for you? Okay, I'll show you that up here. So in here, if you click on window, you'll see a few different styles here. Wireframe coarse, smooth, filled coarse, filled smooth.
and you'll see that I have filled smooth selected. What this is the rendering of the objects on the screen, and this depends on the power of your computer. If you have an old computer, this is the default setting. So you'll see wireframe coarse is the default setting when you first install Lightburn. There's not a big difference between coarse and smooth, but if we go to filled, you'll see that it gives you the actual preview without having to hit the preview button. So each one of these uses different system resources. This is the least amount of resources. This boosts it up a little bit. This boosts it up a lot. And then this one, which is the one that I use, is the highest amount of resource use. Now, I don't worry about that because I have the equivalent of a gaming computer. So it's going to use very little resources on my computer, but yours may be different. You may have an older computer and you'll want to be in the course. If you have a new computer, you can easily switch to here. Most new computers are going to handle it perfectly, and you'll never have to take a preview until you're ready to actually send the job, just to make sure everything's okay in the preview window. That covers that. The next thing that people talk about is the work plane grid. So here's my grid here. Now I have mine set in all even numbers. So if we come up here to the
I'm doing pretty good.
which is the gear icon, you'll see in here is units and grids.
I went garage
If you're using
sailing
a diode
today.
laser, you're going to be setting millimeters per minute. Everything else is going to be pretty much filled out okay. You can leave that alone. But in here, your visual grid spacing, that is the distance between grids right here, between squares. I have mine set at 10 millimeters. I have my snap distance set at 0.5 millimeters. That's how long it takes the object to snap to the grid. I have my tolerance set at 5 pixels. I have my object snap distance at 15 pixels. So, what does all of that mean? Well, if I were to change my visual grid spacing to 40, as an example, watch what happens to the grid behind us. You see how it got much larger? Now we have 40 millimeters. See 40, 80, 120, in between rectangles here. But I like to have mine at 10. And I'll tell you why. Because my movements, I have my control plus arrow moves at 0.5 millimeter. My arrow key moves at 5 millimeters. My shift arrow key moves at 20. And I'll show you what I'm talking about. So if I were to take and draw, and let's zoom in just a little bit. I'm going to roll my mouse wheel up to zoom in. I'm going to draw an object. Just a primitive. I'm going to select it. Now, you'll see where it's located on the grid. It snaps right into that corner right there. That's my snap spacing. And now if we come up here, back in here, arrow is 5 millimeters. Okay? I want a 10 millimeter grid spacing.
I got
so
a
you
cool
see that it moved
necklace.
exactly 5 millimeters. If
And
I
a new
press my
wallet.
arrow key again, it moves exactly 10 millimeters. Now, let's come back up in here again. Next is control and arrow. Moves it just 0.5 millimeters. So just a 0.5 millimeter. And why would I want that? Well, if I were to press Control and D right now, I've just duplicated this object. And if I move it down here, let's say I move it right here, and I want to move it up. Well, that's too far, see? So I'm going to use my Control plus arrow key to move it just a little bit at a time so that I can get them perfectly aligned. See how that works? All right, let's move it back down again. Now we have Shift plus arrow moves it 20 millimeters. So let's take a look at that. So this is 10, 20. So if I put my mouse right here, I press Shift plus arrow, it will move it exactly to where my mouse is. And I like these particular settings because they're very accurate. So now let's talk for a second about snaps. Again,
For a limited time, save $8 on Powerball.
I love garage sales too. Another person's trash is another
so this
person's
is 10,
treasure.
20. So if I put my mouse right here, and I press Shift plus arrow, it will move it exactly to where my mouse is. Right. See how that works? All right, let's move it back down again. Now we have shift plus arrow moves it 20 millimeters. So let's take a look at that. So this is 10, 20. So if I put my mouse right here, I press shift plus arrow, it will move it exactly to where my mouse is. And I like these particular settings because they're very accurate. So now let's talk for a second about snaps. Again, in the settings, you have your grid snap distance here. I have mine set at 0.5 millimeters. You can change these numbers to whatever you want. If you want it to snap every millimeter, that's okay. Then I have my tolerance set to 5 millimeters and my snap distance to 15. And I'll show you how that works. Let's put this in line mode. I'm going to select this object and I'm going to bring this down. And did you see it snap right in there? And I have my numbers set high because I want it to snap quickly from a long distance. So that's the reason why I have my snap distance at 15 millimeters. It's much easier to snap things this way. See how it snapped right into place there? Snapped into the middle, snapped on top, snapped to the middle on the side. It will snap to the middle on the corner. And wherever you put it, it'll do it within 15 millimeters. It'll snap. Now you can set that to whatever you like as well, but I like having it at 15. It makes it easier. These are what I consider the perfect numbers here. You can change them to whatever you like and, play with it and test it and see how things work for you. This works best for me. Everything else in this panel is going to be pretty much okay right out of the default when you do your first install. So let's go over to file settings real quick while we're in here. And some of the things that these should all be set default properly. So you want to group imported shapes. Anytime you bring in a shape, let's say you bring in a DXF file that you've created somewhere else, it may be ungrouped. So you want that to be grouped when you bring it in. You want to import hidden layers. All of this should be fine. Here you can set your default fonts. I like Arial, default type 15 millimeters. And if you use SHX fonts, you can set the path to it. I do. I have my path set. You can change this to whatever you want. If you don't use SHS fonts, you don't have to worry about it. Now, DHF import settings, you always want to have this on auto detect in millimeters. And over here, if you're using Inkscape or Illustrator, you can pick one of those two. Everything else should be fine as regular settings, and we're not going to cover every setting in this tutorial. The next thing we're going to jump into real quick are the device settings. And this is important. A lot of people have this beginner mode checked. You definitely don't want to have that. Everything else should be set okay by default. Now, if your toolbar is too small and you can't see it, if you're an older person and bad vision, you can drag this over and make the toolbars whatever size that you like. And this is the default style here. I bring it up just one so that I can see everything. If you're using a diode laser, you'll want to be set to millimeters per minute. If you're using a CO2 laser, millimeters per second, or any of the other. This is the most common setting for diode lasers. The grid contrast, I leave in low contrast. I just like it that way. You can go medium, or you can go high contrast. And if I click OK, you'll see that it's in high contrast now. But if I come back to the gear up here, and I put mine in low contrast, that's the way that I like it. The snapping. You always want to have snap to objects and snap to grid selected if you're using those snap settings that I showed you earlier. If you're doing something that's very precise or you want to move it to a particular place where it doesn't snap, then you can turn off the snap to objects. These are your camera settings. If you have a camera set up, we're not going to cover that today. So let's come into the device settings. And here are your basic settings. Now on your diode laser, you're going to be bottom left is going to be your origin. On a CO2, it'll be top left or top right. The pointer offset is only if you're using a red dot pointer. This is for CO2 users. It's not for diode lasers. And so is the Z-axis control. That's for CNC machines. I do use Lightburn for my CNC as well. So I can change these settings when I go on CNC. This here, working size, is very important.
you'd have to have the correct size of your work bed. Now I'm using an Ortur LaserMaster 2, which is 400 millimeters wide by 430 high. I do not have Auto Home on startup checked off, but you probably would want to have that checked off because most people Auto Home when they start their machine. Now the fast white space scan is also important. I don't remember what the default Lightburn setting is, but I think it was 1,000. I usually set mine on about 7,000, like so. I'm going to show you real quick what that means. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. Let's create
Don't cut yourself that.
a circle and offset it. Say OK, and we'll just go ahead and delete that one. We'll select all of these and we'll group them together and put it in fill mode. Alright, now if we come to preview, you'll see there's the white space. See this red pointer? That is your laser, and that's how it's going to travel. It's going to travel all of that white space at whatever speed that you set here. So let's say, for instance, you have your speed at 1500 and you go to preview. You'll see it'll take 8 minutes and 15 seconds to do this, and that's all that white space that it's scanning there would be going at 1500 if you didn't have your white space scan set up higher. So setting this to 7,000 means that when you go and do this, these lines here will burn at 1500 speed. This white space in between will burn at 7,000 speed. Well, it won't burn, it'll skip it, but it'll travel from here to here at 7,000 millimeters instead of 1500. That's what the white space scan is. Now, obviously, you should go to, if you're doing something like this, offset fill. And what that will do is it will go around in a circle and you won't have any white space. See how that circle is getting smaller and smaller? This is where it would start. Your laser will go around in a circle until it fills that entire circle. And you'll see now the time is 3 minutes and 27 seconds. So that's just a quick tip. So let's jump back up into the settings again. Now, return to finish is something I like to enable. I find a spot on my laser bed. My perfect spot is 200 on the X and 290 on the Y. That always makes the laser move off of my workspace because I usually work in the front of my work bed, and it gives me room to maneuver. You can set it to whatever you like. If you need to find out how to get that position, you can come over here, move the laser to wherever you want, and then click Get Position, and you'll see the numbers here. So let's come back up here again. S-Value Max. Okay, so this is something that's important. Really important, and I believe when you install Lightburn, your S-Value Max is going to be 255. The first thing that you want to change when you've installed Lightburn, you need to check this right off the bat and change this to 1000. What this means in available language is that actually what it is a spindle speed for a CNC. So the amount of rotations. But we're not using a CNC, we're using a laser. So it equates to a power instead. 1000 equals 100% in Gerbil. Now the way that you can check this is if you come to your console and you type in here $, and press enter, you'll see that number 30, $30 is 1000. Well, that matches what we have here, our S-Value Max. But if your S-Value Max is set at 255, this $30 will be 255 as well. This is going to send that to your controller. So you want to make sure that this is set at 1000 for your diode laser. Now, talking about CNCs, I also have a CNC that I use Lightburn with. So I set up my macro here to use my CNC settings. And if I right click on this, you'll see that it changes my $30 to 255 and my $32 to 0. And those are the settings that I need for my CNC. But if I right click on my laser settings, you'll see that my $30 is 1000, my $32 is 1, and these are the settings that change between the two. And all I have to do is
click the macro when I switch from laser to CNC. You can click on, right-click on any macro, name it up in the top, and put whatever special controls you want in here for Gerbil. The next thing I want to talk about quick is resetting your laser.
You don't always
so
have
now you'll
to
see
say
that
F
my
off
laser
to
is
Jamie.
ready. I have my
You don't
Tour Laser
have
Master
to
2
if you
selected
get it dialed
here.
in the right way. Like right
I'm
now,
on my COM7.
it's cutting the
Now,
pieces
if for some
clear.
reason
Right
you
through.
see choose as an
On
example,
2 passes.
and when you pull this down, you don't see the right
But no,
port.
you had to
My
fuck around
computer
with the
has
settings
COM6,
again,
COM5. This is a virtual port for the laser.
and it didn't work.
So if it's not there and you only see your standard ports, well then what you do
brother.
is you right click on this devices button. Now this, you don't want to left click on it, because if you left click on it, it's going to show you all the devices you have installed. Okay? You want to right click on this, and if you watch up here where
Do
it says
not
disconnected,
change it from 85
I'm going to
speed
choose my COM port, and if it wasn't
with
there,
100
I
power.
would right click.
Don't change it.
Okay, then that would bring up my virtual COM port. Now it would appear over here. So if your COM port's not appearing, right click. Now select it, and it says ready, but watch what happens if I right click on it again. Disconnected, ready. If I come to my console, you'll see that it reread the controller and it reset it. So that covers that. Make sure you keep your optimized cut path here so that Lightburn optimizes the cut path. Now let's go back up to the devices one more time. And let's come over here
I think you should go in and
settings.
check on the boys.
Now what this is,
Alright.
this additional settings
Make
tells
sure the
Lightburn
dogs aren't
what your controller
tearing
is.
up the house.
So let's say, for
Alright.
instance, I have
Take that in. That's
222
yours.
in there, 1,000 in there, 50 in there. I have all the wrong numbers, okay? And I say, okay. When I come to my preview one,
Take her in the
it'll tell
house.
me 19 seconds.
Go.
Okay? But if I come back up in here to the additional settings, and I read it from the controller, watch these numbers when I click read. That automatically just filled in all of the proper numbers here, and this is only for simulation settings in the preview window. So it just filled out all the correct numbers here, and that's what you want to do. One of your first steps is come here and read from the controller. Now if I say OK, you'll notice that the time really hasn't changed, but it's going to give us an accurate preview. If your numbers are off, this number is going to be off down here. Alright, so now, and I'm just covering a lot of the basics here today, and mostly just questions that a lot of people have asked me. The next thing I'm going to move on to is libraries. Well, your library, let me get rid of all this, and I'll even get rid of that library, and I will even get rid of this one. If you don't have libraries down here, all you have to do is right click on here, on the title bar up here, and click on library, and then right click again on the title bar, click on art library. So now we have art library, regular library for cuts and layers. So my art library is empty, and I can resize this just by dragging this up like so. My art library is completely empty, and people always ask me, where did you get all of those libraries that are in there? Well, I loaded them. When I click on load, you have to have libraries to begin with. When I click on load, it takes me to my desktop, Lightburn Art, double click on that, bring in an alphabet library. I can load again, and I can pick another one. I have hundreds of libraries in here, and I can bring in my Aztec art. Okay, and they just load up automatically. In here is where you store all of your work that you do. So if I wanted something from here, let's say the letter A, and then I wanted to type someone's name, I just double click it to bring it out. Now all of these libraries, I have several of them that I've uploaded to my forums website, and you can log on there. There'll be a link below in the description where you can log on to my forums and create an account. And this is the actual forum here. The first thing you need to do is create an account. I already have an account, so I can see this right here. This is members only files and downloads. You won't be able to see this until you create an account and log in. But once you do, you'll see this here. And in the download section, you'll see that I have art libraries, I have cut libraries, and other things, fonts,
There's all kinds of things here, but let's talk about the art library for right now. Click on the art library, and I have a really fast server, so everything should work really well for you. And please read the top notices and the notes. But once you're done with that, this is what I would suggest you do is follow this to a T. Organization is extremely important when it comes to folders, and you'll follow all these steps here. Create a folder, create arts, create materials, templates, and have everything organized so that you know where everything is. It's easy to get to. So here are all the instructions right here, plain and clear. Then below that, you'll see all the different posts. So for instance, this is my animals art library. All you have to do is click on it to download it. You would download it into your art library. This is a cartoon library. You download the attachment. It's just that simple. All of these different libraries are available for you to download on my website. Let's say we wanted to create a new one. All we would have to do is click the new button down here, create new, and this will bring me to my desktop, Lightburn Art. And these are all of my libraries, folders, and LBR files. And let's say I wanted to do something like Jones.
Violet was
And why would I do
sleeping
this?
in my room.
And I hit save.
Introducing Maker Place by Michaels. Respect the handmade.
Chick days are here at Tractor Supply. We'll help you get started so you can feed your family the best eggs they've ever had, straight from the coop. Tastier eggs are just a few steps away, so come see our birds, coops, supplies, and friendly experts at your local TSC store today.
And now you see Jones comes up. And I'll tell you why I would do this. This is one of my customers, let's say. And let's say Mr. Jones ordered a sign. Well, actually, let's just do it the right way. Ordered a sign with his name in it. And I went ahead and created that sign for him really quickly. Now what I would do is I would select all of these, come to Jones, and then click Import Application Project. Now I'll name this a date usually. So what I'll do is 26, 2021, and click OK. And now I can delete this and keep on working on something else. And when Mr. Jones calls me back in the future and says, oh, we lost our printing sign, I could just come back here and say, yes, Mr. Jones, I can get that done fairly quickly, and there it is, ready to go. That's just how easy it is to save your customer files. And that's probably one of the best things about the Automatic Library is saving customer files. Although it's great to have all kinds of good stuff in here as well. So for instance, let's say we want to find cartoons as an example. Let's get rid of Mr. Jones here. And let's say we want Calvin and the Chipmunks. You know, I've got it right here. And let's say we wanted his little girlfriend. Actually, I don't remember what her name is.
See if you can get
we've
that.
got her too. And we've got all kinds of cartoons in here. Some of these you'll probably recognize, but I have everything in here. So all of my cartoon libraries are in here. And that's the great thing about this. And you can get rid of them whenever you don't need them. If I don't need Mr. Jones, I just say unload. And that goes away. And you can just work with whatever libraries you need at the moment. So now, when it comes to library over here, these are your cut libraries. So, for instance, let's say I wanted to do this on craft paper. Well, what I would do is, now if you come up here and look at this speed and power in my cuts and layers, this is a really quick shortcut. Once you've done your test burns, whether it's vector graphic or raster images, you can come in here and create libraries like I have here. And I'm doing craft paper, I want to engrave it. Okay, so I'm just moving the down arrows. Just expand the arrow, come to engrave. And watch these numbers right here when I click this button here that says assign to layer. Here we go. See how that just changed it? 9,000 speed, 55 power, and this is what is going to engrave on my craft paper. But let's say that I was putting it on leather.
Gravity
as an
Falls.
example, and I'm going to engrave it. I'll assign that to the layer. Watch what happens. Now you can't see this part, but 9,100 speed. So now let's say that I'm changing lasers, going to a different laser. You can have all types of libraries. So I click load, and it brings me to my library, Lifer and Cut. And let's say I was using my NAJ. So my 4060 NAJ. And hit that. And now you see these are my NAJ settings. So let's say I was doing plywood, 2mm engrave. Now watch the up top. 1150 power. Let's say I wanted to cut it, assign it to a layer, 480 and 80. And that's how nicely these libraries work. I do have a complete video on libraries, how to create them, how to install them, and so forth. But it really is very, very simple. Alright, so the final thing we're going to talk about today is text. I get a lot of people asking me how they can cut text, and we're going to do that right now. So right now we'll just put in some text. We'll select it, make it larger. I'm going to put it on a film. Now, how do I cut this section out of the middle of the text? Well, it's really very simple. Just grab your rectangle tool over here, click and drag across where you think you want it to cut. So let's say we wanted it to cut right there. Now all we would do is click on the selector tool, click on the text itself, and here's a great new feature in Lightburn, the Assistant. So if we go to Tools and Boolean Assistant, you can get a preview of everything. Now, that obviously is not what we want. That's not what we want. That's not what we want. This is the one that we want right here. We want to subtract the difference, B from A. So we say OK, and there we go. And now all you have to do is take in here, and let's bring this down to about 30. And we'll do some more text. And now we're ready to go. Just bring that up in the middle. And there's how you cut text. If you want to do something different, like let's say you wanted to cut this text, the word text, with this center word here, well, then what we would do there, let's just put in here another text. Let's grab it, make it larger. Let's just reuse this one over here. Take and put some more text here in the middle. And let's make it a little bit larger, like so. And maybe scale it in a little bit here, and scale it in a little bit here, and that's the way we want it. So what we're going to do now is, with this some more text selected, we're going to offset shapes. I like to use about 2 outward, round, say OK. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do that one more time and say OK. So now everything is selected here. Leave it the way it is. Pass your mouse over the word text. Press the Shift or Control button. Click on that. And come over here to Weld Shapes. And now, if we take a preview of this, you'll see that we've welded that together. Now at this point, we have 3 different sets of text here. So we can move this one out, like so, and delete it. And let's get rid of this one too while we're here. And there is what we have for our, so let's put it back on the work plane and take a preview. And now you can see that gives you a perfect cutout with your word text in the background and your some more text over here. So there you go. That's how you do it. All you do is just pull off the top layer. This is so easy to do. There are several different ways to do this actually, but this I find the easiest, just offsetting it twice and pulling off the top layer. So there you have it. That answers the most frequently asked questions that I get on other platforms and also here on YouTube. I hope you enjoyed the video, and as always, I thank you for watching.
ludicrous.
But I got you. Hang on. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Alright, so we're all finished. I went and got the wood off of the laser, and this is what we get. So here is my really crappy photograph. I don't know why I can't get good photograph. Look at it. It looks like it's bent over here, and the color, you can't see the colors. But anyway, as far as the engraving goes, I think that 75%, 7,000 speed came out just awesome on this 5mm Baltic birch. I think that's just an awesome speed. And you know what I forgot? It's 5mm. We did it with the 7mm cut library. So we could have, it just blew through most of this. Look at this, 50% power and 93 speed. And it just blew right through it. So 105 speed, 62% power. So we could have actually started our speed at the 150 mark on this, which is really awesome, by the way, for, you know, a 10-watt laser. Now this happens to be a good laser, the Comgro 10-watt. Out of all the 10 watts on the market, it is the most powerful in an actual light beam test. In fact, it's even 1 watt more powerful than the Xtool 10 watt. Which is kind of surprising. Now, I do want to show you, this is not a good representation over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom in on the camera here, and I'm going to show you what this looks like. This 75% power and 7,000. Look at the beautiful color that it got there. The color is just awesome on this particular wood. And this is what these test cards are used for. You get to know exactly the color that you want your burn to look like on that particular piece of wood. You get to pick and choose from a grid so that there's no mistakes when you go and burn. Now you're going to sacrifice a piece of wood, no doubt. But that's what lasering is all about. If you want professional look. So you're going to sacrifice that piece of wood. There's no doubt about it. But you're going to get the exact color or shade of gray that you want by running these tests. You have one sacrificial piece of wood, one small piece of wood. Let's say you're going to do an engraving. You just need like a 4x4 piece of wood to sacrifice. And you go and pick and choose the color of that engraving that you want. And now you can even get into layers. And this is the fun part, because you can have some of the engraving, like a graphic, a vector graphic, for example. You can have some layers done in a really light engraving, other layers done in a dark engraving, and you can get dimensional looks out of your work. So there is your material test generator built into Lightburn for newbies that have never done this before and are confused about the universal test card video that I did. Now I'll put a link, or actually at the end of this video, I'm going to put one of the links at the end of the video. You'll see the universal test card video, so you can go ahead and click on that. And I'll also put a link down below in the description if you want to watch that one next. That's much more advanced. It gives you a lot of different settings than this does. But this is your basic test card, and you could work with this forever. All you have to do is set up your rows, set up your columns with your speed and your power, and there's even more in here. You can do line interval and other things, line interval tests and so on. So it's a really nice feature in Lightburn. It only takes a minute to set up. And I know that sometimes the videos get a little confusing because I have to go off topic a little bit. It's not really going off topic, But, you know, like saying that you got to go to the manufacturer's website and, you know, get your parameters for different types of materials. But, I mean, that's just necessary. If you want to do this for a business, if you want to have professional results, you're not just burning some mom on a piece of wood. You know, you want to really have some professional results for your engravings, using graphics, using vector graphics. With this, you can get different shades of gray, many different shades of gray. And you can design your vector graphics with all different shades to burn onto the wood that will look absolutely awesome. And I've done that with my Christmas Santa cutting board. So, you know, all of the different graphics are different shades of gray, and it gives it a nice sort of colorized look. So, doing a test grid, and, you know, lots of people ask questions in the Facebook groups, in the forum, you know, how do I get my settings down? The only way to get your settings down is with a test grid. Your laser is not going to be the same as mine. It's not going to be the same as the next one that ran off the assembly line. There are so many different variables involved, especially when it comes to wood. You have the ambient temperature, you have the moisture content of the wood, you have the manufacturer of the wood, how they manufacture it, if it's plywood, you know, what are the, how thick are the veneers, what is the fill made of, what type of glue do they use. There's so many different variables that you can never say. I can't say to you, I can cut plywood, you know, at 200 millimeters per minute and 80% power, 5 millimeter plywood. Doesn't mean that you can, because there are too many variables involved. So that's what this material test generator is for. And to go even further, you can move on to the universal test card if you want to do things like living hinges and stuff like that. So anyway, without getting too far off topic now, I hope that this has opened your eyes. If you're new to laser engraving, I understand the universal test card video may have been a little confusing, so I wanted to elaborate on this basic material test card generator built into Lightburn and show you exactly how to use it, exactly how to get your starting numbers, and how to set it up so that you can run your own tests. And I'm hoping that I'm going to make you into a professional laserologist. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this video as much as I enjoyed making it for you. And as always, I thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
So how long did these take?
Long time.
Long time?
Welcome to Lounge TV. I'm Larry.
I'm Joe. I'm Tom.
And we're playing, what is this, Mario Party?
Yoshi's Tropical Island.
Because we were talking about it.
When they fucking
Play video games?
This one Etsy seller has made $800 a month. This one Etsy seller has made $800 a month, $10,000 a year for the last 3 years, and they've done that with one simple product. That one product is these simple lanterns or tea lights. So in this video I will be showing you how to make this simple lantern using Canva, Lightburn and Boxes.py. So if you like these types of videos where I show you how to make something that sells very well, or if you're not worried about the money side of things and you just want some ideas for great gift ideas, make sure to like the video, subscribe if you haven't done so already, it's absolutely free, and I shall go and see you at Lightburn where we get to create one of these. So before we start getting into the design work of this lantern, I just want to take you across to Etsy just to show you where I found this product. So if we take a look here, we can see that this seller actually sells this item in 4 different sizes. I'm going to show you a trick a little bit later on when it comes to the design work on how to just scale these very, very quickly. So the first thing that I want to show you is the program called Allura. If you haven't used anything like this before, it's just an analytical software, and what it basically does is give us some background information on how well certain products sell on Etsy. So it's a great source of information when it comes to trying to find different products to add to your own shop. Now you don't have to sell it on Etsy, this can be something that you just use the analytical software for, so you can find a good product and you can sell it at your craft fairs, you can sell it on Facebook, you can sell it to your friends and family, but it gives you a great understanding on the potential of a certain product. So as you can see here, this shop is making $791 a month. They're only having to make 50 of these every month to generate that sort of money, and the revenue that they have taken from this one product is $28,000 in 3 years. So now we know the dimensions of our box, we're going to go across to a program called Boxes.py. So if you come across to the search bar at the top of the screen, you can just type in Boxes.py and that will bring you to this site. All we're going to do is click on this open topped box. It's going to come up with this screen and it's going to have a load of information already filled out for you. We're going to be changing a lot of these settings, so I will go through this as clearly as possible. So to start with, you're going to see X, Y and H, and what they're going to be in relation to is this profile of the box here. X and Y is going to basically be your width and depth of your box. So in their example, they had 70mm by 70mm, and the H is the height of what our lantern is going to be. So that H needs to be 130. Just a tip to start off with, when designing lanterns, if you're going to do different sizes, always start with the smallest lantern first. That way your design will be scalable upwards, especially if you get very fine details. If you scale down, you're going to end up with parts of your design that when it comes to sanding, they'll probably break off. So always start with your smallest size first. Thickness is going to be relative to what timber you have available. I'm going to be using a 6mm Sapele. The format can stay as SVG. Reference, we're just going to keep it at 100, it doesn't really matter. When it comes to the inner corners, we're going to go to corner rather than loop, and burn is going to be your curve. So basically what material is going to be removed when your laser cuts it out. So I know for my laser engraver it's going to be 0.08. Usually if you're going to be using a diode laser, it's going to be roughly around there, so if you don't know your curve, just try this. If it's a little bit tight, there is a couple of tweaks that we can do. And lastly, what we're going to do is come across to this settings for finger joints, and there's one thing that I want to change on here, and that's extra length. And all it's going to do is where the laser removes the material from the finger joints, your fingers will be recessed slightly because of that curve that's being taken away. So I just like to add a very small amount. As long as it's bigger than 0.08, your fingers will protrude slightly from the edges, which means that you'll be able to remove those burn marks without sanding the entire face of your project. And that's it. All we need to do now is go down to the download. If we click on that, it will take a couple of seconds, and we can come across, click on the download folder, click and drag that into Lightburn, and here we have it. Our box is already made. So one thing I want to point out is I'm not using my 130 watt CO2 laser for this. I am only using my Autor Laser Master 2 Pro, so I'm just using a 10 watt diode laser to do this project, so it makes it very, very easy for any beginner to do this project. So now that we have our box downloaded, we're going to go across to Canva to design our panel. This was
Benefit from the balance of a hybrid home heating system with cooling capabilities. Hybrid systems offer a new way to manage your home's temperature that use both electricity and natural gas to provide comfort and consistency at a lower cost and with greater performance than other options. Hybrid systems also help to lower emissions and can be installed more affordably with a $1,350 rebate through National Fuels Conservation Incentive Program. Learn more at fuelingtomorrowtoday.com/hybrid.
Becca?
Oh, hi.
Hi. I'm Brian.
Brian.
Coffee?
Feel like you've been catfished? There's an edible for that. Fruit was just the beginning. Get all kinds of deliciousness delivered in an hour or less at edible.com. See website for details and restrictions.
was the mock-up that I did for my example. So we're going to bin that. We're going to go across to the main page. We're going to come up to this right-hand corner and go to Create Design. We're going to come down to the bottom where it says Custom Size. Make sure it's set to millimeters because it will be on pixels. In the width we're going to put in 70 and height we're going to put in 30. That is going to be the same size of our box. So when it comes to adjusting it to fit our box, the aspect ratio is going to be the same. Click on Create New Design, and that's going to give us a blank page. If you come across the left hand side where it says Elements, it's going to show me the recently used elements, so I can bring in the trees that I used before. What I did was drag and drop 2 of these in, but because you don't have that, all you need to do is type in tree if you're going to do the same thing. Where it says graphics, you can click on See All, and you can scroll through all of these different images until you find something that you really like. Now then, there is one thing that I do really need to stress, and that is, as far as I'm aware, you cannot just use one image. So if you see like a tree of life, or say for instance you really like this, you cannot just use that one picture because you'll be liable to getting sued basically. Just make sure that you do your own due diligence. Make sure that you know the legalities when it comes to using Canva. As far as I'm aware, I think if you use more than one image and you create your own graphic, it is okay to sell. Again, don't take that as legal advice. Make sure you do your own research to make sure that you don't get into trouble. So once you have found the items that you want to use in your design, there is a couple of bits and pieces that you can do. This is actually the same tree as the one behind it. All I've done with this graphic is I've highlighted it, I've just gone to the flip and I've gone flip horizontal, so now it's exactly the same way as this tree is. You can scale it up, you can make it smaller, have a play around with it, create a design that's appealing to yourself. Just bear in mind that we don't want to be copying somebody else's work exactly. We just want to take elements from it and create our own ideas. So we know from that idea that it's basically a wildlife thing, so that's all I'm going off. I'm pretty sure they just had trees in theirs. So what I'm going to do is take a couple of trees from Canva. I'm also going to bring in an animal, so we're going to type in deer. And we're going to go across to where it says graphics and see all. And there is numerous types of deer that we can take a look at. I'm pretty sure it was this one that I used last time. And we can just drag that and drop it wherever we see fit. And you can play about with this for 10 minutes, you can play about with it for an hour, or even longer. And you can do numerous design panels. And literally, the world is your oyster when it comes to designing these. I have made about 20 different designs before making this deer one. I and it really is a fun project once it all comes together. So after you've completed your fantastic bit of artwork, we're going to go to the share icon in the top right hand corner. We're going to click on that and go to the download drop down window, and we're going to download this as a PNG. Just click the download button. It won't take very long to download. We're just going to minimize this or shorten that window, go to the download folder, drag and drop it into Lightburn, and there we have our panel. So now that you have your design in Lightburn, if we click on that to select it and then right click on it and come down to trace image. So if you use a contrasting graphic like the silhouettes that I've used in Canva, Lightburn is going to be able to pick this graphic out really easily. So we just need to click trace and then click OK. And now it's changed the PNG file to a SVG. So what we're going to do is select the rectangle tool, and we're going to create a box inside our lantern. So what we want to do with our box is just drag that bottom of the panel down to the top of our finger joint, bring the top up roughly to the top of our box, and bring the sides out to the inside of our finger joints from our edges. Helicopter going over. So what we're going to do next is hold control and just drag these sides in, just so it gives us a bit of stability on these edges so it's not quite so fragile. And we're going to do exactly the same for the top. This is just going to make sure that it's not extremely fragile, so if you drop it, it's not going to break, and you're not going to get complaints when it comes to selling these things. So we're just going to come across to the graphic that we traced earlier. We're going to select it and ungroup this selection, and all we're going to do is remove all of these small details because we just want to keep the time down as much as possible. We're not going to miss any of this when it comes to our final product. Even these bits are literally just in the middle of no man's land. It's just going to be a waste of time. So we just want to get rid of these. Once you have finished getting rid of all of the non-essentials, we're just going to select all of that and make sure that it's grouped again. From there, one very important step, because these branches are extremely thin, they are going to be extremely prone to breaking. We're just going to select this and go to the offset shapes. In this offset distance, just set it to 0.25. That's going to increase the width of our design by 1/4 of a millimeter. It might not sound like a lot, but it's going to increase the width overall by 1/2 mil. So all of these straggly little branches, bits of the deer's antlers are going to have a bit more meat to them, so when it comes to sanding, they're not just going to break off. If we go and select this delete original objects, it will delete the trace that we had before. So keep that selected, press OK, and now we have a slightly thicker image. Then from there, what we're going to do is just drag this into our panel. And what I like to do is try to get as many contact points as possible when it comes to the top, the sides, and the bottom. So here we can see that the antler is over this side of the panel. All of these branches have got a key. Actually, I'm just going to bring it up a little bit more, because then this is then touching, the antler's more touching more on this side, and the tree is connected all the way up the right hand edge, and we're connected at the top. That just means that there's less floating bits of our design that are going to be prone to breaking. Once we have that sorted, we're going to keep that design selected. We're also going to select the outer box as well. We're going to come across to the Boolean tool. And what we're going to use is this Boolean subtract tool. You can see that it's gone the wrong way. If you hold Control and press Z, that will undo it. If you press it again, it will then go the right way. So we're just going to zoom in here. We can see that the deer is connected to the outside of the box, and the tree branches are also connected to the outside of the box, even the ones at the top. And the trunk of the tree is connected to the right hand side of the box. We just want to make sure that the Boolean tool has worked the correct way. So the deer and the trees are connected to the box, so the deers and the tree are going to be left behind, and the space around them is going to be cut out. Now, the final thing that we need to do is make these scalable, and it's so simple. So if we go back across to boxes.py, all we're going to do is go to the X, Y and H boxes, and we're just going to make these bigger. So in the example before, we're going to make these 105, 105 and 200. Going to make the thickness whatever thickness you want it to be. Keep the format to SVG. Reference can stay the same. Make sure the inner corners are set to corner 0.08 for my kerf offset. Click download, reduce the screen size, go to the download tab and drag and drop. I'm just going to move these panels out of the way. From there, we're just going to drag this over onto our workspace. Zoom in, we're going to come across to the panels, select one of those and duplicate it using Control and D. We can place this in the center, and all we're going to do is hold Control, go to one of the corners and drag it to make it bigger. Once it's the size that you want it to be, what we're going to do is repeat the process that we did earlier on in the video, and we're going to duplicate these and move them into the corresponding boxes. If you want to, you can flip two of these round. And there we have it. We have the smaller lantern on the left-hand side and we have our large lantern on the right. You can go through the same process and make a medium and an extra large if you really wanted to. This project is very, very flexible. Now let's get it across the laser engraver. We'll get it cut out and we'll get this lantern assembled.
Marcus is a connoisseur of anything that's free, so he was happy to read the disclaimer on TurboTax Free Edition.
Roughly 37% of taxpayers qualify. Form 1040 and limited credits only. See how at TurboTax.com. That's me!
File your taxes 100% free with TurboTax Free Edition and get your max refund guaranteed. Make your moves count. See if you qualify at TurboTax.com. It's okay, baby. It's okay.
What did you do?
And there we have it. It's completely finished. It's turned out incredibly, incredibly well. I did say at the beginning I was going to show you a comparison between a solid wood one, which is the one that I've just showed you, and an MDF one. This one, as you can see here, you can see the contrast in colours. Because this is a Sapele faced MDF, you still get the MDF that shows through on the joints. Now, I know there is a gap on the bottom. This is a 5mm MDF, not a 6, and I just used the same thing. Now, this was assembled in exactly the same way. I still hand sanded it, and I still had an issue where I've gone through the veneer on the MDF. So this is why I prefer doing them out of solid wood over an MDF. It's not to say that you can't do it with MDF. Some people like the burnt edges as well. Now, I will warn you, if you do start one of these projects, you could end up going a a little bit overboard, you then may want to learn how to do an octagonal one, a pentagon style box. If you're interested in these sort of designs where you have a door in front, this is just a tester. This is just something that I've done out of MDF as a prototype. But if you are interested in something like this, just leave us a comment and let me know that it's something that you wouldn't mind seeing in a future video. I have even gone down the route of putting bayonet boxes on the bottom of some of these as well. So there's so many different things that you can incorporate into these to make it very, very different. Now, I did make this from a solid bit of wood. I did have to mill this down, but the best thing about this, if you do have a box of scraps just like this, like I do, I've got some softwood blanks here, I have some oak blanks, and I've even got some really thin ones that I make some bookmarks out of. If you do have a box like that, then you can make a jig like this. This is just a bit of 3mm MDF. This lays flat on your honeycomb bed, so you can put each individual part separately into this grid, and it makes your projects literally cost nothing if you have a load of scrap left over. So that was a nice little tip. So another quick tip for you: if your parts are extremely tight like this and you have to force them together, the best thing you can do is just lay this on a heated radiator just for a little while, and that will take some of the moisture out of your wood and that will make your joints a little looser. When it comes to assembly, you just need to make sure that they go together really easily, and then let the glue set and hold your workpiece together. If you end up forcing them together, you'll end up with breakages. Trust me, it's painful when you've waited that long to make a project for it to all go wrong. With all that being said, thank you so much for watching this video. I know it's been a long one. If you haven't done so already, just make sure to click that like button because it helps me out. Subscribe if you haven't done so already. It's absolutely free, like I said at the beginning. And I shall see all of you guys in the next video.
How's it going, everybody? I'm in quite a few Facebook groups for laser engraving, and I do the laser engraved canvases, and I always get asked a couple of questions, you know, what type of paint am I using, how do I do the canvases, what are the settings, and in today's video, hopefully I'm going to go over quite a few of those elements to give you a good detailed way of how to create these high quality canvases. So let's go ahead and jump into the canvas prep.
Alright guys, for this part of the video I'm going to show you how I prep my canvases before I do any of the laser etching. Now before I prep these, what I typically do is I'll go ahead and I'll have a good image that I'm wanting to use. And once I figure out the image I'm going to use, I like to try to figure out what colors am I going to play with here. What colors is going to really make this image stand out. And then once I kind of get an idea of what I'm going to do with the coloration, that's when I kind of start looking at my prep work for the canvas. So the very first thing is this canvas is a 8x10, and I am going to be using as a base coat, it will be a Rust-Oleum Ultra Cover Paint and Primer White Flat. I try to use this flat on the bottom. It does help a lot with smoothness, and it doesn't give off much reflection if it does burn through to that layer. And then from there, what I will end up doing is, for my image, I have chosen to go with a gold. The gold is what's going to show through for the image itself. And then I will top coat it with a black, flat black. All these materials, the paint, you can get this at Home Depot. Canvas, you can get it at Walmart, you can get it at Hobby Lobby, any of the little craft stores around you. They're fairly cheap, pretty easy to get. They're always in stock. A lot of times, the places do like a sale when you buy a large pack. So, I'm gonna go ahead and get started. Now, here's where it gets very important. You want to make sure that you are going to give it the smoothest paint surface possible. So what I like to do, and this is going to be probably a 2 coats of the white. I'll probably end up doing 3 coats of the gold, and then for my top coat of that black, I will finish it off probably just one nice even black coat. And you're going to see how I do this through the process. So to begin, the first thing I do is I try to hit all the edges. I would like for all my edges to get done, so that way there is not much overspray on the top of it. So it makes it for a smoother canvas when you finish. Second, after I hit all my edges, what I'm going to do is, and I probably stay 6 to 12 inches away to get a nice even coat. What I do is I go one way, and then I go in the opposite direction. And what this actually does is it makes sure that all the cracks and crevices of this canvas get filled in really nice, again, to give you that very smooth surface that you're looking for. And that is it, right? It's pretty much as simple as that. Now, when we get to the gold, we're going to be doing multiple coats. At this moment, we're going to let this go ahead and dry. Once it dries, I'll probably come back, do another white coat, and then from that point forward, once it's dry, with that second white coat, I'm going to do 3 gold coats. The second coat of this white has been applied, and it is dry. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to jump in with this metallic gold. Again, this is pretty much my color layer that is going to come through the black, and it's really going to make the image look really nice. Now for this one, I do the same thing as before. I do in 2 different ways. I go one way, and then I change up for the second across. I go the other way. That way I, again, am ensuring that I get a nice full coverage. And again, this will be about 2 to 3 coats. It really depends on how well and how thick you put it on. I like to go for very thin layers, so that way I know that there's not going to be anything sticking out. It's not going to be that rough of a surface. It's going to look very good. So here I go. I'm going to show you my first layer. And that's how I put on that gold coat. And I'm going to let this dry, and once it's dry, I'll go ahead and show you the next coat. Alright guys, the first coat of this gold has dried. In the conditions I'm in, it's probably about 57 degrees. I'm inside of my shop, so it really only takes about 15 minutes, maybe 20. So it's really not that time consuming for this. And now I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do this second coat of gold. Now, I just want to let you know that the sides are not that important at this time, because the photo that you're going to be laser engraving on this, or laser etching, is going to be on the top. And the sides will be fully covered with the black when I do the final top coat. But let me go ahead and just do that second coat of gold again and show you I do the same thing. It's a cross pattern. I start with one way, and again this is about between 6 and 12 inches above the canvas, and then I do that second one. And again, the purpose for this is to give it a nice, even coat. Alright guys, so the second coat of this metallic gold has sat for roughly 15 to 20 minutes. And now I'm going to do my final pass of the metallic gold. And again, this is going to go the same way I've done everything else. I'm going to do it cross-sectional. I'm going to go one way, and then I'm going to do it another way. And again, you want to stay about 6 to 12 inches away from your working project. That way, it is a very evenly distributed spray, and it comes out as flat as possible. Now, you may run into an error where you accidentally get a little too close and it smudges, and that happens. But to avoid it, you want to give it the smallest particles of paint as possible. Here we go. And that's it. So I'm going to give you a good idea of kind of something that I do. I always like to kind of get down and look at it on a level plane, so that way when the light hits it, I can see if there are any spots that were missed or drawn. And if there are, what I'll do is I'll take the paint again and I will just lightly spray it. This one right here, I just checked it and it looks great. There's no dry spots or anything like that. So I'll give this another 20 minutes or so. I might even give this one 30 minutes just because this is the third layer of this paint and I want to ensure that it dries very well before I do my top coat in black. What I'm going to also do, I'm going to show you real quick the very first 2-layer laser engraving that I did, and I'm planning to achieve the same thing. This is essentially what I did the very first go. Obviously it did not go perfectly as planned. My first and second attempt took me 3 tries to get this thing right where I wanted it. And this is another black and gold canvas that I did. This is one of the flat ones I picked up at Dollar Tree. It comes in a pack of 3 for like $1, and it was very good for using as a test piece to dial in my laser etching settings, to dial in how I prep the canvas. It's very inexpensive. I would suggest go pick up a couple of those, and if you want to give this a try, do it on those test ones. That way you're not taking a lot of time in the laser engraving, you're not taking a lot of time and material getting wasted, and once you dial in everything for that smaller canvas, move on to the bigger ones. It's going to be the same exact process, it's going to be the same settings. Again, where it really matters is that you get enough coats on there for your actual color, so that way when the laser does go to etching, if you're off by a couple of percentage on power, you're not going to burn through all the way to the canvas layer. Giving it multi-layers for the color, it does give you a little bit of wiggle room, so that way if your laser power is a little bit off, it provides like a safety net. Now, for this final top coat, this is a very crucial part of this canvas work. You need to ensure that it is well covered, but you don't want to put on too thick of a coat. You don't want to do too much of it, because then it starts giving you problems in your laser engraver where it may not burn all the way through, or you get some of this gold that shows through the black, and that is worst case scenario. You don't want that to happen. So when it comes to this black or this top coat, again, it's crucial that you do it very well and you don't put on too thick. You need to have nice coverage so none of the gold shows through, but you also want to have a thin coat so that way it's easier for the laser to burn through. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do this black coat. And again, this is where it is most crucial. This is where your edges of the canvas matter, because you want a nice finished product. This is where, this is where everything comes into play. You don't want the show through of the gold. You want your edges real nice. You want it to be a nice finished product. I'm also going to do the same thing I was doing before, which is cross coating. But this time it's only going to be one coat, and I'm going to have to get at eye level with the canvas to see the shimmer of the light, so that way I ensure there's no dry spots. It's well covered, and it's pretty easy to see. You'll see like a shimmer on everything, but if there is a dry spot, you'll see it by looking at it at eye level. It'll look untouched, and it may seem that it's painted well, but in the end result, if it's not coated well enough, the gold or whatever color you choose will shine through. So this is a crucial part. So let me go ahead and show you what I do with this one. Do a nice coverage on the edges. Make sure that you are getting absolute coverage. Now once your edges are good, you're going to do the same thing we've been doing. You're going to cross coat. Again, this is 6 to 12 inches. So right now, it looks like it's almost done. But if I actually look down at eye level, I can see some spots kind of in this area that is not well covered. So this time I'm going to do the cross section. And again, nice, even, light coats. I'm going to look down again. I see a little bit on these edges. Hit them one more nice time. And I think it's good to go. Again, I get eye level with it and I look for the shimmer from the light. And to me, that's a pretty well covered coat. So this one, I'm going to also let dry for probably 30 minutes. I might even let it dry for an hour just to make sure that everything is fully dry all the way through. Because if you remember, we did a first 2 coats of white for the base coat on the canvas. Then we came on top with 3 coats of that metallic gold. And now we've got our final coat of the 1 layer of black. And what you don't want to happen is when you go to laser engraving on this, that a coat or a layer is not dried thoroughly. Because what is likely to happen is if it's not properly dried and your laser goes to engrave it, you're not going to get the color that you're looking for. The color is going to end up getting burnt. So there's a lot of room for error on this prep work. So if you don't do it sufficient, it's going to show in your end result. And again, everything I've shown you up to this point, this is how I've done everything. And again, you know, that's a pretty good quality. I mean, the gold comes through, the black is nice, everything is nice and flat. So again, your prep work, this very beginning is very crucial. Now when it gets into the laser engraving, it's crucial as well. But again, if you don't start off right, it's going to end up wrong. So, as I said, get eye level with it, make sure you've got some light on it, and look for those dry spots. Make sure that those dry spots aren't there. Make sure you get well coverage. And even if you do get a dry spot, after it's, you know, after you think you're done and you go for a final look, it's okay to pick up the can and give it a couple of little sprays. And what I mean by a couple of little sprays is keep it even further away. Instead of your 6 to 12 inches, get a little further away so that way the small particles disperse even more evenly. So like I would do something like that, right? Just a couple little sprays a little further away to make sure that you're getting the color you want.
And the dogs.
Alright guys, so I'm going to give this, you know, like I said, 30 minutes, probably an hour. I want to make sure that everything comes out correct.
Alright, let's go ahead and get into the setting up the Luben software for this laser engraving canvas. So this is the home screen of the Luben software. I will start with the 3-axis because I'm not doing 4-axis. 4-axis is when you're doing a rotary tool. So 3-axis is what I'm going to select. My workspace is 400 millimeters by 400 millimeters, and I like to position it centered. Now, I will select the image that I'm going to be laser engraving. because I already know that this is an 8x10 canvas, I already have the conversion from millimeters to inches for what I'm trying to do. So for this one, the width would be 203. I'm going to unlock it so that way I can get the height correct as well. So the height for this is 10 inches, which converts to 254 millimeters. But because I want this image to be inside of the canvas without being too tight to the edges, instead of doing 254 millimeters, I'm going to go ahead and do like a 230 millimeters. That way I know that there's going to be a nice decent border around the canvas that goes around the image. From here, because we're going to be doing this laser engraving on a black top coat canvas, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to turn it to invert. That way, everything that I want to show gold, it's going to only laser engrave the dark areas in which you see. Those areas will become gold, and it'll give us a really nice finished image. I'm going to go ahead from here, and we're going to go into the process part. So it's already selected. So now from here, I just click Create Toolpath. I like to do dot field engraving just because you're going to get the highest quality of engraving this way. It's a little longer, but it definitely brings out a better quality picture in the end. So for this, the fill integral is something that I change next. Now, I can go all the way down to 0.05 millimeters. I really change this depending on the size of the piece that I'm going to be working with. With this particular 8x10 canvas, I find that, let's say 0.1 typically works pretty well. And I'm also going to increase this power to 45%. And now I'm going to go ahead and generate the G-code. This G-code is what basically drives the laser engraver and tells it what to do, and it also tells me how long it's going to take. So it tells me that it's going to take roughly 5.5 hours. Down here on the right you can see 5 hours and 38 minutes. Usually before I do anything, I like to zoom in and see the separation between the dots to see if I'm going to get a really good image. And if I zoom out just good enough, I can see how good of a quality this image is going to be. Which I'm happy with this 0.1, but let me see if I can do this a little bit faster, get it more to around the 4.5 hour mark. So I've got it at 0.13 millimeter fill interval, and it's telling me 3 hours and 44 minutes. And again, I'm going to zoom in just to see how well I think it's going to come out. And I think that this is a fair time to detail working time. So I'm good with it. And now I'm going to export it to my flash drive. Just going to name it Lion, just for the ease of everything. And it's been saved to my flash drive. Now we'll move on to the machines. Laser engraving is done. As you can see, there is some residue on there from the laser engraving burning that black paint. You can see a little bit of that gold come through, but to get this piece finished, I take a paper towel, I dampen it, and all I do is I wipe all of that residue off. But it's that easy.
You just wipe it off until nothing else is coming off. I'm still getting some, so I'm gonna keep wiping until it's all the way off. You can see that the detail is pretty good. And then once I've got it all the way wiped off, just take a dry one and just give it another wipe. Still getting a little bit, it's hard to see on the camera, but I'm still getting a little bit of this residue. It's not much, but I just want to give it a nice little dry wipe, let this thing dry out. That way the image can come through exactly. And that's it. And that's how I do my laser engraving on these canvases. The detail is very good. All the way down to the strands of the hair, around his chin, the tongue. Very good detail. Exactly what I was looking for. Alright, so now that we've went through all the steps and the laser engraving and the final product, I just want to talk a little bit about these canvases and kind of what I went through to get where I am today, making these high quality canvases. So when I first started, it wasn't my first time and it worked perfect, right? It wasn't the second and it wasn't the third either. I ended up going through probably 5 canvases before I got something that was where I wanted it to be. And I'm going to tell you a couple things that I learned from my own personal mistakes that will hopefully allow you to get there a lot quicker than it did for me. So one of the biggest things is, you know, when you first try this, don't go from one image to the next to the next. You'll end up just chasing around your settings and it's not going to work. So that's something I learned the hard way, and I'll tell you what happened for me. So the first 2 canvases, I did the same exact image, and it just did not come out the way I wanted it to. So on my 3rd canvas, I ended up changing the image, which I should have never done, and again, didn't come out correctly, right? 4th one, again, didn't come out correctly. On my 5th go, I used that second image for the 3rd time, and I got exactly where I wanted it to be. Now, I probably would have gotten better results if I would have stuck with the first image and just worked through the settings to get it dialed in. But I didn't. So one of the biggest things you should do is just don't change your images. Use the same image until you get it right. Sometimes it may take 2, 3, 4 times, 5 times, whatever it takes, but don't change your image because your settings are going to vary on the image you use. Some become lighter, some become darker images, right? So when you've got a darker image, you can go with a lower power. When you've got a lighter image, you have to increase that power so that way it burns through to the paint layer. And that has a lot to do with your image prep. So you can either take an image and go right after it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes you need to change the image through contrast, and things like that to get that image quality where it needs to be for the laser engraving. So like
that's number one, is just don't change your image. Use the same image. Get your settings dialed in. Once you get your settings dialed in, you'll pretty much be in the ballpark for every single canvas. Most of them will work with the same settings. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes you have to change things a little bit. But if you get your settings dialed in using one image, every single time you do these canvases, you'll be in the ballpark. It won't be much, and there won't be much to change to get it exactly how you want it. Now, the second thing, this is just as important as not changing your image, or maybe even more important. Keep a log. Keep a log of what you're doing, right and wrong. So when you do your first canvas, write down your settings. When it's done and you look at it, if it's off and not exactly how you wanted it to look, at least you have the settings saved to where you can go back and say, okay, this is what I need to do a little different. This is what I need to do a little different. And I'll tell you what happens 9 times out of 10 when you pull that canvas off. The color doesn't come through, right? When the color doesn't come through on my canvases, how I was able to figure out how to get my colors to come through better, faster, the very first time that the image did not come through well, all I did was I scraped with a file or a knife or anything that you can scrape something with. You scrape until you can see that colored paint underneath. And when you scrape it and that color comes through, you know that you just need a little more power. Now, it doesn't mean go overboard with the power, because you can easily go straight through the canvas, or you'll go through your color and go straight to the right. So, scrape it, and you'll figure out how much of the power do you need. Was it just a little bit because you scraped a little bit and now you see the color, or did you have to scrape a lot to get to the color? And that tells you that you needed a good bit more power. So, keeping the log is pretty crucial, and that's not just for these canvases either. That's for all your engravings, right? All material reacts differently. So if it's slate, keep a log. If you want it to be darker, the power needs to be more. If it came out too dark and it needs to be a little lighter, that means there's a little less power needed. So keep a log with all of your laser work, and eventually it'll become secondhand nature for you, and you'll just kind of understand what you need to do. And thirdly, keeping that log on all your materials and all your works that you do, not only will it create a faster work time because you know exactly your settings to get the outcome you're looking for, you're going to save a lot more material. You're going to stop wasting material doing texturing, and you'll just automatically know exactly what you need to do for that type of material. So keeping a log is probably one of the most beneficial things that I've done to get all of my artwork, really good. It helps a lot. It helps a lot to not waste all the material, to have your settings dialed in, to know exactly what you need to do for that material. You're going to create faster productivity. You're going to lower your waste costs. And if you're selling these products, you're going to increase your sales in general because the quality is going to be much better, and that's what people have those quality. So keep a log, note down everything you do for every type of material. That has been a #1 enhancement for my work personally. That log is everything. I'm not going to say I'm at a point where I don't need my log anymore, but for the majority of the things I do, I already have a good understanding of the material and what the laser settings need to be for that material. Most times I can just throw it in, and let it go. I don't have to look at my log anymore. But there are cases where I still do. The wood, right? Wood reacts different. Canvases, the paint colors react different. Slate is pretty much the same. There's, some people do these sanded with painted slates. Personally, I don't like that. I bought the slate for the natural look of the slate, not to sand it down smooth and paint on top of it. To me, that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. We bought slate use the natural beauty that it has. And this is not to say that, don't do it. I'm just saying this is my personal opinion when doing that with slate. Slate's beautiful as is. Keep it natural. Let that beauty shine through. These canvases, they're not easy, but they're not also that hard either. If I was to put it in a certain class, I would say that the canvases are probably a little bit more intermediate to do. You're engraving on wood, the wood is one color, it's just wood, you're just burning on top of it. Slate, right? Slate is just one color, you're burning on top of it. When it comes to these canvases, you're doing colors. And the colors sometimes react differently to your laser, like how it gets burned. So I wouldn't say that these are easy, I wouldn't say they're hard. I would say they're intermediate. Like, they're a little more advanced than your slate and your wood burn. So it takes a little more time to get these things done. And hopefully, I hope that everything that I've done here today in this video, I hope that it really helps you advance your abilities with your laser engraving. I hope that, you can create these high quality art images just as I do. I appreciate your time watching this video. I hope that it has helped you in some way. I hope it has helped you understand the process that I go through to make these canvases. And if you found this video helpful, give it a thumbs up. I'm gonna try to create some more videos here and there. It's kind of not a priority at the moment, but I probably will create more videos. So if you do enjoy, this laser engraving work, and as I continue to advance my own skill sets in this area, I'll try to create some videos on how to do these things, how to do these crafts. And hopefully you'll follow along, and I'll probably create a couple more videos of just doing these canvases, right? I enjoy them, they're fun. You get to use some color with it. Color is a big thing for any craft. The majority of people would prefer to buy something with color than black and white or no color. That color and the contrast that they have, it helps sell things. So again, I hope that this video helped. I hope that, something was gained from this video. And I hope you get out there and start making some really nice canvases. And I look forward to seeing what y'all make. If you have any questions on anything, you've seen in the video, or any questions that you didn't see in the video, leave it in the comments. I'll try to answer them as best as I can. I also create these images, and most of them do get put onto my Etsy shop. So if you ever want to use any of these images you see, or any of the images that I showcase in some of the Facebook groups, I'll leave the link to my Etsy shop in the description below, and you can click it. Be sure to follow it. That way, when new images are added, you can get them alert. I appreciate it. Alright, so that concludes this video. Look forward to seeing what all y'all make, and keep on crafting.
Whoa.
Johnson.
It's my house, Randy.
Hey, it's Rich, the Louisiana Hobby Guy, and today I am in the Laser Lab again, and I've got a new product here that I got a couple of months ago, and I'm just now getting around to doing a review video on it. And I am not doing review videos on just any laser that people want to send me anymore, because if I do a review video, I always get blamed if the person gets one and they don't like it. So keep in mind that this is a review video, so I am not recommending something to you. I am telling you my opinions on it. But with that, I've got the new WeCreate Vision in the shop today. And isn't this an exciting time, 2023, with all of the new technology coming out? This is an all-enclosed, all-metal laser with autofocus, and it has an optional air scrubber, as you can see over there, with a remote control. So you can turn that on and off. And today, we're going to be talking about this laser, my experience with this laser, how it cuts and engraves and so on, and I'll do a couple of demos for you, and then I will show you how to use it with Lightburn. Yes, I know all the videos out there that you've seen say that it's not compatible with Lightburn, but it is, and I will show you how to use it with Lightburn. So with that said, let's get started, and we're going to start with the pros and cons. I'm putting this up front. Some people just want to hear the pros and cons of the machine, so let's do it. Let's get started with the pros and cons of the WeCreate Vision. Alright, so let's start with the pros. The pros are, this is an all-in-one laser. So everything that you see there, fully enclosed, full metal, and it's kind of pretty. So, you know, some people like pretty. This is a pretty machine. It has autofocus. I'm not quite sure how it does it, whether it's by LiDAR or something else, but it turns out the lights and the entire machine lowers down, which is a pretty cool feature on it. It lowers all the way down to the material and then comes back up the appropriate amount and then homes and the lights come back on. That is a great feature as far as I'm concerned. You have Wi-Fi control, you have USB control, so you don't need to be wired to the machine to use it in their software. You can use either an app control as well. They have Android and Apple apps. It is Lightburn compatible, and I will show you how to do that a little bit later in the video. It has a 420 by 290, I think 290 work area, 420 by 290, which is kind of an odd size because most of us work with 12 by 12 sheets of plywood, 300 by 300, and the 290 comes in a little short, but you still can use the 12 by 12 piece of wood, so it still can position in there perfectly. When you put your material in, you pull it down toward you and over to the left, and it pops up in that corner, and it's perfectly positioned. That's a great feature. One of the things I like about the laser that's right behind me, right here. It does have a knife bed, very similar to a CO2 bed, which most people use wrong from the review videos that I've watched. So it is a triangular knife bed, comes up to a very sharp point at the top, and that keeps you from getting flashback on the reverse side when you're cutting. It does cut very cleanly. I like that. And the knife bed is removable. You can get a chuck rotary accessory for it, and it just screws into a permanent position, which is also nice, and you can do up to a 4-inch tumbler with it. A lot of good features in this. It also comes with a free 6-month membership to their design catalog, and their design catalog has over 1,000 different designs in it, and they're adding new designs every day. So those are the pros that I see with this. Some of the cons with this machine are going to be that everything's in millimeters per second. So if you wanted to set your own settings, it's millimeters per second. I haven't dove into the software yet and see if I can change that to millimeters per minute. I don't know. So the way it comes out of the box is millimeters per second. Number 2, it's got a 3-inch exhaust. Now you can buy the air scrubber that comes with this, and it's a great, powerful air scrubber, but it doesn't take advantage of all of the air, moving all the air out. It's restricted by the 3-inch hose. I would highly recommend that in their next version they switch to a 4-inch hose, and it would have much better fume extraction from the machine, in my opinion. And if you use that air extractor, that air purifier, you can't vent it to the outdoors. It exhausts from the bottom, from some vents. It should exhaust from a 4-inch fitting on the bottom, or on the back actually, and that way you could hook up a hose and vent it outdoors. But I guess the purpose, the design in this was to have a desktop laser. So yes, you can use it as a desktop laser, but the thing is, you will get some odor. So if you're a mom and you're wanting to set this up in the corner of your dining room or something like that, it's not going to be totally odor free. Another thing that is a con on this machine is that unless you're using Lightburn, if you're using the WeCreate software, you can only run one job at a time. So you may pull something down from their catalog that's like, for instance, a Christmas decoration, something to hang on the tree, and it comes in 3 different layers, and each of those layers may only take up a small amount of space on the material. It would be nice if you could combine all of those and move them all onto the same piece of material and run it in one job. But with their software, you have to do the first layer first, second layer second, third layer third. But for me, I'm going to use Lightburn when I use it myself, and that way I'll be able to arrange everything the way I like it and run it all in one job. So those are pretty much the pros and the cons with this machine. Now that we've gotten that out of the way, let's get into the machine itself and do some testing. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to do right now is I'm going to start the WeCreate software.
Yummy, creamy, delicious Califia.
Prebiotics feed your gut anytime, anywhere. Nourish your gut with Benefiber.
You should see me in the crowd.
The strongest females fight for the survival of their families. Oh, hey, the queens.
You should see me in the crowd.
Created by me for all of you.
Don't just take classes, take charge. Start your comeback today at purdueglobal.edu.
So if I double click the icon, it actually loads pretty quickly, and you have the options. You come directly to their, I guess it's a shopping mall, I would call it, and any of these projects that you see here, you can just click add to canvas. Let me show you the canvas to begin with. So up here at the top, you've got your username here, where you do have to create a quick account, and I'm not going to do that today because WeCreate has an extensive playlist on their YouTube channel, which is unusual for a new machine coming out to the market, showing you tutorials on everything, the unboxing, the setup. It's very, very simple to do. So we're just going to go straight to new project today, and I'm going to click on that, and you'll see here is the canvas, and it immediately takes a picture of the workbed. So now one of the things to pay attention to here is where you position your material, and if you position it in the lower left corner like this right here, you can use all of this space to work on and know exactly where you're working. Even if you remove the material from the bed, let's say that something didn't cut all the way through, you could put it back into this exact position and rerun the job. So that's a nice feature right there. And the first thing that I want to show you about the software before we get into all of the different projects that they've got is they have a material library that comes with this. Now it is a limited material library, but you can add to it. So if I click on this, it comes automatically set to basswood 3mm. But if I open this up, you'll see that we've got basswood 3mm, 5mm, we've got cherry, we've got cherry plywood, cherry wood, 3mm and 5mm, and so on. Walnut, most of this is wood. I don't know what Tamo or Tamo is. Birch plywood, which is what we're using today. 10mm balsa wood, and these are all the different things that they've got in here. And way down at the bottom, I've also added my own 6mm plywood, cork, and so on. So for today, what we're going to do is we're going to choose the 3mm birch plywood. That's what's on the bed right there. So now that sets the speed and the power for the engraving and the cutting, no matter what we do here. So if I were to take a rectangle, let's say, and draw it out on here, you have all of your tools are on the left side right here. You can upload a design right here, but let's just do the rectangle for right now. And the speed and the power is already set. So the power is 100%, the speed is 225 millimeters per second, and the passes is 1. And according to them, if I put this on the cut layer, well, now the speed just dropped to 8. You see how that adjusted automatically? So we had it on the engraved layer, now it's on the cut layer, and the speed is 8. That's 480 millimeters per minute. That's about right for a 20-watt diode laser. And the number of passes is 1. If we wanted to engrave this, to fill engrave this, now we have a whole new menu that pops up where we can actually pick by color. This is, if I click on this, this is an image map. So all of these, you can click on any one of these and choose the color that you want it to be, and it'll automatically set the settings. So if I wanted a shade like this one right here, that would be 475, 100% power. So this is a really neat feature, having this image map in here. There, I'll click on it, you'll see that it says it already made the settings. Now if I click off of it, it changed the settings to a power of 100 and a speed of 475 millimeters per second. So that is a nice feature right there. We can zoom in and out by rolling our mouse wheel. On the work bed here, there is a hand up here where you can move it manually, like so, and then the selector tool is right next to it. We're going to work in laser flat today, and we're not going to use this design. We're going to actually go get a design from their store. So I'm going to click on home up here to go back to the beginning. I'm not going to save this project, and I'm going to scroll down here. I saw a cross that I wanted to cut out for a demonstration. So let's go ahead and find that cross one more time. And these just go on forever. And I finally had to speed that up because it's just page after page after page after page. And I think I'm going to pick this cross right here. No, maybe I think I like this one better. So I'm going to add this to the canvas. And here you'll see it gives you a photograph of what it is, how to put it together, and a couple of photographs actually. And there are two pieces, a little circle and the cross itself. What I'll do now is just click Make It right here, and this will add it to the canvas. And there it is. It's already set on the canvas, and there it just refreshed the screen. So now you can see the wood that's on there. I'll just take and move this way down here because that's where I want to work. I don't want to waste too much wood. I don't have to change anything now or set any settings because it already imported all of the settings for this job. So the only thing that we need to do now is focus the laser, and here's the autofocus button right over here. I'll switch over to the laser and click the autofocus. And there you can see it turned out the light, and it's going to start lowering now until it finds the exact right focus. This is very similar to a Glowforge at a fraction of the price. So there you can see it's done focusing. Let's turn the lights back on. We can come back to the software now, and it is ready to start. Up here in the top right corner, I'm just going to hit the start button, and vector fill a bitmap. Okay, so the overscanning has kicked in here. It's too close to the corner there. Okay, well, I'm glad that it has that built in. And I didn't want to do that. I'll undo that. Let me just grab the whole cross and move it over here, and I'll grab this piece and move it closer to the corner like that. Now I can put this back over here, and hopefully that overscanning should be pretty good. we'll try it again. So we're going to go start. There it is. And we can zoom in here if we want to and take a look at it. And that's going to be the final product. Now all I have to do is click send and send it to the laser. And of course, like the Glowforge, I've got to go press the button to start processing. So let's watch this in real time. And I'm just realizing that I should have put that in the top corner so that you can actually see it work. But you'll get the idea. Let's switch back over to the software for a moment. And here in the software, you'll see that you've got the percentage right there as it's climbing to 100%. When it gets to 99%, it sort of stalls for a little while. You do have to wait for this to reach 100% before you open the lid on the laser. And I'll show you in a moment.
I wanted you to look.
Ordinary dish soaps can leave invisible grease behind. Only Dawn Platinum removes 99% of grease.
Dry skin.
Right, time to go in the house and stay in there for a while.
And there's
Fucking
Aquaphor.
mother's gonna come home. You're not in here.
The chicken or the egg? The question isn't which came first. It's which comes with peanut butter. Duh.
So now we're getting to that 99% mark, and you'll see that it is not finished the job yet. It will be just a little bit longer before it's completely finished, and I guess it's 99.1, 99.2. I really don't know, but it is still working, and will continue to work. It's still doing the engraving, so there is a little bit of a delay when it reaches 99%. Make sure that you wait until it says that it's complete and the laser has finished the job. And there you can see that it has finished the job, but if we come back and the laser is returning to the home position, but if we come back to the software, you'll see that it's still at 99%. So we just need to wait for it to say complete. And once it says complete, we can go open the door. There it is right there. So we'll say complete, and I'll go take the project off the laser.
Some people might say I am afraid, but I just don't think my whole way. I don't know why, 'cause I don't like people pleasing, and sometimes they don't see what defines me, but I don't need them honestly, 'cause I got you. Everybody else makes me feel small, and I'm in love.
Oh shit!
Okay, so here it is off the laser. Funny that the little hole didn't, the big hole didn't cut out, but the little hole did. But that's funny. So it is cut through, it just needed to be popped out. So let's take a look now. I'm going to use this wood so that the camera will autofocus so you can see the final job here. And there it is right there. Did a really fine job on the engraving and the cutting, and because of the knife bed, you can see that the back is almost 100% clean. A slight wipe will take anything else off the back. So there we go. That is the final project. Sorry, I gotta put this wood up here. It's the only way you can see it. And here is the other little circle
that you attach the piece with over here. I don't know how I'm going to let you see that one, but there are the two pieces right there. I think I can probably hold this one out right here. Nice clean cut on both. And now I want to show you the camera bed now that I put the wood back in position and refreshed the screen, and you can see that it is darn near close to what that is. So if we delete this graphic, you'll see that now we can use more pieces of the wood all the way up to the edge here. Everywhere in here we can run more jobs and not waste any wood. So that is the great feature that's the thing I love the most about the laser behind me, and this one has that exact positioning. So that's a great feature to have, and that's something that you shouldn't overlook, because you'll have very little waste using a machine like this with the built-in camera that's fairly accurate. Okay, so now I want to take the project that I made myself, something that I designed, and import it here to recreate and upload it to the Vision. So here in the software, I'm going to select my material first, which I'm using the 3mm birch plywood. I'm going to come over to the left side over here, and I'm going to click on Upload. And I'm just going to grab one of these right here, and this is a 2-layer cross. So now you see it doesn't fit on my material. So what I have to do here is just select one of these. I'm going to press Control and the letter C to copy it, and then I'm going to delete it. And I'm going to add another canvas here, and I'm going to press Control and V and paste it onto this canvas. We'll come back to this one later. So going back to the first canvas here, this is my first piece. I'm not going to try and waste all of it, so I'll put it pretty close to the left side and the bottom, like that. And now I'll just click over here. I don't want it to engrave, I want it to cut, which changes that to the red layer. I'm going to click autofocus right here. Now the laser will automatically focus. And we'll be ready to run this job. So as soon as it finishes with its focusing, we'll come over here, wait for it to catch up, and we are ready to click the start button up here. About 2 minutes it says to process this, so I'm going to hit send, and now I'm going to walk over to the laser and turn it on. Now I am still waiting for the processing to catch up here. It's still at 99%, and there we go, complete. So now I can go and take this off the work I'm going to put my next layer in while I'm here.
Variable text in Lightburn is a powerful tool that can greatly expedite your workflow, especially for batch production jobs that require unique text output for each unit produced. With the dynamic text mode enabled, Lightburn automatically replaces special formatting codes used as placeholders with text when a project is sent to the laser. These placeholders can be swapped for date and time, serial numbers, cut settings, and even data from a CSV file. In this video, we'll cover how to enable variable text, go over the different setting options, and use it to batch out custom table place cards. Variable text works hand in hand with the standard text tool. Clicking on the A icon in the left toolbar to activate the text tool, it will click in the workspace and type example. We can customize our text using the text properties section of the top toolbar. On the far right, above the offset box, is a drop-down that lets us choose a dynamic text mode. By default, this is set to normal, which is what you want for any text in a project that won't be changing. Through this drop-down, we can also choose date time, merge CSV, serial number, or cut settings to change the text type. Selecting one of these other modes lets Lightburn know you want to display an alternative value for this text. After defining the dynamic text mode, next we need to replace our word with one or more expressions. These expressions can be found in our variable text formats documentation, linked in the description below. They tell Lightburn the exact value and format to use when replacing your text. Each mode has its expressions listed, showing what to include in your text and what the output will be. As an example, I'll set my mode to date and time. Then I'll replace my text with 4 lowercase d's, which is the expression that tells Lightburn to output the long localized day name. By clicking on preview, we can see that this text automatically changes to the day of the week written out. These expressions can also be combined. If we want to output the day, month, and year, typing the values on screen lets us group these expressions together. In preview, we can see the output which will automatically display the current date and year. If you have a project that requires the current date, using this formatting will let you set it once and know it will update in the future when you rerun the job. A single block of text can only use expressions from one mode, but different text blocks in the same project can be set to another mode and use its expressions. In addition to setting expressions, there is a variable text window that gives you further control. Head up to the window drop-down menu in the top toolbar and select variable text to open a tabbed variable text window on the right side of your workspace. Clicking and holding down the test button will show what the workspace expressions will output as without having to open the preview window. Bake will convert any variable text into normal text objects, permanently replacing the expressions in your workspace with what their current output would be. The rest of the options in the variable text window are used with serial numbers or a CSV file. Let's go through an example now using a CSV file that we will import into Lightburn. This is a spreadsheet I put together using Google Sheets, but any software that can export in .csv file format will work fine. This is a list of names and table numbers for a wedding that we're going to have auto-populate into our design. The first step is to download the spreadsheet as a .csv file. Then in Lightburn, select Browse in the variable text window to open a File Explorer window where we need to navigate to the downloaded CSV file. Then select it and click Open. We can see under the CSV file that the spreadsheet has successfully loaded. I created a simple table card for each guest that includes their table number, but I haven't entered any expressions yet. We want the table number to display in the upper right corner. Using the text tool, I will type table and change the dynamic text mode to merge CSV. Now we will reference the Lightburn variable text formatting documentation. Under the section on CSV files, we can see that a percentage sign followed by a number is used to select the column from which we want to display data. Looking at our spreadsheet, we see that table numbers are in column B, which is our second column. However, for variable text formatting, column numbers actually start at 0, meaning our list of names is in column 0, and our table numbers are in column 1. I'll add a space after table and enter %1 to display the table number. Holding down test, we can see our expression change to table number. This is the correct column, but we don't want our titles to be included. In the variable text window, if we increase current from 0, we can cycle through each row. With the value of 1, it skips the first title row, so we'll set that as our start row. There are a total of 30 guests that go through row 31, but rows also start with a count of 0, so we'll set the final row as 30 to cover all guests. The last thing to add to our design is the guest name. Using the text tool, we'll add %0 to the center so that it will grab the names from the first column. We also need to set the dynamic text mode to merge CSV. Now when we click test, both the table number and guest name update in our design. Text objects in Lightburn have a property called offset. This value is set to 0 by default, but adjusting it allows us to look up text in different rows of a CSV file, so we can have multiple text objects in our design that share the same formatting but refer to different CSV entries. The entry referred to will be the current value from the variable text window, plus whatever offset value we've entered. With current at 0, if we change the offset of %1 from 0 to 1 and hold down test, it now displays 1, since it's grabbing text from the second row. We can use the grid array tool to automatically apply offsets to an array of duplicates, and really unlock the power of variable text. Start by selecting the entire design and clicking on Group Selection in the top toolbar to group our design elements together. Then, click on the Array button in the left toolbar to open the Create Grid Array window. Here we can set how many of our designs we want to run at the same time. I went with 3 columns and 3 rows with a spacing of 5 mm between each. The number you can run at the same time will be limited by your material size and machine workspace. My material is exactly 300 by 300 millimeters, and I can see in this window the total width and height is within these bounds. Making sure auto increment variable text is enabled, we'll click OK to confirm the selection and create the additional copies. Now, if we hold down test, all 9 cards update with the correct names and table numbers from our spreadsheet. After confirming speed and power settings, I'm ready to send this job off to the laser. Once it completes, we can have the next run auto-populate with the next 9 entries in our spreadsheet. To do this, set advanced by to the total number of objects you are running at a time. In this example, we have 9 cards per job. Then, click Next and hold down the test button. All of the cards have now advanced to the next 9 values in our spreadsheet. You can manually advance forward and backward by clicking the next or previous buttons. If you check Auto Advance, once a job runs, it will automatically advance without needing to press Next. On our 4th batch, we won't have enough rows in our spreadsheet to populate all the designs, so the additional expressions will be blank. We'll want to delete the extra designs before running the final job to prevent any wasted material. After running the final job, we have 30 unique table cards that only require
I thought you
designs.
left.
You can quickly see how variable text can be a massive time saver when you're running batch jobs or have a design that requires regular customization. Now you know how variable text works and how to use it to expedite your workflow. Be sure to subscribe for more great videos on mastering Lightburn.
Okay. Fucking relax.
With the exception of image files, all graphics created or imported into Lightburn are made of open shapes, closed shapes, or a mix of the two. To use any function that requires Lightburn to determine the inside and outside of a vector graphic, the shape must be closed. Some functions that require closed shapes are fill and offset fill, all Boolean operations, the cut shapes tool, kerf offset, the slot and tab resizer, and the cut inner shapes first optimization setting. But what makes a shape close? Simply put, a shape is closed when its starting and ending points are the same. In some cases, like this first example, it's easy to see that the shape is opened by the large gap between the 2 points. However, in the second example, while both shapes appear to be the same and closed, the one on the right is open. You'd have no way of knowing this just by looking at the shape, but if you use the node editing tool to click and drag the starting node, to see that it's not connected to the rest of the shape. Thankfully, you won't have to go checking every shape for disconnected nodes. Lightburn has a few tools to automatically identify open shapes. For starters, anytime you go to preview or run a job with an open shape on a fill or offset fill layer, you'll get a pop-up warning. This window shows you how many open shapes are set to a fill mode, and clicking the Show Me button will help automatically select them. In addition, if you're trying to use one of the Boolean operations and it's grayed out, or another function that requires closed shapes isn't working, there are 2 options to identify open shapes from the Edit menu. The first is Select Open Shapes, which will automatically select all open shapes in your project. The second is Select Open Shape Set to Fill. This works the same as the Show Me button from the pop-up window and will identify any open shape on a fill or offset fill layer. Lastly, the Measure tool can give you a readout of a shape's attributes. Select the ruler icon in the left toolbar to enable it, and hover over a segment of any shape. In the bottom left, you'll see the closed open descriptor and a value telling you whether the shape is closed or open. Before we go over the ways Lightburn can help to close open shapes, it's important to make sure this is what you really want. Just because you get a pop-up saying you have open shapes on a fill layer, that doesn't necessarily mean the shapes are the issue. In this example, we see that when I preview the job, I get the open shapes on fill layer error, and when I select show me, it highlights the pattern on the roof. The issue here is not that these shapes are open, but that they are intended to be scored and not filled. Closing shapes like these would require significant editing and would most likely yield an undesired outcome. By putting these shapes on a new layer set to line mode and previewing the job,
Almost
we get rid of
done.
the error and the design is output
4 more
as
minutes.
intended. Now let's go over how Lightburn can help you close shapes in the cases where it does make sense to do so. Start by making sure any shapes you want closed are actively selected. You can confirm this by the moving selection pattern. The first option, located in the Edit drop-down menu, is Close Path. Close Path requires that the opening in the shapes you're closing be just half a millimeter in distance or less. So it's used for very fine adjustments.
Very
Next,
zoned
we have
out.
Close selected paths with tolerance.
Trying
which
to
works
figure it out.
similarly to Close
Holy
Path,
fuck.
it gives you much more control over which gaps you want to close and how you want to close them. Selecting it from the Edit menu opens a window where you'll get some additional parameters. First is the Distance Threshold slider, which allows you to specify the maximum
I need
gap
to get a
size you want to
pack of them,
close. This is useful in cases where
battery,
you have shapes whose gaps are greater than the half
candles.
millimeter required to use Close Path. Or
Them
have selected
candle
multiple open
things you
shapes
told me
and
about?
only
How
want
much
to
are
close
they?
shapes with gaps beneath the specified size. As you move the slider, you can see the shapes in your workspace live update based on your settings. The other setting allows you to choose whether you want to move the ends of a shape together or join the ends by creating a new line between them. Moving the ends together may make appreciable changes to existing lines, so if the project you're working on requires precision, you'll likely want to select Join with Line. At the very bottom of the window, you'll see a readout of how many open shapes were found, how many shapes have been closed, and how many open shapes in your workspace remain. Click OK to confirm
2.5 hours
the
it
selected shapes or cancel
to
to
cut.
discard them. Also available in the Edit drop-down menu is the Auto Join Selected Shapes option. The key difference between this option and the other two is that it connects multiple separate shapes together, while the others close a gap in individual shapes. The tolerance for joining shapes together with this tool is very fine at 1/20th of a millimeter. Every once in a while we'll see a vector imported that appears to be a closed shape, but if you click and drag a start node, you'll see that it's made up of multiple disconnected
2 more
lines.
minutes.
If you see several start and end nodes on a seemingly closed
Unless it's
path,
gonna fucking
that's
lie
a
to me
sure
again.
sign that it isn't closed. In this scenario, select all shapes in your workspace and click Auto Join Selected Shapes to connect them. If the first attempt doesn't work, it can sometimes help to select the shapes and go to Arrange, Break Apart, and then attempt again to use Auto Join. While these three tools will work well for most scenarios, if there's an instance where you require further levels of customization, the Edit Nodes tool gives you pinpoint control. We covered all the functions of this tool in a recent video that will be linked in the description. Knowing what differentiates open shapes from closed ones, how to identify them, and modify them when needed will ensure your design output matches expectations. Be sure to subscribe
There's
for
no
more
Dollar
videos
Tree
on
around
mastering Lightburn.
We got Family Dollar in Ransomville and Family Dollar in Sanborn.
Lightburn provides several options for determining
the
where
closest
graphics
Dollar
in your
Tree
digital
is
workspace
over by
will output in
Tractor
your machine's
Supply.
physical work area. Often the best method to use will vary based
Close
on the
to
machine
me,
you
anyways.
use, the job itself, and personal preferences. We previously covered the 3 different start from modes available. You'll need to familiarize yourself with how these modes work, as this video builds off of them. By default, Lightburn outputs all graphics in your workspace to your laser when you press Start, Send, or Save a project in G-code or RD format. This works well if you have one design in each project, but is less ideal when storing multiple design elements within the same project file. In this scenario, the Cut Selected Graphics option provides a greater degree of control. Located in the laser window, Cut Selected Graphics is enabled
more
by
round,
clicking the
I
toggle
think.
next to it. When active, only the
15
selected
seconds.
portions of your project will be sent to the laser.
Unless
This
it's
means
gonna
you can have
fucking lie
any
to
number
me.
of designs in your workspace, without having to place ones you don't want to run on disabled layers, or move them outside of your workspace completely.
Nope, it's done.
In this mode, click on the arrow icon at the top of the left toolbar, or press the escape key to enable the selection tool. Then select the design in your workspace you
And
want to send to the
it
laser.
burned all the way
If there are
through.
multiple objects you want to send that are not grouped together, click and drag to select them all, being careful that the result is only the content you wish to send. If your shapes are grouped, you might need to ungroup them to get just the selection you want. Clicking the monitor icon in the top toolbar will open the preview window, where we can verify our selection before we run the job. Since we have Cut Selected Graphics enabled, only our selection is previewed. If you have this mode enabled but have not made a selection, you'll get a pop-up warning letting you know, and giving you the option to turn off Cut Selected Graphics mode, or to click OK, make your selection, and run the job. Another case where this feature comes in handy is if you run a job and only a portion of your design cuts all the way through. Instead of rerunning the entire job or deleting portions, just enable Cut Selected Graphics and select the specific portions you need to rerun. With Cut Selected Graphics active, you also have the option to enable Use Selection Origin, which is often extremely helpful for job positioning when you have multiple designs in your workspace. While job origin is fixed when using absolute coordinates, both the user origin and current position start from modes position output relative to custom origin points. And unless use selection origin is enabled, Lightburn takes all objects in your project into account when determining origin and positioning, regardless of whether they're selected or not. When you have a single design or intend to run all designs at once, this works great. But when you only want to cut selected graphics, it can make job positioning trickier. With Use Selection Origin enabled, only the object or objects you have currently selected are considered for the job origin. You still get full control over which job origin point you want to use for your selection, but non-selected graphics will have no influence over its placement. In some cases, like the example given earlier, on rerunning just one part of a project that didn't cut through, you'll want to make sure Use Selection Origin is disabled. Using the entire project for determining origin will ensure that the selected graphics you're rerunning are properly aligned to the initial run. Now you know how Cut Selected Graphics and Use Selection Origin can be used to give you precise control over job output in complex projects. Be sure to subscribe for more great videos on mastering Lightburn. After finding the optimal settings for a specific material, you'll want to save those settings to use in future projects. Lightburn's material library simplifies this process, allowing you to both save and apply proven settings to any layer of your projects. The default window layout in Lightburn will have the material library enabled as a tab window in the bottom right by the laser window. If it is not visible, select Window from the top toolbar and click Library to enable it. When we create a new library, it will be tied to the current device. Make sure you have the correct device selected in the Devices dropdown. Select the Library tab and click New to create a new library. This will pop up a File Explorer window. We will name our library and choose where to save it. Using the name of your laser is a good choice. This makes it easy to find, especially if you have multiple lasers. The library can then be saved in your preferred location, including a network drive or cloud storage. If you choose to use a cloud sync or network location, be very careful that only one copy of Lightburn is modifying the library at any given time. Now let's add our first material. For this example, I'm using the Xtool D1 and 3mm basswood. I've tested both engraving and cutting, so we'll add 2 entries. First, set up a layer in your project with the settings you'd like to save. I'm making a coaster, so I imported the Lightburn Dragon to one layer and centered a circle around it on a separate layer. The dragon on the black layer will be engraved, so I set the mode to fill. In my test, I found a 90% power at 5,000 millimeters per minute to be the best settings for engraving on basswood with the D1. For the circle on the blue layer, we wanted to cut through, so I set the mode to line. Referencing my cut test, I set the speed to 350 millimeters per minute, the power to 100%, and the pass count to 2. With our layers set, we can now save these to the material library. With our fill layers selected under Cuts and Layers, click Create New from Layer in the library window. Here we will enter a few additional details for the entry. The first is the material name, which in this case is basswood. Next is material thickness, which is required for certain operations like cutting. For this fill layer, it is not needed, and we can check no thickness. We can optionally add more information under title, like the number of passes, material preparations, or any pertinent details. Last, a clear description of what the operation is for. A few examples are light engrave, dark engrave, image, or cut. Finally, click OK to apply the settings and create the new entry. Now we can see a new entry for basswood along with the details we filled out. We will repeat the process for our cut layer, including entering the material thickness of 3mm for the basswood we're using here, along with changing the description to cut before clicking OK to create the second entry. With these settings saved in our library, we can now easily apply them to any other projects. To do this, create or import your design and select the layer you want to apply library settings to. Then select the desired entry in your material library and click Assign. This will apply those saved settings to the selected layer. When you assign a library entry to a layer, it copies the current library settings to that layer. Any changes made to the layer will not affect the library, and conversely, library changes made after will not update to the layer. Although assigning works well for most situations, there may be times when you want to create a connection between the library and a layer's settings. This is where Link comes in. Unlike Assign, clicking Link on a library entry will update the selected layer with those settings and update again each time you make a change to those library settings. This is useful for two reasons. First, if you have more than one type of laser, you can set up a material library for each machine using the same library structure and naming, but with different values for things like speed and power. If you load a project created for one machine into the device profile of the other machine, any linked material library entries with identical naming will use the settings for the current machine, meaning you can create a single project file that works on a diode, 40-watt, or 80-watt laser simply by loading the file and using linked materials. Second, if you use a CO2 laser, the tube will lose a bit of power over time, and your settings will need to be adjusted occasionally. If you link a setting, making a change to the material library entry will automatically affect all projects that link to that setting. Linking an entry to make it active will enable the ability to change both library details or even cut settings. In addition, you can duplicate or delete an entry using the buttons in the material library. You can create as many libraries as needed for the types of lasers or different lenses you may own. To do this, click New in the library window and Save As to save the new library. If you would like to duplicate your entire library, you can click Save As with the current library loaded and just give it a new name. The Load button will open a File Explorer window so that you can select any of your existing libraries to open. You should now have a much better understanding of what the material library is for, how to store settings in it, and how to apply them to a layer. Anytime you use a new material and find the best settings, make sure to add them to your library. In a future video, we will cover how to sync a library between multiple computers locally, as well as using cloud storage. Be sure to subscribe for more great videos on mastering Lightburn. Lightburn includes multiple tools that aid in creating original designs or altering existing ones. One of these is the Edit Nodes tool, used to edit the nodes, lines, and curves that make up a shape. But what is a node? Sometimes known as anchor points, these are points along a line or curve that define a path. Each shape or vector graphic is made up of one or more of these paths. Being able to edit these nodes gives you pinpoint control for both modifying and repairing graphics. The Edit Node tool is located in the left toolbar underneath the Polygon tool. Hovering your mouse over the button displays the tooltip, where you can see the actions it can perform along with the associated key for each of them. In order to use the Edit Nodes tool with a given graphic, some conditions must be met. First, they must be paths. Using any of the basic creation tools to make rectangles, ellipses, polygons, and even text won't create graphics considered paths by Lightburn. This means that if you select them and click on the Edit Node tool, there won't be any nodes present. You'll first need to select all of these shapes, right-click, and choose Convert to Path. Now when you go back into the Node Editing tool, you'll see nodes and be able to use all of the tool's functions. It's important to note that when you convert a shape or text into a path, you'll no longer be able to modify shape or text properties. Next, in order to edit an object's nodes, it must not be grouped with any other objects. Here is an imported vector file that I want to make some changes to. We can see it's active by the moving squiggly lines, but when I click on the Edit Nodes tool, nothing happens. This is because the shapes of this vector are grouped. You can tell it's grouped because the selection pattern shows both dots and dashes, instead of just simple dashes. We can ungroup our shapes by clicking the single person silhouette in the top toolbar. Now, when we click on the Edit Nodes tool, it displays all of the nodes, lines, and curves that make up our graphic. Each of the squares and circles along the paths represent nodes, with circles being smooth and squares being corners. Smooth nodes or corner nodes with curves on one or both sides will have handles that allow you to manipulate the curves. For smooth nodes, the handles will always form a straight line. You can pull them and twist them to change the curve size or angle, but the resulting path will always be a smooth curve on each side of the node. Conversely, the handles on corner nodes move independently from each other, allowing you to get a sharp point, or have a curve on one side of the node and a line on the other. If there are lines on both sides of a node, there will be no handles at all. Each path will have at least one larger node in green. This represents the beginning point of the path and can be useful for verifying that a shape that appears closed is actually closed. If you're trying to run or preview a job and see an error saying you have shapes set to fill that aren't closed, or are unable to use a Boolean operation with selected shapes, you can quickly fix this with the Edit Node tool. If you see two green nodes on the same path, that is a sure sign that the shape isn't closed. To repair, click and drag one of the green nodes into another to have them automatically join together, closing the shape. If you only see one green node on your path, but you're still warned that it isn't closed, you'll want to click and drag the node to verify or zoom in. It isn't uncommon for the break in a shape to be so small that it's not obvious without doing so. It's possible for a shape to start and end in almost the same place without the nodes actually being joined together. Now let's run through each of the actions that can be performed with this tool. Hovering your mouse over any corner node and pressing S will convert it to a smooth node. Doing the same over a straight line will give you handles, letting you turn it into a curve. You can also simply grab any part of a straight line and drag it to bend it into a curve. Pressing L while hovering over a curve will change it to a straight line. You can also convert a smooth node into a corner node by pressing C. If you want to simplify a shape, any node or line can be deleted by hovering over it and pressing D. To insert a node, mouse over any line or curve where you want it added and press I. If you want to add a node at the midpoint between two existing ones, press M. Pressing B over any node will create a break in the shape, letting you open any closed point on that shape. T lets you trim any line on the path back to the next line it intersects with. The behavior of this is similar to what happens when using the Weld tool, but you get additional control by being able to choose which of the overlapping lines you would like to trim, and you can use it with open shapes. In order to use the trim tool on a path, it must intersect with another path. E is the extend line function. This is used to extend a path to the nearest intersection point. It works with both lines and curves, but there are a few requirements for this function. First, it can only be used on a start or end point of an open path. The smaller ground in between nodes will not work. Similar to trim, there also must be another path in your workspace that it can intersect with once extended. In this first example, if I hover over the end node and press E, nothing will happen. This is because there are no other shapes in line with the path for it to extend to. As soon as I move a shape into its path and press E on the node again, we can see the line extends to it. Last but certainly not least is the align to angle function, which lets you align any number of shapes to the nearest horizontal, vertical, or 45-degree angle. To use it, select the object or objects you want to rotate. With the node tool active, hover over the line you want to align and press A. The line will snap into place, and any additional selected objects will rotate with it. As you can see, the Edit Node tool is incredibly powerful and versatile. Whether you're designing original graphics or adjusting a design you sourced elsewhere to get it laser ready, knowing its capabilities will give you precision control of your projects. Be sure to subscribe for more great videos on mastering Lightburn.
Low-powered diode lasers are limited to cutting thin materials like paper, card, and fabric. These materials are prone to warping, and even if edges are secured, cut parts can still poke up, get caught on the tool head, ruin the job, or even start a fire. Thankfully, there's an easy solution. We can simply place a sheet of glass on top of our material, and our work will be cut out under it. This is possible because diodes use a wavelength of light that can pass through glass. The localized heat generated when cutting the material can score the glass, however, so select a piece of glass that isn't precious to you. Unfortunately, this technique doesn't work for CO2 lasers, since their light actually interacts with the glass. Tabs and bridges can be used to secure small pieces in a CO2. These can be found in a cut settings editor of Lightburn. Check the links in the description for more info, and subscribe so you don't miss out on more tips in future. Happy burning!
Lightburn's art library allows you to easily store and apply artwork to any project. Instead of using File Explorer or importing each time, you can drag artwork used on a regular basis from the art library directly into your projects. The art library isn't visible in the default Lightburn workspace layout. To enable it, head up to the window drop-down menu in the top corner and click Art Library. When you do, the library window will open on the left side of your workspace. Depending on screen resolution or personal preference, you can click the header for the window to move its location or dock it onto an existing window. Since we don't have an existing art library, we will start by creating one. Clicking on New opens a File Explorer window where we need to name our library and choose a location to save the .lb art file. This file will contain all of the artwork that we add to it, so it's important that it is saved somewhere easy to remember. I like to create a folder under Documents that is specifically used for storing my art libraries. For naming, something descriptive for the type of artwork you will store in a given library will be helpful as your libraries grow. You can create and load as many as you'd like, so each one being its own category really helps with organization. I named my first art library Birthdays since I'm going to use it to store birthday-related artwork. As soon as you click Save, you'll see your library in the left side of the window. To add artwork to a library, you have two options. The first is to click Import, navigate your computer, and select any artwork you want added to the selected library. This is a great way to quickly add graphics. The second is to add a graphic from your current project. Select the artwork in your workspace to make it active, then click Import Graphic from Project. This will pop up a text box allowing you to name the graphic. Only the graphic will be saved. The art library will not store the layer settings applied to the artwork. It is intended to store graphics you will use regularly to expedite future projects. If you want to save the graphic with their layer settings, you will need to save the Lightburn project file instead. Any artwork added is automatically saved to the library file and will auto-load when you open Lightburn. Right-clicking on a thumbnail gives you the option to rename or delete an item. To add artwork saved in your art library to your current project, click and drag any thumbnail over to your workspace, or click a thumbnail and then select Add Graphic to Project. Using the same method for creating our first library, I created a second called Sports and populated it with its own graphics. Clicking on the name of a library will select it and lets you see its contents. If you have certain libraries that you don't need all the time, perhaps for holidays, you can choose to unload them. Selecting one and clicking Unload will remove it from view. This does not delete or modify the library in any way. When you want to make it visible again, click Load, select the library you want to load, and click Open to make it visible again in Lightburn. This is a great way to cut back on clutter if you end up having a large number of libraries. Since all artwork added to a library is saved within an individual file, you can easily transfer your art libraries between computers. All you need to do is copy the .lb art files to another computer, click Load in the art library window, and then Open to add them. Now that you know how to use Lightburn's art library, you'll be able to keep all of your graphics neatly organized and just a click away. Links to our tutorial playlist are available in the description below. Be sure to subscribe for more great videos on mastering Lightburn.
In this video, we'll cover how the interval test works, how to apply it to your projects, and just how much faster you can make your projects run with a minimal difference in quality. This video applies to all laser types, but we'll be running the majority of the tests on a 130-watt CO2 laser. When setting the interval, we want to find a good balance between time and quality. If you set the interval setting too large, you will need more power to get the same burn, and you may see gaps between the lines, so this can be used for artistic effects. Curve fit is high ISO steps because fewer lines are used to produce the curve. If you set the interval too small, the burn will be deeper and darker, and curves will have better definition, but it'll take more time, and at some point there's no gain by going smaller. Every type of machine and material will process differently, so this test is a quick way to improve your workflow. Start with placing a sacrificial piece of your new material on your laser bed, and set the focus of your laser. In the interval test tool in Lightburn, we can set the size of the test swatches, how many, and the minimum and maximum interval the test will run. This tool will create many swatches based on the input here. I'm going to start with a 0.1mm minimum and a 0.25mm maximum in 5 swatches. On most diode or CO2 lasers, using an interval of less than 0.1mm isn't necessary. We will also need to set a power and speed value that will be used for all the swatches. Typically, you can get a good general starting point for most of your materials from your laser manufacturer. If you've already ran a speed and power test from the last video, go from that. For this example, I'm using a 130-watt CO2 laser at 20% power and 400mm per second speed. We will be using simple fill for this first test. Once we have our settings input, it's always a good idea to look at the preview of the test to make sure the output matches what is expected. You can click Frame to be sure your test is placed and sized appropriately for the material. Once this all looks good, click Start. When running this test, I look for an edge where I cannot see defined lines between the passes, and the passes do not look like they are overlapping. This gives both a nice background and an edge finish. Depending on the material, this interval can change considerably. Different materials often require different intervals for good results. This acrylic, wood, stamp rubber, and anodized aluminum were all etched on the same machine. We can see that with the wood, we can get away with almost twice the interval as we can with the acrylic. With materials like stamp rubber and leather, as the interval gets too wide, we end up with a fan effect. Another example of how this test can be used is to find the best interval settings for image engraving. In the interval test settings, click the Dithered Image button to switch the test type. When we preview this test, we see that the samples are now dithered from 0 to 100%. This will help you see what your gradients will look like in photo engraving. Click OK, and frame again to be sure the test is located correctly. Then, just like the simple fill, go ahead and click Start or Send depending on your type of machine. Comparing the samples, you can see the difference between a fill and a dither, and if you will need to adjust the interval for your project. Once you have these settings figured out, it's a great idea to save them back to your material library so they can be easily accessible for later projects. We will cover the library in detail in a later video, or you can read more about it in our documentation linked below. You should now have a much better grasp on the interval test and how the interval can affect your project's efficiency and results. As always, check out our user forum linked below with any questions, and be sure to subscribe for more great videos.
At some point, everyone with a laser has had this happen. You run a job, everything seems fine, but when you remove it from the machine, you realize that it hasn't cut all the way through. Your options now are limited. You can try to line it back up and run it again, but it's very hard to do that manually, and chances are good that it won't be quite right. So today, we're going to show you how you can use the Print and Cut feature in Lightburn to realign the file and save the work. Print and Cut is meant to align the output from Lightburn with something that already exists, like a printed sticker, something you made on a CNC machine, a dye sublimation print, and so on. In our case, the project didn't have registration marks in it, so we have to find features in the design that we can use instead. Now, this file contains a number of sharp corners that will be easy to line up the laser with, so I'm going to pick 2 of those on opposite sides of the file and mark them. The marks themselves just have to be an object that you can select and align with points in the file that you're going to use to register with. Now, we don't want these marks to be burned into the project, so I'm just going to draw them using a tool layer, here T2. The marks can be as simple as just a circle or a square, so I'm just going to draw a 10mm square to use for this file, but it could be any shape at all. Now once it's drawn, change to selection mode by hitting escape, and grab the center drag handle so that the square will center snap to other shapes in the file as you drag it around. Now I'm going to put my first marker here on this corner, and you'll notice that as I drag the square over that corner, my cursor changes and this square snaps into position centered on that corner point. That's what you want. Now, it's important to use points that are relatively far apart. The ideal points in this file are these over here on the opposite side of the design from the first one. If the points are too close, any misalignment between the position of the marker and the laser will be amplified as you get farther away. So you can see here, if I move this point just a little bit, the opposite side of the file moves quite a lot. If I choose a point farther away, like over here on this side, moving the point a little doesn't move the file nearly as much. So I've placed the job back in the machine, and here I've done it at a fairly significant angle just to show how well this all works. So the first thing you need to do is point the laser at one of your chosen locations. Now in my case, I'm going to start with this corner here, and using the control panel on the machine or the jog buttons in Lightburn, move the laser to align it with the chosen spot on the design as accurately as you can. Once you get close, drop the jog speed down to about 1 or 2 millimeters per second so that you can dial it in even closer and fine-tune it as best you can. You'll notice that the red dot mark on my system here dims when it's directly over the existing cut line, and that can help quite a bit. With the laser positioned at the marked corner, go to Tools, Print and Cut, and start the new Print and Cut wizard. The first option that you're given is to set the first target position. So with the laser positioned at this point on the job, select the marker and click Set First Target Position. You'll notice a couple of things have now changed. First, a circle appears around the marker location to show that Lightburn has recorded it, and the wizard page changes to show the next option, Set Second Target Position. So now we have to jog the laser to the second marker location on the design. So I've jogged the laser close to this point at a normal jogging speed, and now I'm adjusting the control speed down to 1 millimeter per second so that I can fine-tune the location here. Again, get it lined up as accurately as you can with your chosen corner, and when you're ready to move on, flip back over to Lightburn. Now, back in Lightburn, select the second target marker and click the Set Second Target Position button. You'll see a circle appear around the marker showing that Lightburn has recorded its position, and the wizard options change again, now showing you the two ways that you can align your output, with scaling or without. When using it to recover a job like this, you know that the scale is identical. Presumably you're sending the same file, so you choose the no scaling option. And when clicked, the wizard disappears and the target markers show two new circles around them showing that the print and cut feature is ready to go. You'll also see that the start from mode has changed to absolute coordinates, and this is necessary because the software has to be able to send the job to an exact place on the laser. You'll also see print and cut and unscaled next to the ready indicator here, showing you that you are in print and cut mode. If you preview the job, you'll notice that the orientation is different than the project itself, and that's because it's being aligned to match the item in the laser. But it's a quick way to verify that the print and cut feature is doing what you want. At this point, all that's left to do is run it. So you'll notice the software has sent the job exactly lined up with the existing file that I cut. Now, this was taken out of the machine, held in my hands, and moved. And Print and Cut has allowed me to run the same file in exactly the same place after moving the work.
learn something that can save you a bit of trouble in the future. If you make changes to your settings that you'd like to revert, or in the unlikely event that your main preference file was corrupted and your settings are gone, Lightburn makes it simple to restore all program and device settings to an earlier state. Uninstalling to reinstall Lightburn isn't needed and will not restore previous settings. Lightburn automatically creates local backups as settings are changed and stores the most recent 50. Starting with version 1.1, there is a built-in browser that allows you to navigate and apply any of these backups directly within Lightburn. If your prefs file is missing or corrupted, Lightburn will treat it like a new install and require a device creation. You can quickly create a device profile to get beyond this. It will be erased when you recover your prefs, so don't worry about specifics. To restore settings, head up to File in the top menu bar and click Load Prefs Backup. This will open the dialog window where you can browse available backups. The left side contains a dated and timestamped list of backup files. Clicking on one will make it active, and the right side will display which devices are included in that backup. Once you've selected the backup you want to restore, click the Load button to apply those settings and close the window. Just like that, all of your settings will be back the way they previously were. These same .lb pref files can be used to copy your Lightburn settings to a new computer. From the File menu, select Export Prefs to open a File Explorer window where you can name and save your current preference file. I like to name them Lightburn Pref and include the date so that they're easier to reference in the future. Next, copy that file to a flash drive and plug it into your other computer. In Lightburn, under the File menu, select Import Prefs. In this window, navigate to your flash drive or the location you transferred your prefs file to, select it, and click Open. Lightburn will pop up a message letting you know that it will overwrite current preferences and ask for confirmation. Click Yes to apply your settings. If you have material or are libraries on your devices, you will see an error that they are not found. These need to be moved to your new computer and manually loaded the first time you use that device. Although Lightburn does create regular backups, in the case of computer failure, you may not be able to access your hard drive contents. For that reason, it's good practice to occasionally back up your .lb prefs to an external drive to guarantee you can always recover your settings. Now you know how the Lightburn Preferences file works and how to easily restore or copy your Lightburn settings. Be sure to subscribe for more great videos on mastering Lightburn.
There are many ways to make custom shapes using Lightburn's design tools, and today we will explore some of the most powerful ones: weld, cut shapes, and the Boolean modifiers. Each of these tools allows you to add and remove primitive shapes from each other to build up more complex shapes. Let's start with the Boolean modifiers. I'm going to select these and click Tools, Boolean Assistant, which can show us what we can do to them. Union combines both objects together. Intersection keeps only the bits that overlap. And subtract removes one object from the other. These tools work on two closed vector objects, meaning not images or lines. We want shapes that are all joined up with an unbroken perimeter. These objects can be individual shapes, such as circles, rectangles, polygons, or custom shapes made with the node edit tools. And they can also be groups of these shapes, including text. Once you're familiar with the Boolean tools through the Assistant, you can access each tool directly from the sidebar or the Tools menu. To subtract without the Assistant, select the object you wish to keep first. Then, while holding Shift, add the object you wish to remove from it to your selection. Then apply Tools, Boolean Difference. This button will also apply Boolean Difference, and it's a handy one to use, because if you select your objects in the wrong order, it's easy to flip them. You only need to undo it with Ctrl-Z, and click the button again. Weld is similar to Boolean Union in that it joins things together, but it works on more than two objects, allowing you to quickly create an outline around many overlapping shapes. If you're left with undesired internal shapes, you can simply ungroup the resulting object and delete the parts you don't want. When welding shapes, in other shapes. Weld tries to predict what should be kept. If you don't get the results you're after, try grouping related shapes and using only linear instead. Let's take a look at cut shapes. With this tool, you can cut an object or a group of objects into pieces by first selecting the object you wish to cut and then selecting a cutting shape. Once you've done that, with tools, cut shapes, and your first object will be cut along the edges of your last object. Cut shapes is particularly great because unlike the earlier tools, it can be used to cut open shapes, such as individual lines or curves. Only the cutting shape needs to be a closed curve. Once you're happy with these tools, there are many others that you will likely find very useful as you create your own designs. We've added some links below to our other videos and some documentation on these topics to get you started. While you're down here, subscribe so you don't miss any other tips. And remember, if you get stuck, we are more than happy to help. Reach out via the forum or our support email. Happy learning!
If you ever want to cut a jointed design based on the material thickness or want to have the tedious process manually adjusting each part will be. We can release the Lightburn 1.3 to introduce a new tab and slot resizing tool to help with automating this process. This tool works with slots commonly found in including puzzles and tabs used with many boxes or drawers. It can even be used to resize rectangles used for joining sides together. Start by importing your design. You will need to know the lengths of the lines you are wanting to adjust. You can easily find the lengths by clicking the ruler icon in the left toolbar to activate the measurement tool. Highlighting over the tabs, we can see that the thickness this box has been designed for is 3 mm, but I want to use it with 5 mm thick plywood. Back in selection mode, click on the shapes that you want to resize. If you have shapes that are grouped together, you will need to ungroup them by clicking on the ungroup icon in the top toolbar. Next, click on the Tools drop-down menu and select Resize Slots in Selection to open the Resize dialog window. In this window, we will enter in the line size that we are wanting to adjust in the old material thickness text box. In my case, I measured the tabs as being 3 mm in depth, so I will enter 3. This tool will scan our selected shapes, looking for lines that match that value. We can see the lines that it has detected highlighted in red. The lines that will be moving are highlighted in blue with an arrow to show the direction of the move based on our current input. Enter the value you are wanting to resize the lines to in the new material thickness box. In my box, I entered 5 to adjust the lines from 3 mm to 5 mm. If there is a slight variance in the length of the lines you are wanting to adjust, you can add a tolerance value to accommodate this. We are able to adjust slot depth, slot width, or tab height. Toggling through these options will update the guides so we can quickly see what will be resized. Once we are happy with our selection, click OK to apply the resized values and update the design. Highlighting over the tabs with the measurement tool, we can see that we now have 5 mm tabs and this box is ready to be sent off to the laser. The resize tool will let you know if your selection is grouped, contains incompatible shapes such as text, or open shapes which are also not compatible. If you are using design generators such as boxes.py, it will often add fillets or loops to corners which will not work with the resize tool. You can use Lightburn's radius tool to remove those fillets and the offset tool set to 0 to remove the loops. Be sure to subscribe for more great videos. Lightburn's power scaling feature allows you to customize the power output of any shape in your workspace. Unlike the usual method of setting power in the Cuts and Layers window for an entire layer, this works on a per shape basis. Power scaling is not visible in the default Lightburn workspace layout. To enable it, head up to the Window drop-down menu and select Shape Properties. This will open a tabbed Shape Properties window on the right side of your workspace. It will appear blank until you select the shape to make it active. To apply a power scale, edit the text box from the default 100 to a smaller number. The value set here scales power output by a percentage between a given layer's min and max power settings. For a G-code or Galvo system, min power is always 0, so the power scale is always a percentage of max power. For DSP devices, however, min power is set by the user. To keep it simple, on either G-Code or Galvo devices, a power scale of 50% would be 50% power if your layer's total power was set to 100%. On a DSP machine with mid-power set to 50 and max 100%, a power scale of 50 would output 75% power. One application of this feature is making highly customized material test grids. Lightburn has a built-in material test tool that works well for most scenarios, but if you want to use shapes other than rectangles or set specific spacing, you can accomplish that with power scaling. Another great use is for complex engravings with widely varying shape sizes. For the smaller shapes, the laser will not be able to fully get up to speed, which can cause scorching on some materials. Instead of putting the smaller shapes on their own layer, leading to an increase in job time from the added travel moves, you can select them and apply a power scale. This allows the laser to maintain an efficient path while dropping laser output when passing over the smaller shapes. The result is an optimized job giving you the best quality and quickest runtime possible. Now you know how power scaling works and how to use it to create highly customized jobs. Be sure to subscribe for more great videos on mastering Lightburn.
A user on the Lightburn forum asked, how would I cut this frame shape into 4 identical pieces so that I can cut it out with minimal waste? I thought this would make a good quick tutorial, so I'm going to show you how I would do this using the Cut Shapes tool. So first of all, if you use the Cut Shapes tool, what it does is it will take, back that up, I'm going to select this shape, Shift, select that shape, go to Tools, Cut Shapes, and you can see that it has cut this into 2 pieces, one everything in the shape that I used to cut, and one everything outside the shape. You'll also notice that these lines are not closed, and that's because this is currently set to line mode, and when using the Cut Shapes tool, it's assumed that you will be cutting multiple pieces of material or lining them up, so it doesn't close things automatically if they are in line mode. However, if your shapes start in fill mode and you cut them with the Cut Shapes tool, it will automatically close them, like this. So now, if I was to cut out these 2 shapes, I could assemble them back together like you would. So I'm going to undo this again and delete my cutter and show you how I would do this cut. So first, set the layer to fill so that it will automatically close the shapes for you. Second, I'm going to draw a box, and the first thing that I'm going to do is hover the mouse into approximately the middle of this frame, and you'll notice that when I get to the middle, it turns into a little X. That means that I am snapping to the center of this shape. So from here, if I draw a box outward to enclose one corner of this shape, I know that this corner of the box is exactly in the center. The next thing I'm going to do is duplicate. I'm going to do that by edit, duplicate. I normally just use the Control-D shortcut. Then I'm going to grab this sizing handle here and drag it down diagonally this way so that I have an exact copy or a close copy starting from the same location that encompasses this part of the frame here. So if I cut this frame, the red, with this box, I'll be left with this piece here and then these or this row here remaining. And then if I cut this shape here with this box, I will have this piece, and this piece remaining. That may sound confusing, but you'll see what I mean when I actually do it. So first, select my frame, Shift, select the cutting tool, go to Tools, Cut Shapes, and so now I've got this piece, which is what was inside the cutter, and this piece, which is what was outside the cutter. So again, I'm going to select this one, Shift select this one, go to Tools, Cut Shapes, and now I have this shape, which was inside the cutting tool, and then this and this were outside the cutting tool. And if I ungroup these two, I now have 4 independent shapes that I can move around, and that is exactly what the user asked for. In this case, I technically didn't need to go to all of this work because we know that each of these shapes is an exact copy, it would have been enough for me to just cut this one piece here and then just make 4 copies of it. So to do that, I could quite easily select this one, tools, cut shapes, simply delete this, and now this piece, if I Control D to duplicate it and produce 4 copies, I now have 4 identical copies of that frame piece that I can use. And obviously if I was to cut them sort of nested up or nestled together like this, I would reduce my material waste. And that's it.
Lightburn is compatible with a wide range of monitors, but some screen resolutions don't play nicely with the default workspace layout. In this video, we will cover how to address the most common issues we see with both high and low resolution monitors. Starting with low resolution monitors. The default layout for Lightburn is 838 pixels tall. If your display is shorter than this, for example a standard HD screen, you will not be able to see the full workspace. In a previous video, we covered how to customize Lightburn's workspace. That is exactly what we are going to do here. By dragging the laser and library window on top of our custom layers window, we can combine them as tabbed windows. We will also click on the white dots of the bottom left toolbar element and drag them onto their own toolbar. With this revised layout, we can now access all of the windows and toolbars without any being partially hidden. When you close Lightburn, it will automatically remember your workspace layout so that you will not need to configure this again. If things are still a bit squeezed on your display, Lightburn has a few settings that can help. Click on the gear icon in the top menu to open the settings window. Here we can adjust both the toolbar icon size and font size by using the sliders. Sometimes a bump down in size here can be the difference in being able to stack 1 versus 2 windows on the right side. On high-resolution Windows computers, occasionally users report text and menu icons not scaling the way they expect. This can manifest as text rendering smaller or larger than seems appropriate, the workspace not fitting on the monitor correctly, or other issues. This can sometimes be caused by the scaling factor applied by Windows in display settings when it is set very high. A better way of correcting for this is through the System Compatibility settings. Right-click on the shortcut for Lightburn, then select Properties, Compatibility, Change High DPI Settings. From here, click to enable Override High DPI Scaling Behavior. Lastly, select System Enhanced from the Scaling Performed By drop-down menu before clicking OK to apply the settings and close out of the window. Now when you open Lightburn, the menu should all be displaying text correctly without any of the previous scaling issues. Most will not have to worry about either of these scenarios, but it is good to know the steps to take if you happen to experience one of these resolution issues. Be sure to subscribe for more great videos on mastering Lightburn.
I'm going to do a quick recap of how to use the Boolean Union feature in Lightburn because this seems to be a significant stumbling block for people. So, I have an ornament, and I have a name. Now, in order to use Boolean Union, you have to have 2 objects, okay? And in this case, I have this object, and this is a group, and I have this object, and this is also a group. It is important that they are grouped together like this, or it won't work. So I have this name, and it's touching the inside edge of this ornament shape. I select the ornament, and shift select the name. In this case, it doesn't really matter what order, I could just drag select them, and then use Boolean Union, and that will create a union of those 2 shapes so that now the name is fused in with the ornament. What people most often do instead is they click Weld, and that is this button, and their text disappears. And the reason it does that is because Weld doesn't really look at this group and this group as 2 separate things. It's just kind of looking at all of the shapes that you gave it. So it's more like this one over here, where this is not a group, it's just this circle and this name. Now if I take this inner ring and this text, and I try to Boolean Union just this inside circle with the text, the union of them throws the text away. That's not technically what's happening. what it's actually doing is it's creating the union of the two things that I fed it, which are this circle and that text. And if I say union those, you can see that it's keeping the overlap of both. So the text and that circle, and where they overlap, it keeps, or sorry, wherever either one exists, it keeps it. And so that's basically what happens if you try to weld this shape with this ornament. Is Lightburn says, oh, well, they're really only touching here, so these are probably the ones that you want, and it does the equivalent of a union there, which is not what you were intending. So if you grab the whole ornament, make sure that it's a group, make sure that all the shapes are closed, and the name, select both, and union that will work. As an alternative, you can actually subtract this shape from just this shape. And if you do that, if I say take this shape and subtract this shape using the Boolean difference tool, it will also work because it's now cut the text out of that inside ring, which is very much the same as if you union the text with the entire ring. Hopefully that makes sense.
When you purchase a Galvo laser, the manufacturer will typically provide the needed settings for the included lens. These include bulge, skew, and trapezoid adjustments, which are required for accurate engravings. Anytime you buy a new lens for your laser, you'll need to find these lens-specific correction settings. There are multiple ways to do this, such as the core file program included with EasyCAD. In today's video, we will dial in these lens correction values in Lightburn, along with setting scale, rotation, and the correct orientation for your Galvo. The process will involve engraving a square, taking measurements, adjusting values, and repeating the process until everything is dialed in. As a prerequisite, you need to have your Galvo laser set up in Lightburn, the lens you'll be calibrating installed, and to know the focal distance for your lens. Links will be in the description to our video guides to get you up to speed. You also need a metric ruler or digital calipers and the material you will be repeatedly engraving while dialing in your settings. We recommend black cardstock as it is fairly inexpensive and great for clearly seeing marks. For this example, I installed a 70mm lens that has never been calibrated. Hopping into Lightburn, we will start by clicking on Devices, finding our current Galvo profile, right-clicking on it, and selecting Duplicate. This will pop up the New Device wizard, where we will want to change the device name to something unique for this lens. I'm going to keep the same name, but add 70mm to it so that I can easily tell the devices apart when switching between lenses. We also need to change the size of our work area. I will enter 70mm by 70mm, but you will need to input the field size for your specific lens. For most Galvo lenses, the field size or work area will often not match the number written on the lens. For example, I have a Theta lens that is labeled f290, which does not relate to the work area. This lens only has a work area of 200 by 200 millimeters. We highly recommend looking at the lens manufacturer's specs to get the correct value. Click Finish to exit the New Device wizard, and OK to close out of the device's window. Make sure your device is active in the laser window. If it is not, click on the drop-down list on the far right and select the device you just created. In the top toolbar, click on the wrench icon to open the device settings window. The settings we are going to be adjusting are on the left-hand side under Galvo 1 and Galvo 2. If you duplicated an existing device that had values in scale, bulge, skew, and trapezoid, you will see them here. We want to remove these corrections and set everything back to default values. This is 100% for the scale factor and a value of 1 for bulge, skew, and trapezoid. If these settings are grayed out, click Clear under Galvo Configuration. The first thing we will check is that the Galvos are assigned to the correct axis, and that the direction or mirror of the engraving is set correctly. To do this, download the Galvo Orientation Calibration Lightburn file in the video description. This was designed for my 70mm lens, so you can choose to scale it, but for this, as long as the lines and numbers are visible, you do not need to. For the engraving settings, this will vary based on your machine and material, but for my 30-watt laser using the black cardstock, I'm using a speed of 100 millimeters per second, a power of 80%, and a frequency of 80 kilohertz. After placing the cardstock in our workspace and setting the correct focal distance, we're ready to run a frame. Once we have verified that the engraving is on our cardstock, press start to run the engrave. Unless you had intentionally rotated your Galvo orientation, we want to see the engraving in our workspace match the engraving on our build plate in orientation. This means that the number 2 should be in the top right corner of our upper right square, and the number 1 should be in the bottom left corner of the same square in the correct orientation. If that is the case already, your laser orientation is set correctly, and if not, we will need to make changes. Going into the device settings window, the settings that will affect this are Galvo 1 is X-axis, Galvo 2 is X-axis, and the 2 reverse direction toggles under 1 and 2. There are 8 possible combinations with only one of them being correct. It is fairly simple to change one setting and run the engraving until you find the correct configuration, but we put together a cheat sheet that will make this easier. You can pause the video to look at which settings make which adjustments to quickly set this correct. Now that our laser orientation has been set correctly, we're going to move on to lens correction, starting with trapezoid. For this, we need to draw a square in our workspace. For our corrections to be as accurate as possible, this square needs to be almost the max field size of the lens. To avoid going beyond the max size, 90 to 95% of the field size is recommended. In the left toolbar, select the square icon to activate the rectangle tool. Holding the shift key, click and drag in the workspace to create a square. Then, hit the escape key to get back into the selection mode, and press P on your keyboard to center the square in the workspace. In the top toolbar, make sure that the lock is closed to lock the aspect ratio, and enter the size you want for your square. For my 70mm lens, I will go with 65mm. Make sure to choose a size that is appropriate for your lens. Using the same settings we used for the orientation engraving, we will engrave the square into our cardstock. To check for trapezoid, we're going to measure the length of the top of our square and compare it to the bottom side of the square. We will do the same thing for the left side, comparing it to the right. The lines will likely have some curve to them since we have not adjusted bulge or pinch yet, so measure from the corner points. For my 70mm lens, the top side and bottom side had a 1mm difference, as well as the left and right side. With our beginning default values of 1, the right side measured 79mm, while the left side was 78mm, and I decided to start with the y-axis. Using the reference graphic we put together, we can see that a larger numeric value will make the left side longer, while a smaller value will make the right side longer. Since our right side is longer, we will need
quarter planning. Adams is quarterbacking this project, and this is that gold. This is a dolphin bracelet. Okay, I think it's silver too. I think it is silver. Check that out.
This is a 40-watt diode laser, and surprisingly enough, it can engrave and mark stainless steel. But far more interestingly,
how can we convert any image type into a 3D mesh without mod?
Here's another.
There you go.
Hey folks, Dave here. Appreciate you stopping back by for another video, and I hope everyone.
Hey, it's Rich, the Louisiana Hobby Guy. Today we're going to be talking about a feature that is never used.
Discussing it, and we're probably going to do a pop-up every week if we're around, because we're in the shop.
Sorry, that was mine.
Is that yours? I was wondering. I
Yeah,
thought
I was
I heard.
accidentally playing. That's my bad. I didn't mean to be that.
It's okay, no problem. But
Yeah, we enjoy the pop-ups, and we can have some guests on the pop-ups that we might normally not get, and
And speaking of which, we've got Jerry from 3DHP with us tonight. Hey, Jerry.
Jerry. Yeah, I was
I missed your live stream today. I'm sorry I missed it. I've been out doing lots of stuff today.
I'm sorry I missed it too. I would rather be on Jerry's live stream than at work.
Well,
we were in chat, Patrick, while you're working. We've seen you pop up in chat. Yeah.
I'm gonna restart the stream.
And I watched Rich's video this